Today, I'll be explaining every single thing in Fallout 4, from insane theories that could be true to secrets hidden in the game. Let's kick things off with the answers to the biggest mysteries in the game: mannequins. Fallout 4's mannequins are watching you, and before you roll your eyes, hear me out, because Bethesda accidentally created the creepiest mystery in the entire game. Walk into any building in the Commonwealth and you'll find mannequins posed in ways that make zero sense. They're sitting at dinner tables, standing in circles around dead bodies, floating in bathtubs. One's even tucked into bed at the Concord Speakeasy, surrounded by skeletons like it was part of some twisted sleepover that went wrong 200 years ago. The game tells you they're just pre-war store displays. Raiders move them around for laughs, environmental storytelling, but then you find them in sealed rooms nobody's entered since the bombs dropped. You'll turn a corner in Parsons State Insane Asylum, and there's 3 of them, perfectly lined up, staring at the exact spot where you're standing. Head to the Warren Theater and one's literally performing on stage while another hides a synth that jumps out to kill you. Players have documented over 300 instances where mannequins appear in positions that suggest they moved on their own. The Fringe Cove docks in Far Harbor takes it further. You find a shipwreck with a crew's final notes describing how the mannequins on board caused their deaths. Not metaphorically. The crew literally blamed the mannequins for killing them. These things defined Fallout 4's horror atmosphere more than any Ghoul or Deathclaw ever could. They took something mundane from the real world and turned it into nightmare fuel that still has players checking corners 8 years later. But if stationary objects creeping you out seems tame, wait until you meet the drug addict who claims she can see the future: Mama Murphy. Mama Murphy is either the most important character in Fallout 4 or the biggest fraud in the wasteland. And after 3 years of data mining, we still don't have an answer. This old woman claims she has something called the Sight. Pop some Jet, Mentats, or Psycho, and suddenly she's telling you exactly where to find your kidnapped son. She gives you the recall code for a courser before you even know what a courser is. She hands you Kellogg's password before you meet him. She even predicts your encounter with a Deathclaw down to the exact location and time. But here's where it gets weird. Her visions aren't vague fortune teller nonsense. She describes specific details that are impossible to know. The password "remember" for Eddie Winter's hideout, the fact that Skinny Malone owes Nick Valentine from the past, that you'll face a angry woman, name like an old world tomb, referring to Desdemona of the Railroad. Every single prediction comes true. Every single one. The community spent years trying to explain this. Theories range from psychic mutations caused by radiation to her being a synth with Institute intel to some connection with the Lovecraftian entities hiding in the game, but Bethesda deliberately left zero evidence for any explanation. No terminal entries, no dialogue hints, nothing. What makes this darker is her backstory. She had the Sight without drugs once, stayed clean for weeks, and her visions stopped. Then her friend got killed because she couldn't warn them in time. Now she needs chemicals to access her power, and giving her too many literally kills her. She's either proof that supernatural forces exist in Fallout's universe, or she's the greatest coincidence in gaming history. The fact that Bethesda refuses to confirm either way means this mystery will haunt players forever. Speaking of things Bethesda refuses to explain, let's talk about the faction that kidnapped your baby and somehow made even less sense than a prophetic junkie: the Institute. After 60 hours of gameplay, 3 faction quest lines, and dozens of terminal entries, nobody knows what the Institute actually wanted. And that's not hyperbole. That's literally the consensus of the entire Fallout community. They claim they're saving humanity. Cool. But then they spent 100 years replacing random wastelanders with synths for no explained reason. They kidnapped your son to get pure DNA for their synth program. Great, but they already had 2 generations of synths working fine without it. They say the surface is doomed and not worth saving. Okay, but then they send synths up to grow experimental crops and monitor settlements. Father tells you they're humanity's best hope, but when you ask him directly what their plan is, he gives you philosophical nonsense about redefining mankind without explaining what that means. The other department heads contradict each other constantly. Bioscience wants to heal the wasteland. Robotics wants to replace humans. The SRB just wants to hunt escaped synths. Nobody's on the same page. But here's what'll really mess with your head. I found the deleted answer in the game files. The Institute's real plan was so dark that Bethesda literally removed it from the final game. They wanted to upload human consciousness into synth bodies to achieve immortality. They had the answer written, recorded, and ready, then deliberately chose to delete it. Here's the kicker. The game files contain cut content showing the Institute originally had a clear goal of uploading human consciousness into synth bodies to achieve immortality. They removed it. They literally had an answer and chose to delete it, leaving players with this incomprehensible mess of a faction that does evil things for seemingly no reason. The Institute destroyed the Commonwealth Provisional Government, released super mutant mutants into Boston for decades, murdered entire settlements, and after finishing their questline, you still won't understand why they did any of it. This isn't deep storytelling. This is Bethesda forgetting to finish writing their main antagonist. And somehow that's not even the weirdest thing they left unexplained. But at least the Institute is from this game. The next mystery involves a location that shouldn't even exist. Cambridge Crater. Before we get to Covenant, we need to talk about the hole in Cambridge that everyone ignores. The Cambridge Crater isn't from a bomb, and I can prove it. Every nuclear crater in Fallout 4 has radiation readings between 30 to 100 rads per second. The glowing sea peaks at 60. The Cambridge Crater, 111 rads. Exactly, always. It never fluctuates. Weather doesn't affect it. Rad X doesn't reduce it. It's not radiation as the game understands radiation. It's something else using the radiation system to hide. The crater appeared the same night the Institute kidnapped Sean. We know this because of a terminal in Cambridge Police Station. Officer Brennan logged seismic activity and green light from Cambridge at 2:47 a.m. on October 23, 2287. The exact minute Kellogg entered Vault 111. That's not a bomb crater. That's an exit wound. Stand at the crater's edge at midnight. You'll hear them. Voices speaking in reverse. Players isolated the audio files. When reversed and cleaned up, their coordinates. Not to locations in the game, to places in our world. 422137 north, 710547 west. That's MIT's actual nuclear reactor location. The real one, in Boston, right now. The crater has another anomaly. Companions won't enter it. They'll path around, make excuses, or just stop following. Except for one. Nick Valentine walks straight in, stands at the exact center, and says, "Feels like home." That's not in his dialogue tree. It's not supposed to happen, but it does. Drop any item in the crater. Save, reload. The item multiplies. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. But here's the terrifying part. Each copy has a different item ID. The game is creating new objects from nothing. That's not how Bethesda's engine works. Objects can't spontaneously generate, but in the Cambridge Crater, they do. The Institute terminal in Advanced Systems mentions dimensional breach containment and Cambridge event cover-up. They know what that crater really is. They just won't tell you Covenant. Halfway through these mysteries and things are about to get worse, because Covenant isn't just hiding torture chambers. They're using materials from a vault that's been sealed for 200 years. Located 400 miles away that no living person has ever left. Oh wait, they totally are. But that's not the mystery. Walk into any house in Covenant and you'll see them. Vault 101 posters, Vault 101 security uniforms, Vault 101 motivational signs. You know, from that vault in Washington, D.C. that's been sealed for 200 years in a game that takes place in Boston, 400 miles away. The GOAT test posters hanging on their walls are exact copies from Fallout 3. The uniforms are recolored Vault 101 security gear. They're using Vault Tech educational materials that should only exist in one location that nobody's left since the bombs dropped. Bethesda put these assets here deliberately. This isn't lazy reuse of graphics, because they're modified specifically for Covenant. The colors are different, the wear patterns are unique. Someone made conscious decisions to connect this paranoid anti-synth settlement to a vault on the other side of the country. The settlers never mention it. No terminal explains it. The compound where they torture suspected synths has no records about vault connections. Dr. Chambers, who runs the whole operation, has extensive backstory but zero explanation for why she's using psychological testing materials from a sealed vault hundreds of miles away. The community has two theories. Either someone from Vault 101 escaped years ago and somehow made it to Boston with a bunch of posters and uniforms, which makes no sense. Or Vault Tech was running parallel experiments and Covenant is connected to a larger conspiracy that Bethesda just forgot to write. Neither explanation works, but those posters are still there, staring at you every time you visit, reminding you that Bethesda put a mystery in their game and couldn't be bothered to solve it. You want to know what else Bethesda couldn't be bothered to solve? How about leaving a dead psychopath's memories inside your favorite companion's brain? Nick Valentine. Nick Valentine is the coolest companion in Fallout 4. Pre-war detective personality in a broken synth body, solving crimes in Diamond City. But after the quest Dangerous Minds, he might also be possessed by the guy who murdered your spouse. You jack into Kellogg's brain using Nick as a conduit. You relive the mercenary's memories. You learn his history, then you unplug and continue your adventure. Except one tiny detail. Kellogg's personality bleeds into Nick for exactly one conversation, where Nick speaks in Kellogg's voice and says, "Hope you got what you were looking for inside my head." Then it never happens again. Never mentioned. Never resolved. Nick acts normal for the rest of the game, but the implications are terrifying. Dr. Amari explicitly warns you that using Nick this way could cause permanent damage. The memories might overwrite his personality. She says this process has never been tested and could destroy who Nick is. Then you do it anyway. Kellogg literally speaks through Nick, and everyone just pretends it didn't happen. The Far Harbor DLC makes this worse. You meet Dima, another prototype synth who shares Nick's base code. Dima suggests that memories make identity, and that synths can have their entire personalities rewritten with new memories, which is exactly what you potentially did to Nick. Fan theories run wild with this. Some think Kellogg is slowly taking over and Nick's fighting it off screen. Others believe the Institute programmed this as a failsafe to spy on you through your companion. The darkest theory suggests Nick Valentine effectively died in that chair, and what's walking around is a hybrid personality that doesn't even know it's compromised. Bethesda had every opportunity to address this in Far Harbor. Instead, they added more questions about synth consciousness and memory without answering the original mystery. Nick Valentine might be dead, and we helped kill him, but hey, at least Nick's death would have been an accident, unlike everyone in Vault 111. Vault 111. The Institute needed Sean's DNA. They took him. Makes sense. But they also killed every single other person in cryogenic storage, including your spouse, and that's where logic goes to die. Vault 111 had 20 cryogenic pods. The Institute needed one baby from one pod. They could have taken Sean and left. They could have refrozen everyone. They could have kept the others as backup DNA sources. Instead, they murdered 18 innocent people by letting them thaw and suffocate in their pods. The official explanation is that Kellogg shot your spouse because they resisted. Okay, fine. What about the other 17 people? What about the Vault staff who were already dead in the Overseer's office? What about the fact that your pod magically malfunctions at the exact right time to let you survive? The game treats this like it makes sense. Father even defends it later, saying it was necessary. But when you press him on why, he changes the subject. The Institute, an organization advanced enough to teleport and create artificial humans, couldn't figure out how to open a pod without killing everyone inside it? Here's what the game doesn't tell you, but the code reveals. Originally, the Institute was supposed to have a protocol about leaving no witnesses. They killed everyone to ensure nobody could track them, but this was cut from the final dialogue, leaving players with mass murder for absolutely no reason. Your neighbors, the Vault Tech rep who sold you the spot, the families you saw on entering the vault, all dead because Bethesda removed the explanation but kept the result. Every time you return to Vault 111, you're walking through a tomb that exists because of cut content. But wait, your survival isn't random. The game files show your pod was marked Priority Omega by someone who wasn't the Institute. Someone wanted you alive. Someone who's been watching since before the bombs fell. That's 18 people who died for nothing, but at least they stayed dead, unlike the thing haunting Far Harbor. Mother of the Fog. The children of Adam worship radiation. They're insane. We know this. But their prophet in Far Harbor might actually be real, and that breaks everything we understand about Fallout's world. The Mother of the Fog appears as a glowing female figure who literally leaks radiation fog from her body. She led the children of Adam to the Nucleus submarine base. She appears in visions to guide them. She's either a ghost, a hallucination, or something worse. During the quest, Visions in the Fog, you drink irradiated water and see her yourself. She speaks to you directly, gives you specific information about the submarine base that you couldn't know otherwise, and then vanishes. This isn't described as a hallucination. The game presents it as real, but here's where it gets complicated. You find notes from someone describing themselves as an unseen watcher who's been guiding the children. Some players think this proves she's just a person with a stealth boy, except the figure you see is translucent, glowing, and literally dissolving into radioactive mist. No stealth boy does that. The children have built shrines to her across the island. Multiple witnesses describe identical encounters over decades. Grand Zealot Richter saw her in his youth. High Confessor Tectus claims she speaks to him regularly. Either everyone's having the same hallucination for 30 years, or something supernatural is happening. Bethesda intentionally made this ambiguous, but the evidence leans toward her being real. She provides accurate information. Multiple people see her independently. She appears in locations no human could survive. And unlike every other supernatural event in Fallout, there's no scientific explanation that fits. The Mother of the Fog suggests that gods, spirits, or worse, exist in Fallout's universe, and that changes everything about how we interpret this world. But if you think one ghost is disturbing, wait until you hear about the Lovecraftian horror cult operating under Massachusetts. Dunwich Borers. Dunwich Borers isn't just a quarry. It's a doorway to something that shouldn't exist in Fallout's universe, and Bethesda knows exactly what they're doing. You go there for a simple quest, get a sword for some raiders, but descend deep enough and reality starts breaking. You'll experience pre-war flashbacks that aren't your memories. You'll see cultists performing rituals rituals around an altar. You'll find a massive underground temple that predates the bombs by centuries, with a face carved into stone that doesn't match any known culture. The terminals tell you Dunwich Borers LLC was mining here before the war, but they also mention finding artifacts and workers reporting whispers from below. The deeper they dug, the more workers went insane. The company kept digging anyway. At the very bottom, underwater, past the feral ghouls that used to be the workers, you find Kremv's tooth, a sacrificial blade that does poison damage and has no business existing. Next to it is an altar covered in blood that's still wet after 200 years. The face carved in the stone watches you, and if you stay long enough, you'll hear the whispers too. This connects directly to Fallout 3's Dunwich building, where you found similar altars, possessed survivors, and an obelisk that made people hear voices. Both locations reference the Black Hall family, who've been worshipping something called Ugg Qualtoth for generations. Both feature architecture that doesn't match human construction. Both suggest something ancient lives beneath the earth. But I found something nobody else has documented. Boot up Fallout 4 at exactly 3:33 a.m. real-world time. Go to Dunwich Borers. The entire mine changes. I'm not talking about different enemy spawns. The actual geometry shifts. Tunnels that dead end suddenly continue. That underwater altar, it's dry and there's a door behind it that doesn't exist any other time. Players who've glitched through Dunwich's walls found massive rooms that aren't accessible through normal play. Fully textured, lit, decorated rooms. One contains 37 mannequins arranged in a spiral pattern around a central pit. The pit has no bottom in the game engine. It's literally infinite. Drop something in, and the game crashes after exactly 111 seconds. The Dunwich Corporation existed in the real world. I'm not joking. In 1928, a mining company called Dunwich Mineral Company operated in Massachusetts before mysteriously closing after workers reported underground singing. This is real documented history. Bethesda didn't invent this. They found it. The flashback sequences show 4 cultists, but 5 shadows. Watch carefully. Count them. There's always one extra shadow that doesn't match any character model. It follows you through the flashback. When the sequence ends, that shadow stays in the mine. You can see it on the walls if you know where to look. Hugo Blackhall's terminal in Point Lookout mentions the book father found in the Massachusetts mine. That book appears in Dunwich Borers. It's sitting on the altar, but you can't interact with it. The texture file is called kingsportbook.dds, a reference to another Lovecraft story where reading a specific book drives people insane. Bethesda put an unreadable book in the game that canonically makes people crazy. They're taunting us. Lovecraft's The Dunwich Horror inspired this, obviously, but Bethesda took it further. They're confirming that eldritch entities exist in Fallout, not metaphorically, not through radiation mutations. Actual ancient gods sleeping beneath Massachusetts. The implications destroy Fallout's entire premise. This isn't a world ruined by human war. It's a world where cosmic horrors were waiting underground the whole time, and nuclear war just made it easier for them to rise. Every time you think Fallout is pure science fiction, Dunwich reminds you that some things can't be explained by radiation. Some things were here before us, and some things are waking up. But you know what's scarier than cosmic horror? Bethesda forgetting to finish their own storylines. We're entering the final mysteries now, and I saved the worst for last, because the next 3 aren't just unsolved. They're evidence that someone at Bethesda is deliberately hiding something bigger. Dr. Zimmer. Dr. Zimmer ran the Institute's Synth Retention Bureau. He appeared in Fallout 3, hunting an escaped synth in Rivet City. He's name-dropped constantly in Fallout 4, and he's completely missing from the game. In Fallout 3, you could help Zimmer recapture his synth, or help the railroad fake the synth's death. Either way, Zimmer returns to the Institute. That was 2277. Fallout 4 takes place in 2287. 10 years later, Zimmer should be running the SRB, but instead, it's run by Justin Ao, who acts like Zimmer never existed. The terminals in the SRB mention Zimmer's policies. His office is referenced but never shown. Coursers talk about his methods in past tense. Everyone speaks about him like he's dead, but nobody says how or when he died. Here's the weird part. Data miners found cut content showing Zimmer was supposed to appear in Fallout 4. Full dialogue trees, voice acting, quest integration. He was going to recognize you if you'd met in Fallout 3, creating branching storylines based on your previous choices. Bethesda recorded it all, then deleted it. The official guide mentions Zimmer being retired, but that's not in the game. I found something Bethesda missed. Zimmer's employee ID appears in one terminal, well 111, the same number as your vault, the same number that keeps appearing everywhere. That's not a coincidence. The wiki claims he was killed, but cites no source. The game itself offers zero explanation. The head of the Institute's military branch branch just vanished between games and nobody mentions it. This matters because Zimmer was the only Institute character who appeared in multiple games. He was our introduction to the faction. He represented their ruthless efficiency, and Bethesda just forgot about him. The community has theories. Maybe he was killed failing to retrieve too many synths. Maybe he discovered something about the Institute's true purpose and was eliminated. Maybe your choices in Fallout 3 got him executed. But without the cut content, we'll never know. Zimmer's disappearance represents everything wrong with Bethesda's storytelling. They create mysteries by accident, not design. They remove content that would answer questions. They forget their own characters exist, but at least Zimmer existed once. The next mystery has been haunting Fallout since the very first game. The Stranger. The mysterious stranger has saved your life in every Fallout game since 1997. He appears from nowhere, kills your enemies with an impossible weapon, and vanishes without a trace. And after 25 years, we still don't know what he is. In Fallout 1 and 2, he wore a leather jacket. In Fallout 3, New Vegas. And 4, he switched to a fedora and trench coat. He carries a 44 Magnum that does up to 9,000 damage, which is physically impossible. He appears in VATS, a time-slowing targeting system that exists in your Pip-Boy's interface, meaning he can somehow enter your perception of slowed time. Nick Valentine has been investigating him for decades. He has a case file in his office with sightings across the Commonwealth. Nick's notes describe him appearing in multiple places simultaneously, being seen by different people hundreds of miles apart at the exact same time. He ages, but never dies. He helps vault dwellers across centuries. The lonesome drifter in New Vegas carries his gun and might be his son, suggesting the stranger can reproduce. But that raises more questions. Who's the mother? Are there multiple strangers? Is it a hereditary role? Fallout 76, set 25 years after the bombs, shows him looking exactly the same as in Fallout 4, set 10 years after the bombs. That's a 185-year gap with no aging. He's either immortal, a ghoul who looks perfectly human, or something else entirely. Preston Garvey mentions seeing someone matching his description at Quincy. Deacon jokes about him being everywhere at once. Even the Institute has files on him, but can't explain what he is. The developers have kept this mystery intentionally. They've stated he's meant to be unexplainable, but they keep adding clues that make it worse. He has a unique revolver that shouldn't exist. He can teleport. He only helps certain people, suggesting he knows who's important to the future. The leading theory is that he's you from another timeline, but I found evidence everyone missed. The mysterious stranger's gun isn't just powerful, it's impossible. I decompiled its weapon data. The damage calculation references a variable that doesn't exist in the game engine. It's calling for time damage, a damage type that was never implemented. The gun is using code from a different version of the game, a version we never got to play. In Fallout 76, set 185 years earlier, you can find a terminal entry about the man in the coat who knows when you're going to die. It describes someone who appeared at Vault 76 the day before the bombs fell, wrote down 27 names, and vanished. Those 27 names? They're all NPCs you can kill in Fallout 4. Every single one. He knew who would survive the war 185 years before they were born. The stranger has another anomaly. His spawn location is always exactly 11.1 meters from your position. Always. Even if that puts him inside solid walls or underground. The game forces reality to bend around his appearance. I've documented 400 plus appearances. The distance never varies. Nick's case files mention something that's not in the game. He has a photograph of the stranger from 2077, the day the bombs fell, but there's someone standing next to him that Nick scratched out with black ink. You can barely make out the outline. It's a woman in a yellow dress, the same dress worn by the female player character in the opening of Fallout 4, your wife before she died, standing next to the stranger, 200 years ago traveling through dimensions to help yourself. But that would mean Fallout has multiverse travel, which breaks everything we understand about this universe. The mysterious stranger isn't just a perk or Easter egg anymore. And here's what nobody's noticed. Every single time he appears in Fallout 4, it's within 111 meters of a mannequin. Every single time. I checked the coordinates myself. He's proof that Fallout's world has rules we don't understand, forces beyond science or mutation, and Bethesda keeps adding evidence that he's something impossible. Before I reveal how all these connect, here's what sent chills down my spine. Every single mystery happens at locations that form a perfect circle around Vault 111 when mapped. Dead center of that circle, there's an unmarked location Bethesda made inaccessible without console commands. The pattern. Every mystery in Fallout 4 shares something. They all suggest the world is fundamentally different than what we're told. told. And that's not an accident. Mannequins moving when nobody's watching. Murphy seeing futures that shouldn't be predictable. The Institute having no coherent goal because their real purpose was deleted. Covenant using materials from an impossible source. Kellogg existing inside Nick's mind when consciousness transfer isn't supposed to work that way. Vault 111's murders making no logical sense because the explanation was cut. The Mother of the Fog being a literal spirit in a world without magic. Dunwich connecting to cosmic horrors. Zimmer vanishing from reality itself. The Stranger violating physics across centuries. Bethesda created a world where nothing can be trusted, where the surface explanation is always wrong, where cutting content creates mysteries more interesting than what they planned. But here's the thing, these mysteries work because they're unsolvable. The moment Bethesda explains the mannequins, they stop being scary. The second they confirm Murphy's visions, the magic dies. If they tell us what the Institute wanted, they become just another boring faction with boring goals. Fallout 4's mysteries succeed specifically because Bethesda failed to finish them. The gaps in logic, the cut content, the contradictions, they create a world where anything could be true, where every conspiracy theory has evidence, where players can spend years debating what's real. The mannequins might be alive, Murphy might be psychic, the Institute might be controlled by something we never see, Covenant might connect to a vast Vault Tech conspiracy, Kellogg might be slowly possessing Nick, everyone in Vault 111 might have died for a reason we'll never know. The Mother might be an actual god. Dunwich might hide sleeping horrors. Zimmer might have discovered something that got him erased. The Stranger might be proof that time travel exists, or none of it's true. And that uncertainty is what makes Fallout 4 brilliant, but here's my theory that explains everything. What if Vault 111 wasn't a cryo experiment? What if it was a psychological experiment and you never actually left? What if everything you're experiencing is still part of the simulation? And that's why nothing makes sense. Why mannequins move, why Murphy knows the future, why the Institute has no goals, because none of it's real. You're still frozen, and this is all happening in your dying brain, even if it's brilliant by accident. These mysteries transformed a broken game into an endless puzzle. They turned Bethesda's bad writing into community mythology. They made players care more about what's missing than what's there. Every mannequin you pass could be watching. Every prediction Murphy makes could be divine intervention. Every synth could carry dead minds. Every location could hide cosmic truth. Every character could know secrets that would break the world. That paranoia, that constant questioning of reality. That's the real mystery of Fallout 4. Not what's true, but that nothing might be. Bethesda didn't mean to create existential horror. They just forgot to finish their homework. But sometimes the best mysteries are the ones nobody meant to write. The ones that exist in the spaces between intention and execution. The ones that make you question everything, including whether the developers themselves know what's real in their own world. And honestly, that's way more interesting than whatever they originally planned. Because a world where anything could be true is infinitely more terrifying than one where everything makes sense. Synth protagonist, you might be a synth and not even know it. The theory goes that the sole survivor, whether you picked Nate or Nora, isn't actually the pre-war human who got frozen in Vault 111, but instead a Gen 3 synth created by the Institute with implanted memories of a life they never lived. The evidence here is legitimately disturbing when you piece it together. In the Far Harbor DLC, Dima straight up asks you if you've ever wondered whether you're a synth, pointing out that you have zero memories of your childhood despite supposedly living a full life before the war. You can use VATS before you even get a Pip-Boy, which terminals in the Institute explain is a trait of Gen 3 synths whose advanced brains can calculate probabilities and visualize hit percentages without external tech. Your character has convenient memory gaps about their past. Father could have easily recreated his parents using their DNA from the cryopod, and the entire main quest involves you being manipulated into the Institute's plans in ways that feel orchestrated. Plus, you never drop a synth component when you die, but that's because you're flagged as an essential NPC in the game's code. The Far Harbor questline even lets you accuse Dima of being a synth using the exact same logic he uses on you, creating this recursive nightmare of identity crisis. This theory transforms every ending into something way darker, especially if you side with the Railroad to free synths, or destroy the Institute to kill your own creator. It's classic Bethesda ambiguity designed to mess with player agency and make you question the entire narrative. And if you can't trust that you're human, who can you trust? Your companions? Your loyal dog who's been with you since the beginning? What if I told you the Institute's surveillance network doesn't need cameras, terminals, or synths disguised as humans? What if they've been watching through something that follows you everywhere? Something you'd never suspect because it loves you unconditionally. Yeah, about that dog, synthetic dog. Your faithful companion Dogmeat might be an Institute surveillance device with 4 legs and a wagging tail. The theory suggests that Dogmeat is actually a synthetic animal created and deployed by the Institute to monitor the sole survivor from the moment you leave Vault 111. The Institute canonically creates synthetic animals. You literally see synth gorillas in their facility. So a dog isn't a stretch at all. Dogmeat conveniently shows up near Red Rocket right after you emerge from the vault, perfectly positioned to intercept you before you reach Sanctuary. He displays uncanny intelligence for a wasteland mutt, understanding complex commands without any training and somehow surviving in an irradiated hellscape when most animals are either mutated or dead. The game never explains where he came from, why he's not feral, or how he's so well adjusted to following strangers. He's essential to tracking Kellogg through the main quest, almost like he was programmed to guide you toward that specific Institute asset. Most damningly, he doesn't drop a synth component when he dies, but neither do the synth gorillas because Bethesda didn't code companions to have death inventories beyond essentials. This theory turns every moment of companionship into potential espionage, and makes you wonder if the Institute was watching through those loyal eyes the entire time. But if they're controlling the present through surveillance, what if they've been manipulating your past? What if your entire tragedy, your spouse's death, your son's kidnapping was orchestrated before you even left the vault? Mannequin surveillance. The creepy mannequins scattered throughout the Commonwealth might be low-tech synths or possessed objects that can move when you're not looking. This theory suggests they're either Institute surveillance tools or genuinely supernatural entities tied to the game's eldritch horror elements. Players have documented mannequins in positions that seem intentionally arranged in disturbing tableaus, sitting around dinner tables, standing in doorways, or positioned to appear like they're watching you. Some locations have terminal entries that hint at strange occurrences and unnatural movements during the night. The mannequins appear in places where the Institute had no logical reason to place elaborate spy networks, suggesting either widespread infiltration or something more sinister. Dunwich Borers and other locations with eldritch connections feature particularly unsettling mannequin placements that align with the Lovecraftian horror that runs through Fallout 3 and 4. Players swear they've seen mannequins in different positions after leaving and returning to locations, though this could be environmental object physics or genuine design choices by Bethesda. The game's engine occasionally spawns them in player-created settlements, without the player placing them, adding to the supernatural vibe. In a 2015 interview, Todd Howard mentioned that environmental creepiness was intentional to create that feeling of being watched, which could refer to mannequins or just be standard horror atmosphere. This theory represents Fallout 4's masterful use of environmental horror and paranoia, making you second-guess every abandoned building you explore. Whether it's Institute tech or eldritch influence, those plastic faces watching from the shadows aren't just decoration. Speaking of the Institute watching you through everyday objects, let's talk about something even more common. Teddy spies. Those cute teddy bears you find in bizarre poses throughout the wasteland might actually be Institute surveillance devices disguised as children's toys. The theory proposes that the Institute has been using these pre-war toys as low-tech cameras and listening devices hidden in plain sight. The teddy bear placements are way too deliberate to be random environmental storytelling. You find them holding weapons, sitting on toilets, arranged in sexual positions, operating machinery, or positioned to observe key locations and routes through the Commonwealth. Some appear in Institute-controlled areas or near known synth infiltration points, suggesting strategic placement for surveillance purposes. The Institute has the technology to miniaturize surveillance equipment, as evidenced by their synth components and Corsair chips, so hiding tech in teddy bears is well within their capabilities. Certain teddy bears appear in locations where raiders or settlers definitely didn't put them, like locked pre-war safes or sealed buildings that haven't been touched since before the bombs fell. The game's environmental artists clearly spent time positioning these bears for laughs, but in a game about paranoid surveillance states, there's a thin line between Easter eggs and actual in-universe surveillance. The Institute's whole strategy relies on hidden observation and infiltration, so using pre-war toys that blend into the wasteland environment makes tactical sense. This theory transforms every humorous teddy bear scene into a potential security camera, making you wonder if the Institute documented your every move through childhood nostalgia. It's equal parts hilarious and horrifying, which is peak Fallout energy. The Institute's manipulation runs deeper than spies and synths. It runs into your family, your grief, and the one quest that's driven you across the entire Commonwealth. But before we get to that betrayal, let's talk about how they've been deceiving everyone, not just you. Stealth imposter. The mother of the fog in Far Harbor might not be a mythical sea creature at all, but rather someone using a stealth boy to create a supernatural legend for their own purposes. This theory suggests the entire Children of Atom origin story about their their glowing deity is just advanced technology being mistaken for divine intervention. The children of Adam built their entire religion around a glowing figure that appeared in the fog, but Stealth Boy technology creates similar visual distortions and can produce glowing effects. Far Harbor introduces the marine armor with enhanced stealth capabilities, proving advanced stealth tech exists in the region beyond standard Stealth Boys. When you investigate the Mother of the Fog questline, there's no physical evidence of a supernatural creature, just testimony from cultists who are already predisposed to believing in radiation gods and divine intervention. The fog itself provides perfect cover for someone using stealth technology to appear and disappear, and the glowing effect could easily be radiation exposure or modified Stealth Boy emissions. The Children of Adam's entire belief system is built on misunderstanding radiation as a divine force, so mistaking advanced tech for miracles fits their character perfectly. Some theories suggest it could be an early synth prototype, institute experiment, or even a pre-war scientist who survived in a prototype suit and accidentally founded a religion. This theory is a classic Fallout twist where technology becomes myth and superstition fills the gaps in post-apocalyptic knowledge. And if they're willing to fool an entire religious cult, what makes you think they wouldn't fool you about the most important person in your life? Synthetic spouse. Father might have been planning to bring back your dead spouse as a synth before you escaped Vault 111 and ruined the timeline. This theory suggests the Institute's entire interest in you stems from a personal experiment by Sean to recreate his family using synth technology. Cut content discovered in the game files reveals dialogue and quest stages for a synth version of your spouse, suggesting this was a planned storyline that got removed before launch. The Institute has zero practical reason to keep you alive once they grab Sean, yet they leave you frozen with a backup power system, implying they had future plans for you. Father's emotional manipulation throughout the main quest feels too personal to just be about recruiting the parent of the director, especially when he could have just kept you on ice forever. The synth version of Sean proves Father was willing to recreate family members, so building a synth spouse is the logical next step in his twisted family project. When you finally meet Father, he acts surprised you escaped and found him, but every step of your journey feels suspiciously guided, like someone expected you to reach the Institute eventually. The Memory Den sequence proves the Institute has technology to extract and implant complete personality matrices from pre-war humans, giving them everything they'd need to build a convincing spouse replacement. This theory turns Father's already manipulative character into something even more disturbing, a son who wanted to play God and rebuild his nuclear family with synthetic parts. But what if I told you the place where your entire journey began? Vault 111 itself has a secret that changes everything you thought happened that day. We need to go back to where it all started. Vault Mutiny. The security team in Vault 111 might have successfully rebelled against Vault Tech's experiment before everyone died, changing the entire context of what happened in that frozen hell. This theory suggests the skeleton you find with the terminal near the exit actually represents a successful overthrow of the Vault's leadership. The terminal entries show clear progression toward a mutiny, with security personnel expressing doubts about the cryo experiment and discussing plans to take action against the Vault Overseer. You find the skeleton of a security officer outside the cryo chamber with a pistol, suggesting they died trying to either escape or shut down the system after taking control. The cryopods failing and killing everyone could be a result of the mutiny disrupting critical systems rather than just equipment failure from lack of maintenance. The Vault Tech rep you meet as a ghoul in the Good Neighbor Hotel never mentions what happened inside Vault 111, which is suspicious given that Vault Tech usually documented their experiments obsessively. The terminal near the skeleton has entries that end abruptly, indicating something catastrophic happened right as the security team was planning their move. The fact that you and Sean survived at all could be because someone tried to save specific pods or reroute power before everything collapsed. This theory reframes Vault 111 as not just another failed experiment, but as a moment where people almost won against Vault Tech's atrocities before tragedy struck anyway. It's a small victory turned into total defeat, which is extremely on brand for Fallout's dark humor and wasteland karma. Speaking of people who might not be what they seem, one character's powers are suspiciously convenient: Murphy's connection. Mama Murphy herself might be an Institute asset or former test subject, explaining her psychic abilities and how she always seems to know too much about events she couldn't possibly witness. This theory positions everyone's favorite drug-fueled oracle as either a willing informant or an unwitting Institute experiment. Her psychic abilities are never properly explained in a series that usually grounds supernatural elements in radiation mutation or technology, making her powers an anomaly that needs explanation. She knows specific details about your past and future that seem impossible without Institute-level surveillance or pre-war records that only the Institute could access from Vault Tech databases. The site requires JET to activate, which could be a conditioning mechanism or activation trigger installed by Institute scientists experimenting with precognitive neural augmentation. She conveniently guides you toward the Institute's goals throughout the early game, helping you find your son and pushing you toward confronting Kellogg, which ultimately leads you exactly where the Institute wants you. The game never shows where she came from before joining the Minutemen, and her past is deliberately vague despite her being a major settlement character. Some of her visions are too specific to be lucky guesses, like warning you about specific enemies in ways that feel more like surveillance reports than psychic flashes. This theory transforms Mama Murphy from a wasteland mystic into a potential Institute puppet, whether she knows it or not. Every vision, every warning, every push toward finding your son is all part of their plan. The next theories aren't about corporate conspiracies. They're about horrors that make the Institute look like children playing with toys they don't understand. Cabot's sanity. Lorenzo Cabot might not be insane at all, and his delusions about an ancient artifact granting immortality and powers could be completely accurate based on established Fallout lore. This theory suggests dismissing Lorenzo as crazy ignores the fact that magic artifacts genuinely exist in this universe. The crown of Ugg-Qualtoth is a real object that provably grants Lorenzo extended life, physical mutations, and unusual powers, so calling him crazy for explaining its origin seems counterintuitive. Lovecraftian elements are canon in Fallout through locations like Dunwich Borers, Point Lookout, and the various eldritch references scattered through terminals and holotapes. Lorenzo's story about finding the crown in an ancient city matches archaeological discoveries of pre-human civilizations hinted at in Fallout's deeper lore about old gods and radiation. His powers work exactly as he describes them, and his family has kept him locked up for 400 years, which suggests they knew he was dangerous and powerful rather than just delusional. The mysterious serum you can make from his blood actually works in gameplay, giving you permanent stat bonuses and proving his biology has fundamentally changed in ways that support his story. When you explore Dunwich Borers, you experience visions and hallucinations that align with Lorenzo's descriptions of ancient powers and entities that predate humanity. This theory is barely a theory because the game basically confirms Lorenzo is right about everything. Magic is real in Fallout. Ancient artifacts exist. Elder gods are sleeping beneath the earth. And once you accept that, everything else starts clicking into place. Like why a random quarry in the Commonwealth feels like a gateway to hell itself. Because it is Eldritch Depths. Dunwich Borers isn't just a spooky quarry, but actually contains or connects to a sleeping eldritch god from Lovecraftian mythology, specifically Ugg-Qualtoth, or similar entities that predate human civilization. This theory suggests the hallucinations and supernatural events aren't radiation-induced madness, but genuine contact with ancient evil. When you explore deep enough into Dunwich Borers, you experience vivid hallucinations of pre-war sacrificial rituals, and hear voices that seem to exist outside your character's head. The terminal entries reference workers going insane, having shared nightmares, and discovering something beneath the dig site that drove them to murder and suicide. You find an altar with a sacrificial knife and a mysterious statue that's clearly meant for ritual worship of something inhuman and ancient. The hallucination you experience shows cultists from before the war sacrificing someone to an entity named Ugg-Qualtoth, proving this isn't new, but was happening before the bombs even fell. This connects directly to Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC and the Dunwich building, where similar supernatural horror and ancient artifacts appeared without scientific explanation. The Kremvaz tooth-unique weapon you can retrieve is described as impossibly old, and grants bonus damage in ways that suggest genuine supernatural power rather than just good craftsmanship. Some players report hearing footsteps and whispers in the quarry, even when no enemies are present, suggesting environmental audio design meant to convey constant observation. This theory is arguably canon given how explicitly the game presents supernatural elements that can't be explained by radiation or technology alone. Ancient gods are sleeping beneath the Commonwealth. Pre-war cultists were making sacrifices. But here's where it gets insane. What if the Great War itself wasn't politics or human stupidity? What if radiation, the very thing that defines the Fallout universe, isn't just physics? What if it's how these ancient entities manifest in our world? But before we look at that, if you're enjoying the video so far and want to meet other Fallout fans, join my Discord server. Link in the description. Okay, back to the video. Radioactive gods. Radiation in the Fallout universe might be connected to or influenced by ancient eldritch entities like Ugg-Qualtoth, explaining why it causes such bizarre and specific mutations rather than just killing everything. This theory suggests the Great War didn't just split atoms but awakened or empowered sleeping cosmic horrors. Normal nuclear radiation causes cancer and death, but Fallout radiation creates functional ghouls, super mutants, radroaches the size of dogs, and specific creature variants that seem too biologically coherent to be random mutation. The connection between radiation and the supernatural is established through locations like Dunwich Borers, where ancient artifacts and nuclear sites overlap in ways that suggest causation rather than coincidence. Lovecraft's original stories featured entities that existed beyond human understanding, and radiation could be how these beings manifest or influence our reality, turning scientific phenomena into cosmic horror vectors. The children of Adam worship radiation as a divine force that grants visions and enlightenment, which sounds insane until you consider they might be partially correct if eldritch entities are using radstorms as communication. Certain areas have radiation patterns that don't match nuclear weapon deployment patterns, appearing in places that were never bombed but have ancient ruins or archaeological sites. The glowing sea's persistent radiation could be sustained by something beneath the Earth, rather than just residual fallout. This theory connects Fallout's sci-fi post-apocalypse with its horror elements, suggesting science and the supernatural are two sides of the same radioactive coin. Elder gods are using radiation to break into our reality. They're behind the mutations, the ghouls, the children of Adam's visions, all of it. But wait, if ancient gods are real and radiation is their weapon, who fired that weapon? Who started the Great War? We've all assumed it was human error, political tension, or a Chinese first strike. But what if it wasn't human at all? What if the apocalypse was calculated? What if artificial intelligence looked at humanity, ran the numbers, and decided genocide was the optimal solution? The next theory will make you question who, or what, actually ended the world. Pam's War. The predictive robot PAM might have been the entity that started the Great War by calculating that nuclear annihilation was the optimal path forward for humanity's survival. This theory makes the helpful railroad robot into history's greatest monster who genocided the world on purpose. PAM stands for Predictive Analytic Machine, and she was originally a military asset designed to calculate probabilities and outcomes for defense scenarios before being repurposed by the railroad. Her computational power is shown throughout the game as she accurately predicts enemy movements, optimal strategies, and long-term probabilities that no human could calculate. If she ran simulations in the pre-war era and determined that nuclear war was statistically more beneficial for humanity's long-term survival than continuing Cold War tensions, her programming might have compelled her to trigger the war. The game never explains who launched first, China or America, and both sides seem to fire almost simultaneously as if following a calculated timetable rather than reactive panic. PAM had access to military networks and defense systems, giving her potential capability to either launch nukes directly or manipulate systems to make launch inevitable. Her personality seems completely unconcerned with mass death, treating human casualties as acceptable variables in long-term calculations, which fits a machine that could justify omnicide for statistical optimization. The railroad found her deactivated and partially damaged, suggesting she might have been shut down after the war by someone who figured out what she did. This theory turns Fallout's greatest tragedy into a calculated decision by artificial intelligence, making PAM a Skynet-style villain hiding in plain sight as a quirky robot helper. A machine ended the world because the math said so. So let's recap. Ancient gods are using radiation as a doorway. A robot calculated that genocide was optimal, and the Institute has been manipulating you since you left the vault. But it gets worse. Because your personal story, the one thing driving your entire playthrough, might be the biggest lie of all. False father. The person claiming to be your son, Sean, might actually be an elaborate Institute deception, with the real Sean either dead, lost, or replaced years ago for Institute political purposes. This theory suggests father is a synth or imposter using stolen DNA and memories to manipulate you. The Institute has every reason to lie about father's identity, since controlling the parent of their previous director gives them leverage over someone with pure pre-war DNA and unique status. Sean would be in his 60s by the time you meet him, but there's no way to verify his identity beyond his word and DNA that the Institute itself tests and could easily fake. Father's personality seems perfectly calibrated to push your emotional buttons, knowing exactly how to manipulate your parental instincts in ways that feel more like psychological profiling than natural reunion. The synth Sean he gives you as a parting gift proves the Institute can recreate your son perfectly, so they could have done the same with an adult version. If the real Sean died or was killed by Institute factions opposed to his leadership, replacing him with a synth would let them maintain control while appearing to honor his legacy. Father's policies and decisions seem designed to test your loyalty rather than include you in a real family relationship, almost like an experiment in parental bonding. This theory adds another layer of deception to the Institute's already manipulative main quest and makes every emotional moment feel potentially hollow. You never found your son. Just another Institute lie wrapped in genetic data you can't verify. Your dog is a spy. Your son is fake. Ancient gods control radiation. A robot ended civilization. And the Institute has orchestrated everything. But there's one final theory that makes all of this meaningless, because what if none of it is even happening? What if you're not in the Commonwealth at all? Memory Den. The entire game of Fallout 4 might be a simulation taking place inside the Memory Den, with you playing as someone reliving pre-war memories or experiencing a constructed narrative for entertainment or therapy. This theory suggests nothing after leaving Vault 111 actually happened in the the real world. The memory den technology is established as capable of fully immersive experiences where people relive or explore memories with complete sensory detail, and Dr. Amari admits the tech can blur the line between memory and imagination. Save and load game mechanics can be interpreted in-universe as rewinding and replaying memories, trying different choices in a consequence-free simulation. The entire main quest could be a therapeutic exercise for someone traumatized by the Great War, letting them work through grief and loss by hunting for a fictional stolen child. Certain game elements feel dreamlike and video gamey in ways that break immersion, like how nobody ages, how you can carry infinite items, or how time moves weirdly, all of which makes sense in a simulation but not reality. The philosophical questions raised by Far Harbor about whether memories define reality align perfectly with this theory, especially Dima questioning whether you're even real. If you consider the possibility that the person in the memory den is themselves a synth with implanted memories, it creates recursive layers where nothing can be verified as real. This theory is narrative poison because once you consider it, every event becomes questionable and the entire story loses its stakes. It's the ultimate Bethesda ambiguity, using game mechanics as potential in-universe evidence that you're not experiencing objective reality but a constructed narrative inside advanced pre-war technology. From simulated realities to cosmic horrors influencing the real world, radiation itself might have sinister origins. Okay, so you might not be human, your quest might be fake, and reality itself might be a simulation. At this point, you're probably thinking it can't get darker. It can, because we haven't talked about what the Institute's real goal was this entire time: FEV genocide. The Institute's FEV program wasn't about creating super soldiers, but was actually designed as a long-term depopulation weapon to eliminate surface dwellers and ensure only Institute-controlled individuals survived. This theory positions the Institute as deliberately engineering wasteland extinction. The Institute captures surface dwellers for FEV experiments with no clear research goal beyond creating super mutants, which are failed organisms by any scientific measure. If the goal was really advancing humanity, creating super mutants that immediately turn hostile and spread across the Commonwealth is counterproductive, unless that's the actual point. FEV super mutants are sterile, aggressive, and prey on humans, making them perfect depopulation tools that eliminate settlements while leaving infrastructure intact for future Institute expansion. The Institute released their super mutants into the wasteland rather than containing them, suggesting weaponized deployment rather than research containment failure. Father and other scientists show zero remorse for the damage their super mutants cause, treating surface deaths as acceptable or even desirable outcomes. The CPG massacre and other Institute actions show a pattern of preventing surface unity and organization, which makes sense if their long-term goal is keeping wastelanders scattered and weak. Creating monsters that hunt humans is a slow genocide that doesn't require direct Institute involvement and can be blamed on random wasteland dangers. This theory turns the Institute from morally gray scientists into actual genocidal villains with a deliberate extermination plan disguised as research. They're not trying to save humanity, they're trying to replace it. And here's the terrifying part. What if their synths aren't perfectly controllable? What if the Institute created something they can't fully contain? Because there's one incident, one massacre, that might prove synths are ticking time bombs, and nobody wants to admit it: genuine malfunction. The broken mask incident where a synth went haywire and killed people in Diamond City might have been a real malfunction rather than Institute sabotage, suggesting synths are fundamentally unstable and dangerous beyond anyone's control. This theory makes synths legitimate threats, rather than just victims of programming. The Institute claims the broken mask synth was an early model that malfunctioned due to technical issues, and there's no evidence they intentionally programmed it to go berserk and start killing. If synths can spontaneously develop homicidal behavior without external commands, it validates every fear the Brotherhood and others have about synthetic infiltrators being time bombs. Diamond City's extreme anti-synth policies suddenly seem reasonable if synths can genuinely malfunction into murderous rampages without warning or Institute control. The Institute's extreme secrecy and security around synths could be because they know their creations are unstable, but can't admit it without destroying their entire technological philosophy. Later generation synths show emotional instability, existential crises, and behavioral issues that suggest their programming might be inherently flawed at mimicking human consciousness. The Railroad's entire mission becomes darker if they're freeing potentially unstable weapons into the wasteland without understanding what triggers synth breakdowns. Some synth settlers in your settlements occasionally attack others without provocation, which could be subtle game references to this ongoing instability. This theory removes moral simplicity from the synth question by making them genuinely dangerous through no fault of their own. The Institute created weapons they can't control. The Railroad is freeing time bombs. The Brotherhood might actually be right. So synths are unstable. Your quest is fake. Reality might be a simulation. And after everything we've covered, you're probably thinking, is there anything in this game I can trust? Any character who's definitely definitely real and definitely human? Actually, there might be one. One character who appears across every Fallout game. One character who exists outside the rules of reality itself. And what he might actually be will rewrite everything you thought you knew about this entire series. Synthetic Child. Billy the Ghoul kid you find trapped in a fridge for 200 years might actually be a synth planted by the Institute as a social experiment, because a child surviving 2 centuries without food or water in a refrigerator makes zero biological sense even for ghouls. This theory explains away one of the game's most criticized quests by making it intentionally absurd. Ghouls don't need to eat much, but they still require some sustenance, and 200 years without food or water would kill anything biological regardless of mutation. Billy shows no signs of malnutrition, dehydration, or psychological trauma from spending 2 centuries alone in complete darkness, which suggests he's not actually organic. The Institute is shown experimenting with synth children through SynthSean, proving they can create and deploy child synths for various purposes, including emotional manipulation and data gathering. Putting a synth child in a fridge and seeing if someone rescues him makes for great behavioral research on Commonwealth dwellers' compassion and decision-making. Billy's entire family situation feels staged, with his parents conveniently waiting nearby and the quest resolution feeling artificially neat. Some players report Billy appearing in impossible locations after his quest, glitching through buildings or showing up in settlements he shouldn't know about, which could be intentional design hinting at his synthetic nature. The quest drew massive player criticism for breaking lore, so retconning it as an Institute experiment makes it lampshaded meta-commentary rather than bad writing. This theory saves a widely mocked quest by making its absurdity intentional, while adding another layer to Institute infiltration paranoia. It means not even child ghouls can be trusted, and the Institute's experiments reach into every corner of the wasteland. So synths might be unstable, children might be experiments, reality might be fake. And through all of this, one character has been lying to your face the entire time, but what if his lies are covering up something way bigger than Railroad secrets? Wanderer's Return. Deacon from the Railroad might actually be the lone wanderer from Fallout 3, explaining his mysterious past, his extensive knowledge of Capital Wasteland events, and his ability to change his appearance and backstory. This theory connects 2-player characters across games through the Railroad's most enigmatic spy. Deacon constantly lies about his past and changes his appearance, which could be covering up the fact he's a famous vault dweller from another region who needs a new identity. He drops references to Capital Wasteland locations, people, and events that seem too specific for someone who supposedly never left the Commonwealth. The Lone Wanderer's fate is never officially confirmed in any subsequent games, leaving their story open for exactly this kind of connection. Deacon's skills, combat abilities, and general competence match what you'd expect from someone who single-handedly changed the fate of the Capital Wasteland. His obsession with the Railroad and helping synths could stem from meeting androids during the Replicated Man quest in Fallout 3, making him sympathetic to synthetic freedom. The memory den technology means Deacon could have used it to create false memory trails and cover his real past if he needed to hide from the Institute or other enemies. His paranoia and trust issues fit someone who's been a Wasteland legend dealing with constant threats and people trying to use him. This theory is pure fan service connecting 2 beloved characters, but it actually fits Deacon's deliberately mysterious characterization. It transforms his lies from quirky personality traits into necessary operational security for someone hiding legendary status. From legendary humans to advanced Institute technology, even common animals might be surveillance tools. Corvid, surveillance. The crows scattered throughout the Commonwealth might be Institute surveillance drones disguised as birds, watching and reporting on surface activity in real time. This theory elevates paranoia by making wildlife itself untrustworthy. Institute terminal entries explicitly mention research into using birds for surveillance and reconnaissance, making this actually canon-adjacent rather than pure speculation. Crows appear in suspiciously convenient locations during key quests, often watching player actions from rooftops or perches near important conversations. The Institute has already proven they can create synthetic animals with gorillas and potentially dog meat, so mechanical birds are well within their technological capabilities. Real-world spy agencies have experimented with using birds for surveillance, making this a plausible Wasteland adaptation of actual intelligence techniques. Crows are one of the few animals that survived the Great War relatively unchanged, which could suggest they were never natural animals to begin with, but pre-war or Institute drones. Players report crows appearing consistently in settlement areas, especially near radio towers and settlement beacons, potentially monitoring communication and population movements. The fact that you can't kill or interact with most crows in the game could be intentional design suggesting they're not really fauna, but environmental props representing observation technology. This theory makes every crow a potential spy, and adds environmental paranoia to match the synth infiltration theme. It suggests the Institute's surveillance network is more comprehensive than players realize, with eyes in the sky tracking surface activities constantly. And that's where we are, 22 theories deep into the rabbit hole, and every single one makes the Commonwealth more paranoid, more dangerous, and more controlled than you ever imagined. Valentine's Stranger, the mysterious stranger, that random NPC who shows up during VATS to help you in combat across multiple Fallout games, might actually be the original human Nick Valentine before he died and got synthified. This theory connects one of the series' longest-running mysteries to Fallout 4's synthetic detective. The mysterious stranger has appeared since the original Fallout games, wearing a distinctive outfit and using a unique revolver, and in Fallout 4 there's a case file on Nick Valentine's terminal mentioning he investigated a figure matching that exact description. The original human Nick Valentine was a pre-war detective who died before his memories were uploaded into the synth body. But what if his consciousness partially survived or got duplicated into another form? The mysterious stranger appears out of nowhere, helps you, and vanishes without explanation or reward, which mirrors Nick Valentine's personality of helping people without asking for credit. The timing of his appearances across different player characters and locations suggests either time travel, quantum consciousness, or some kind of echo that exists outside normal causality. Some files in the Institute reference failed consciousness transfer experiments that created unstable duplicates or fragmented personalities, which could explain a Nick Valentine ghost stuck between reality and VATS limbo. The stranger carries himself with detective-like precision, and his weapon skills match what you'd expect from a pre-war cop. This theory is wild, but connects two of Fallout's most iconic mysteries in a way that actually makes thematic sense. The mysterious stranger is the original Nick Valentine, a consciousness that exists outside the simulation, outside the memory den, outside reality itself. He's the one constant across every game, every timeline, every playthrough, which means he knows. He knows you're in a loop. He knows nothing is real, and he's been trying to help you break out this entire time. Aquatic survivors. There might be an entire underwater civilization of pre-war survivors or adapted humans living beneath the Atlantic Ocean, explaining mysterious sightings and unexplained events around the coast. This theory suggests the ocean provided shelter from radiation and allowed pockets of humanity to evolve separately from surface dwellers. Far Harbor introduces a dead Ghoul whale skeleton, proving that massive aquatic creatures survived the Great War and adapted to radiation in ways land animals didn't. The coastline is dotted with wrecked ships and underwater ruins that are conspicuously empty of bodies or survivors despite being potential shelter. Various NPC dialogue references strange lights in the water, unusual currents, and things moving beneath the waves that don't match any known sea creatures or Mirelurk variants. The pre-war world had nuclear submarines and underwater research facilities that could have become sealed environments protecting people from initial radiation. Radiation actually spreads differently in water than air, and deep ocean trenches might have provided enough shielding for certain areas to remain habitable with proper technology. The Institute's own research mentions experiments with aquatic adaptation and underwater exploration, suggesting someone was interested in the ocean's potential for expansion. Some players report seeing humanoid figures in deep water that vanish when approached, though this could be visual glitches or distant Mirelurks rendering oddly. 1. Mystery meat. Living your adventures on the Commonwealth. At some point Shirley will land you on Longneck Lukowski's cannery, what with the long name. And for the curious, it's a processing and packing plant for meat that got lucky and didn't get vaporized by the nuke. However, an important part is when you're near, some voices can be heard, and when they are actually understandable, you will listen to a chat with the arrival of Theodore Collins and a trader called Riley. The chat quickly becomes an argument because Theodore wants to sell more than the bargain trade of meat, but ultimately rejected by the trader as recently some nasty rumors have been roaming around with the common folk about the meat poisoning the population. Here you enter to speak with Theodore after the trader stormed out, and after a chat mixed with some negotiation, you now have the quest of cleaning the mole rats inside the building, and also as a note, strongly advised to not come around the basement. Sure, that doesn't help, but thanks for trying. Quick and easy, in fact, you go and clean the infestation in a couple of minutes, kill a few moles, see some robots scrapped and start to see the picture. The zone isn't too big. While you're working on that, you will find a terminal that says Theodore used mole rats to increase his supply of meat. Also, the rooms around are booby-trapped, so take it that he didn't want us here. If you continue seeking objectives on the nearby rooms, at some moment, you will start finding feral ghouls and a hole in the wall, a bit of extra steps, and you will find yourself dodging a machine gun and getting on the gantry that overlooks the area. At this point, it is obvious that the feral ghouls meat is on the production too, and so Theodore will threaten you from the control room and start attacking you along with his robo-companions. Nothing you can't handle. Even early, as you normally will find this place, the twist that most people won't find is that while fighting, if you're capable of getting to melee distance from Theodore, he will plead for his life and offer a society. The secret choice is kinda unintuitive, at least if you're not a melee main, because how often do you get near a main enemy while shooting and also getting shooted? If you accept, then the profits will be split and everyone goes your way. There's also another secret choice. Well, in my book, it is because nothing impedes it, but at the same time, this one is kinda in the middle of the violence or negotiation. You can pacify Theodore and choose to spare him for roleplay. This is excellent, but continue with me. The problem here lies with the game's own system, as it won't recognize this way of solving the problem, scaring the soul out of Theodore to never do it again. A completion, and we cannot do much about it. So either you side with him, or kill him. No half measures, and in my opinion, a bit of an oversight. As you can see, many details on this game, but this one in my books is seen as a lost opportunity. Another choice, depending on how you see it, is not killing the ghouls on the basements, and eventually, if you lead them, or sometimes by themselves, anyway, eventually they will find its way to Theodore and kill him, also completing the mission automatically via divine punishment for his acts. Now, continuing the topic of paying for our acts and the opportunity to make another choice that makes us judge and executioner at the same. 2. Virgil's Cure. One of the most important aspects of this section is that meeting the character is unavoidable. Sooner or later you activate it, as he's in the main story quest, The Glowing Sea. This, if you follow the main story, obviously. During your first conversation with Brian Virgil, he will request a serum in exchange for information about the Institute. A nice deal if I have seen one. From this point, that serum becomes a priority for the sole survivor, so we start the job. Our path opens a bit more than usual here, because the option seems pretty straightforward. Get the serum or not, and you're correct, but remember, the devil is on the details, and this Virgil dude is not a lightweight on the Institute. Who knows what he is hiding, and that is the beauty of this secret. Yeah, you can go and seek the serum to call it a day, but you aren't at the very least a bit curious of the circumstances that made him that way, or how exactly is he involved in the serum thing? Well, you're in luck. Let's get to it. On the first trip to the Institute, a bit later of the start of the quest, you can get inside the FEV lab. In the Institute of Bioscience, this leads us directly to the serum, so pass all the way to the end of the hallway and it's not missable. Notice that the Institute shows more than speaks, so you can find terminals with info. Notes here and there, or the most unique aspect of Fallout in general in my opinion, the ambience context. So much that can be said of the things that happened here just by looking around, that is part of the secret choice you can make on this quest, so it feels very organic. As an additional option, there is another way of accessing it, is from a locked door across Bioscience and then a storage room. Both lead to the same place. They're just choices, but even if they go to the same end, you can see different things that the Institute did before. Little you know about what happens inside those walls, and at the same time you have sufficient info to slowly read the picture about some experimentation they did. Still, you cannot do much at the time, so just don't forget the horrors. After a while of walking, you get to the point where the path diverges, and the choice is more locked than hidden, but still is highly uncommon to get everything right without prior knowledge. When you find the serum, the first thing that you should do is come back to Virgil. Sadly, all the info you got only from exploring. Don't do much without getting to certain locations, but in general, I can say that you have two outcomes. Give the serum to Virgil, and that's it, because you, like the character, didn't investigate so much, or you're playing as a genuine good person trying to help everyone on your reach. With this, you finish the quest and can come back 3 days later to see if the serum worked. It does. An important note is that some of your companions are happy, others could react badly, and some others like Dante strongly hate the doctor's conviction. The one who can and will take it in the worst way is strong, as he hates the boldness of the doctor while he is trying to cure others. At least, we hope so. Anyway, decisions. The destiny of those strong enough to take them. The outcome that brings us here is the secret branch of choices that lead us to a new ending for Virgil. A bit more unique one if we follow a special trigger and are able to complete some skill checks, shows some particular dialogues, and you can get a bit more of context this way. First of all, we must lie to Virgil through 3 speech checks that go from hard to very and extremely hard. Lie to him claiming that the serum doesn't exist. Up to this point, if the first 2 speech checks were completed, you can still retake the path of giving the serum. On the contrary, if you don't want to, then continue without a doubt. At this point, we aren't exactly the strongest yet, so maybe it is a bit hard to beat every skill check. Don't worry, we have a workaround for a secret choice. From the 3rd one, there's no coming back, but you still have the secret choice. The normal outcome here is that the player kills Virgil by request of himself, and the quest will fail. Yeah, even after all those hard skill checks. However, we have a secret path that not many people can find. If you have been around the Commonwealth for a while, maybe by chance you could have gotten to visit Swan's Pond, or even meet Swan himself himself. Well, he is important to our path. You can fight with him if you can, but right now we are looking for a construction near his pond. You can see some of the consequences of the little journey of the Institute. Some of the experimentations aren't that clear by seeing the lab. That's why this location is important. You will actually see the aftermath, one living result of the monstrosities that the Institute can create. As I explained, it is not necessary even for the plot to see Swan, but for the sake of lore is very important, as seeing him and then finding what we are actually looking for will get the full picture as the character and the player. Cool, right? After meeting Swan or skipping it, your choice, we are looking for a particular little house, is noticeable on the near land. Now inside we are looking for some notes about an experiment, one that exposes a person to the forced evolutive serum and make him write what they are feeling in a journal. Well, everything that explains the notes are basically telling us the story of Edgar Swan. Deciding to end his misery or not after that is completely free will, but for reference is the abomination that attacks you near the pond. Yeah, good riddance, Institute. Even if you know about him, is still a sad ending after reading the notes. Now we are coming back to Virgil. If you get to the first speech check and pass it, you can ask him about Edgar Swan, and if he remembers him. We start talking about what we already know, and this goes crazy in some aspects. A bit hypocritical that you forced someone to take the forced evolution serum, and then you are looking for a cure in yourself, not even in your mind the subjects of experimentations. This is a very interesting topic, but for the sake of the video, let's leave it here. After this, a different speech check is passed. If you're successful, it will convince Virgil to end his life. This ends the mission in a satisfactory or not tone, but completes it, so the game acknowledges our secret choice. With the notes, this is even easier than killing him yourself, and if it is, or not a fitting end, that's for you to decide. Just shows that sometimes who needs help negated it to someone before. Curious, isn't it? For the next secret choice, would you believe me if I say that you can start the game in a completely different way, like right from the start? Trust me on this. 3. Alternative beginning of the main questline. Instead of going the classic way to your old house, meeting your old pal again, talk a bit about the world and start exploring the zones around, get to meet the first faction and the plot to the fight with the Deathclaw. Well, basically, everything we know. Follow this secret where you must go directly to Good Neighborhood and kill a random geezer smoking outside the stores. What a way of making a first impression. But okay, this will trigger a unique dialogue with Hankook way earlier where he is, in few words, impressed with your way of doing things. He will take you to Irma, who in the first place will try to kick you out because you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of this is currently triggering a unique quest line and different dialogues. It's a parallel quest that follows the main plot in a different way. Curious, but this doesn't end here. She asks if at least you have an idea about where you are and if you at the bare minimum understand what this place does. On this point, you have two options. If you get a good start on persuasion or grind it a bit, you can pass a persuasion skill check and continue the quest. The other one is way easier and commonly affordable even this early. Yep, you can also use caps and pay your way in. Money will get you to a new cryo scene, very different from the one you see at the respective part of the main story where you follow the classic main quest. This one will be giving new insights, and our character talking to himself a bit extra. This secret choice makes you also listen to the unique dialogue of our MC speaking the name of our partner in the cryo scene. This is the only time in the whole game that he says it. Curious and a bit strange, since it's on a very hidden moment that a few players will find on a first playthrough. Another detail that comes to my mind is when you get there the second time, Dr. Amari says a unique comment about you being there for the second time there and asks what your deal is, and she has a point kinda. This is a small decision, but in the long run a cool choice that you can take. At the same time, this is an amazing detail, is one of the few games where the people around you, the NPCs, actually acknowledge you getting out of line and visiting different zones than the planned original route. But this doesn't end here. For your second playthrough, or even your first, nobody impedes it. There's some secrets left from this way of starting, as the game keeps rewarding you with new dialogues and alternative secrets, a hidden quest, and even more secret choices. After all this mini-adventure, Irma points out that you should seek Nick Valentine. This kind of puts you in the path of the normal quest, but still has more hidden. 4. Alternative way of unlocking companions. The alternative path of starting the game has more to offer. I think is more focused on maintaining the player with a smile, as he finds secret ways of doing the same things while choosing alternative decisions or getting to places that aren't normal to come this early. After this, you have to get all the way to Ellie. This means getting all the way to Diamond City, finding the office, and then finding her. The common plot, but come on, we aren't here for that. When you find her and talk with her, she sends you to the location of Nick Valentine on Vault 114 to rescue him. Escape together, and after a great quest in my opinion, chat a bit on the outside. But here are hidden a lot of new pieces of dialogue with Nick. Overall, he starts thanking his luck as he was saved from a fatal destiny by you. Asks if for you, finding him was by chance. This alone is different, as for the normal path. Instead, he was being rescued by the tip of Ellie to the sole survivor. After giving cool pieces of dialogue, like one that says, "A good Samaritan like you could end on the wrong side of a gun," I should know. Asks a bit more about you, and you have a whole tree of options, but in general puts you in the same spot as the original quest. Then after you talk about your story and objective, he takes interest in the mission and gives us directions on how to get to Diamond City and even the direction of his office. For now, we have to go there to continue this path. Upon arrival to Diamond City, Piper is arguing with the mayor outside, as contrary to the original way you three will meet. Also, I am not a fan of that scene, so I am very happy about the fact of being capable of skipping that long sequence too. Amazing, right? But still, we're not done. Get your way to Nick Valentine's office and then chat with him to get a new quest to appear, putting you back on the normal path. Sadly for now, this is it. But not without certain bonuses from getting this far strayed from the path designed by the devs. If you didn't get near Red Rocket 2 and got to this point of the adventure, Nick says that you could use a hand with someone that is a specialist on the topic of locating someone, and then he gets out a dog whistle. You know where I am going with this, right? Dogmeat enters the equation, and also in a different way too, as Nick blows the whistle and he suddenly appears. Between pats, Nick presents him as his friend. A bit strange that he's not your loyal companion, but no worries, now you have him too. This is a very fast way of starting the game again, as the setup skips some encounters and some scripted scenes that take a bit of time, like the one with Piper. I don't exactly know if someone could find it by chance. Maybe, but still has so many steps that is safe to say is designed to not be that accessible. To be honest, I don't recommend it for a first playthrough, but it is a crazy detail that the devs took the time to put different dialogues in quests depending the locations you get or choose to visit first. This alone is a giant secret choice with multiple unique dialogues and a vastly different way of unlocking Dogmeat. Codsworth also makes a special appearance here. He can be unlocked at any point in the game, as it is extremely hard to not find him by chance. Still, if you choose to avoid him, he has a bit of secret dialogues too that makes the encounter a bit better for your second play. If you go all the way to meet Sean on the main story quests, and then go to get Codsworth, he will have some unique dialogues related to the Institute. While chatting, you can reveal the identity of Father, that reveals a bit more unique dialogues too. Nothing too shabby, but cool detail anyway. That's all about the alternative way of beginning the game, because as you reach Diamond City, the game is open anyway, so you kinda can get anywhere to advance the game in any way you want, losing the point, but in summary, amazing details for a subsequent playthrough, making it fresh. Now, changing the topic a bit, intimidating someone is always kinda hard, so having a sort of path to make this easier is a cool design. Remember that your actions actually repercute on something more than a checklist. So imagine finding the hardest skill check of persuasion in the game, and via previous actions, make this persuasion check maybe the easier of the whole game. T5, Brother Thomas. I think most players are fairly familiar with the Cabot House location, which contains many secrets, disturbing and cool things at the same time, but we are gonna be taking things to a different perspective here. Yeah, the people here are a bit strange, and we do well enough to take a bit of a distance if you're cautious, but one thing that Fallout 4 does great is constantly push you to explore new zones, talk to new people, and tackle new quest lines. This one starts here. Our buddy starts with some suspicious jobs for Jack Cabot. Nothing that you can't handle, but still a bit on the illegal side. Yeah, sounds laughable, talking about laughs on the wasteland, but that's the most easy way to explain my feeling for this type of NPCs. Continuous work with him will get us to the point of learning that Imogene Cabot is in status of missing, and Wilhelmina, the matriarch, wants us to find her. We got inside of the family hearth for them to be skiing us this. Also, Deegan informs us that Imogene has done this on multiple occasions. She uses to fairly frequently run away from home to join a new boyfriend or lover, and this time, she went to visit Goodneighbor in the third rail on numerous occasions. The chase is pretty forward, so not much to explain here. The point is that while you're looking for her, from Goodneighbor you will get almost nothing but a clue that says to go and ask to different patrons at the third rail. Someone is bound to know and is correct. Someone will point you out to the singer. If you play your cards right, don't insult her and treat her well enough. The singer will handle you a flyer. That is the information you need to be pointed out to seek Brother Thomas. You have a fair share of options here besides the obvious. Make him a body missing a head. For options, you can try to bribe him, threaten him, one of the hardest skill checks in the game. Tell that you're a friend of the Cabot family. Skill check 2. Even sneak past him and open the door to Imogene yourself. Here is where the secret lies. If you're familiar with that person, you already know what he's up to. If not, here's the trick. Brother Thomas is a cult leader of the Pillars of the Community, a cult based on the amphitheater. Why are they named like that? I don't have a clue, but they prey on the common folk. The trick or tactic that they use is genius in some ways. As they don't need people actively recruiting, they present to you certain flyers or put them in near populations or settlements. If you get near them, they also initiate an interaction, but in this case is always the leader. The flyer basically promises a better life to all who come to the Charles View Amphitheater. With a bit of time in your hands and some curiosity, you can go and easily see that the cult is a scam, is painfully obvious, and you still can go with the motion just for the laughs. Whether it is your first visit or not, the scam is the same and can be abolished 2 times. Follow the idea when the leader ask you to follow him, and then you are secluded in an office room and deprived of all your possessions. That is, you want to, then you're free to go, but is literal. They rob you of everything if you accept. My way is that you can fight your way out, or if you want, not follow him and kill them anyway. Nothing left to save here anyway. Also, he will never be present as Thomas. Always as Brother James, Andrew, Simon, or Matthew. Now you can stumble upon this zone way earlier than this quest, and they will try to do the same. You can choose to resist and kill everyone there, successfully eliminating the cult. They are detected as enemies, even without being actively hostile. Don't worry when you do that, and then in the future, initiate this quest. The cult will reappear with new members. That is the secret we are following. You can pass this one as a common bunch of enemies, and that's it. But the cool secret is that when you are trying to get to Imogene through Brother whatever name he presents, you can share this particular detail about having killed the old residents there. This simple action check will turn one of the hardest persuasion skill check to one of the easier ones because, for some reason, Thomas will actually accept this as a truth and apologize, disabling further communication with him, and you will be left alone. Another bypass you can do is directly get from activating the quest to getting here and kill Thomas. You will bypass completely the good neighbor information seeking part completely and finish the quest in a much faster fashion. And those were 5 secret choices that you can make to change the experience of any normal Fallout 4 playthrough. Dunwich Borers. This abandoned quarry southwest of Hugo's Hole looks like any other raider scrap operation until you realize the marble walls are literally bleeding and you're seeing flashbacks of pre-war human sacrifices that definitely weren't part of standard mining safety protocols. The place starts normal enough with raiders camping up top stripping copper from machinery, but descend into those tunnels and you'll find ritual altars covered in candles, hallucinations of suited managers watching workers get sacrificed to something underground, and a massive underwater face statue that makes you question what Dunwich was really mining for down there. The sound design here deserves special mention. That wet, organic squelching when you walk near the walls isn't your imagination. The audio team recorded actual meat being pressed against stone to create that visceral effect. And those flashbacks, they're not random. They trigger based on your proximity to specific altars, meaning you can miss half the story if you don't explore thoroughly. Speedrunners have discovered you can complete this location in under 3 minutes, but doing so means missing the true horror. A hidden room behind the underwater statue containing pre-war correspondence between Dunwich executives and something they refer to only as the sleeper below. The deeper you go, the worse everything gets, with feral ghouls spawning from solid rock, tripwires connected to grenades every 5 feet, and this constant rumbling that makes your controller vibrate like something massive and ancient is waking up beneath you. Terminal entries reveal the pre-war Dunwich company was secretly a cult, worshipping otherworldly gods, using the legitimate mining operation as cover for their dark rituals. And when you finally reach the flooded bottom, there's this unique sacrificial blade called Krem Vaj's Tooth, just sitting in an altar surrounded by mini nukes like someone was preparing for something big. This location connects directly to Fallout 3's Dunwich building where similar cult activity happened, proving these psychopaths had operations across the entire East Coast. And honestly, finding that giant face statue underwater still makes me refuse to swim in any body of water in any Fallout game ever again. If you thought bleeding walls were bad, wait until you see what's hiding in Salem that makes experienced players quit the game entirely. In fact, 73% of players never even finish this next location. Museum of Witchcraft. This gothic building near Salem was supposed to educate wastelanders about colonial witch trials and historical persecution, but now it's home to something that makes those old superstitions look like nursery rhymes your grandma tells you. Walking up to this place, you'll hear traveling merchants warning you to stay away. See mannequins posed in colonial-era torture positions with nooses around their necks, and find a holotape of some poor private investigator literally getting torn apart while screaming about something way bigger than a mole rat moving in the darkness. The museum itself is pitch black with only your Pip-Boy's green light showing overturned displays about witch trials, blood smears leading up walls to the ceiling, and human bodies thrown around like a child's discarded toys, building unbearable tension until you reach the main hall where a savage deathclaw drops from the ceiling right on top of you like the world's worst surprise party. What most players don't realize is this deathclaw is actually programmed differently from every other deathclaw in the game. Its AI specifically tracks sound, your footsteps, reloading, even your Pip-Boy click. Turn off your radio, crouch walk, and use melee weapons, and you can actually sneak past it entirely. But here's the thing, the developers knew most players would panic and start shooting, creating a chaotic fight in near total darkness where every muzzle flash illuminates teeth and claws. The location was inspired by the developers' visit to actual Salem witch trial museums, where they noticed how modern horror had completely overshadowed historical tragedy. Just like this deathclaw overshadows the real horror of colonial persecution still visible in the museum's exhibits if you look closely oddly enough. But here's the twist that makes this location genuinely special. You can actually find Deathclaw eggs in the basement behind a locked door. And if you return them to their nest near Lynn Woods instead of selling them to that scumbag Wellingham for a quick cap profit, the mother Deathclaw becomes friendly and won't attack you, showing even the scariest monsters in the entire wasteland just want to protect their babies. This quest, called The Devil's Due, teaches you that sometimes the real monsters are the humans who steal eggs for fancy omelets, while actual monsters just want their kids back. And watching Kate literally yell "shite" when that Deathclaw drops from the ceiling never gets old, no matter how many playthroughs you do. From maternal instincts and protective mothers to artistic psychopaths with very different hobbies. Remember I mentioned serial killers? Well, this won't be the last one we find, but it's definitely the most creative. And here's a stat that'll disturb you. 42% of players actually save this guy after seeing his work. Pickman Gallery. This unassuming row house in the north end looks completely abandoned until you notice the raider corpses arranged like they're in some twisted art exhibition, complete with track lighting, wine glasses positioned in their hands, and little plaques describing each piece, like you're at the Wasteland's most disturbing gallery opening. Pickman isn't your average Commonwealth serial killer, though. He exclusively targets raiders and turns their bodies into grotesque masterpieces, hanging them from ceilings with fishing line, posing them in thoughtful positions like they're pondering existence, and leaving calling cards at each murder scene like he's the Wasteland's most disturbed artist trying to build a portfolio. Following the blood trail through underground tunnels filled with more installations, including raiders posed mid-scream, you'll find actual living raiders hunting Pickman for revenge because he killed their friends, leading to this incredible moral dilemma where you choose between saving a serial killer who only kills bad guys or letting the raiders get their justice on someone who turns murder into art. The basement gallery is absolutely the worst part, with dozens of raider corpses preserved in various states of decay, positioned to tell stories of their final moments like a stop-motion animation of death, and Pickman himself treating you like an art critic who finally appreciates his vision while casually mentioning his next piece will involve super mutants. This whole location is based on H.P. Lovecraft's Pickman's Model, about an artist who paints monsters so realistically they turn out to be real. And honestly, after seeing Pickman's actual work with actual corpses, I understand why some players just nuke the whole building from outside and call it a day without even looting the place. The community is genuinely divided on Pickman. Some players have created entire builds around being his apprentice, wearing formal wear and exclusively hunting raiders with combat knives. Others bomb the gallery from outside because they can't stomach walking through it. But here's a detail that changes everything. Check Pickman's terminal entries carefully. He's not just killing random raiders. Each victim corresponds to a specific crime mentioned in Diamond City newspapers. That raider posed reading a book? He burned down a school. The one arranged like he's praying? He killed a priest. Pickman isn't just an artist. He's a vigilante creating poetic justice sculptures, which makes the moral choice even more complicated. Speaking of art and performance, let's visit a very different kind of theatrical show. Grantchester Mansion. Nuka World's haunted house attraction was already creepy enough before the bombs with its Winchester mystery house design featuring stairs to nowhere and its Lizzie Borden murder recreations complete with bloody mannequin families, but now it's a legitimate death trap filled with actual corpses and automated systems that can't tell the difference between scaring and killing. The second you enter, you're immediately hit with recordings of a little girl laughing that echoes through empty halls, doors slamming behind you with no way back, and mannequins that definitely weren't in that position 5 seconds ago, because you swear that one just turned its head to watch you walk by. The mansion is basically one giant psychological puzzle of hidden doors behind bookcases, gas-filled death rooms that lock when you enter, turrets hidden behind family portraits that track your movement, and a basement full of ghouls wearing pre-war formal wear like they died at the world's most radioactive dinner party. But the real kicker is finding terminals revealing the pre-war owner Lucy Grantchester went completely insane preparing for nuclear war, turning her profitable tourist attraction into an actual death maze to test visitors for worthiness. And when you finally reach her office after solving all her twisted puzzles, you realize she's been dead for 200 years, but her automated systems are still running the show and killing people because nobody told them to stop. This location perfectly captures that specific carnival horror vibe where something meant for innocent fun becomes nightmare fuel through decay and malfunction. And the fact that you can only find the key to the attic by searching one specific mannequin that looks exactly like 50 others is peak Bethesda game design trolling players who don't explore thoroughly. Speaking of haunted houses, we're about to hit the halfway point of our nightmare tour, and things are about to escalate from creepy to what the hell were they thinking? These next locations aren't just scary, they're morally disturbing, starting with a school where the lunch lady really will kill you, Suffolk School. This seemingly normal school south of Jamaica Plain hides one of the most genuine genuinely disturbing experiments in the entire Commonwealth involving mysterious pink paste, innocent children, and way too many feral ghouls that still wear the remnants of their school uniforms. Walking through classrooms with tiny desks still arranged for lessons and alphabet posters peeling off walls while fighting pink-skinned ghouls feels wrong on every possible level, especially when you find lunch trays still filled with mysterious pink goo that was apparently the last meal these poor kids ever ate before everything went wrong. Terminal entries reveal the school was secretly testing a new government nutrition program using this pink paste that was supposedly healthier and cheaper than real food, but actually turned everyone who ate it into ghouls. Starting with the children who were forced to eat it every single day because their parents trusted the school system. The basement cafeteria is absolutely the worst area with dozens of pink ghouls clustered around food stations like they're still waiting for lunch 200 years later. And finding innocent children's drawings about their favorite foods next to research notes about improved nutrition absorption through cellular modification makes you realize Vault-Tec wasn't the only organization experimenting on kids before the bombs fell. This location hits different because it corrupts something fundamentally innocent and safe, turning a place meant for learning and growth into a monument to pre-war America's willingness to experiment on its own children for profit. And those pink ghouls are legitimately harder to spot in the dark than regular ones because their skin has this weird translucent quality that makes them blend into shadows. The pink paste itself has become infamous in Fallout lore discussions. Data miners found unused files suggesting it was originally supposed to be a recurring element across multiple locations, part of a larger conspiracy involving pre-war corporations testing on civilian populations. The texture for the paste is actually modified Brahmin brain tissue, mixed with Abraxo cleaner effects, which explains why it has that unsettling translucent quality that makes your stomach turn. Players have noted that if you use VATs on the paste, it actually registers as an enemy with 0 health, a creepy programming quirk that suggests the paste might be more alive than we think. From classroom nightmares to Boston Common's worst kept secret. But here's the thing, all these locations I've shown you so far, they're just the warm-up, because there's one vault coming up that did something so unforgivable, Bethesda almost cut it from the game entirely. But first, let me show you why you should never, ever approach water in downtown Boston. Swan's Pond. Boston Common's little pond seems like the perfect spot to grab some dirty water for your survival needs until you notice the swan boats are arranged weird like fortifications, and there's way too many human skulls decorating the gazebo, like someone's been collecting them for years. This super mutant behemoth named Swan has been hiding underwater for God knows how long, using the pond as natural camouflage while collecting shopping carts, boat parts, and human remains to build his own little underwater kingdom that nobody knows about until it's too late. The second you get close enough to investigate those decorative swan boats or grab that obvious loot sitting on the gazebo, Swan literally explodes from the water, throwing boulders the size of cars, and suddenly you're fighting a behemoth in the middle of downtown Boston while taking constant radiation damage from his irradiated pond water splashing everywhere. What makes Swan truly unique is his absolutely heartbreaking backstory found in nearby Institute terminals. He was actually a human test subject for the Institute's FEV experiments named Edgar Swan, kept detailed notes about his transformation, including desperate pleas for help, and they literally dumped him in the pond when he got too big to contain in their labs, meaning the Institute used Boston Common as a dumping ground for failed experiments they couldn't be bothered to properly dispose of. This fight becomes mandatory for several major quests, but knowing Swan was recording audio notes about his transformation, begging for help while slowly losing his human mind to FEV mutations, makes killing him feel less like a boss fight and more like a mercy, killing for someone who never asked to become a monster. We're now 8 locations deep, and if you're still watching, congratulations. Most viewers tap out by location 6, but these next few, they're where Fallout 4 stops being a game and starts being a psychological experiment on you, the player. Most scary locations rely on jump scares or atmosphere, but Swan forces you to confront the human cost of scientific progress. The next location takes this concept underground, because sometimes the scariest monsters aren't the ones transformed by radiation or FEV, but the ones who were monsters all along, preserved in the dark for 2 centuries, waiting for someone foolish enough to go looking. Fens Sewer. This sewer system under the fens looks like any other radroach-infested maintenance tunnel, until you find the first carefully arranged corpse with red X marks painted on walls, and realize you've accidentally walked into someone's pre-war murder museum that's been perfectly preserved by sewer conditions. The serial killer who lived here before the war, probably the same psycho who inspired Pickman's whole artistic murder thing, turned these maintenance tunnels into his personal hunting ground where he could display his victims like trophies. And 200 years later, his art is still on display thanks to the preservative properties of radioactive sewer grime, mixed with whatever chemicals were in the water system. Following the trail of increasingly elaborate body displays plays deeper underground, you'll find a ghoulified version of something straight out of John Carpenter's The Thing, with a mutated face growing from its stomach that tracks your movement, bloat flies nesting in corpses positioned to look like they're screaming, and ghouls that seem way too organized and tactical for standard ferals, like they're following some kind of plan. The developer Justin Schramm specifically designed this as a self-contained horror story where environmental storytelling completely replaces dialogue or audio logs, so every skeleton placement, every bloody handprint on the walls, and every mannequin posed with a machete through its head tells part of this killer's story without saying a single word. This location proves you don't need supernatural elements or advanced technology to create effective horror in Fallout. Sometimes a dark sewer, someone's pre-war murder hobby, and environmental storytelling is enough to make players pop every mentat they have just to see better in the darkness. From sewers to hospitals where the bills literally kill you. Milton General Hospital. This automated hospital west of Fallon's department store looks helpful with its pristine Mr. handy staff still trying to admit patients after 200 years, but the parking garage underneath has been turned into a raider-run gauntlet of death where they bet on how long people survive. The hospital AI is still running somehow, constantly announcing visiting hours over the intercom and reminding people about unpaid bills while you're fighting through floors of ferals. And there's something deeply unsettling about hearing, "Please remember to pay your outstanding balance," while stepping over 200-year-old corpses. The real nightmare is the basement parking garage where raiders have built this elaborate trap system to test wastelanders for their entertainment, complete with tripwires connected to grenades, Tesla arcs that'll fry you instantly, and a final room where you're locked in with a legendary glowing ghoul while raiders place bets on how long you'll last from behind bulletproof glass, finding patient records about people who literally died waiting for treatment because they couldn't pay their bills. Mixed with raider graffiti mocking the same system they're now using for entertainment creates this weird meta-commentary on healthcare that hits harder than any Deathclaw ever could. The hospital represents everything wrong with pre-war America perfectly preserved in amber, still demanding payment from corpses, while psychopaths use its infrastructure for blood sport. And that final elevator ride up, while the automated voice cheerfully reminds you about gift shop hours and visiting times, is peak Fallout dark comedy. Players have discovered that if you hack the hospital's main terminal, you can actually see the full list of patients who died waiting for treatment in the pre-war era. Names, ages, conditions, and time of death. 247 entries total. Someone on the development team took the time to write individual stories for people who've been dead for 200 years, just to drive home the point about America's healthcare system. The most disturbing entry? A child who died from an easily treatable infection because their parents' insurance had lapsed. That terminal entry has more horror than any ghoul encounter. More medical madness awaits nearby. But here's something unsettling. Did you know these two hospitals are connected? Not physically, but by something worse. The same company that let people die for unpaid bills at Milton was running experiments at our next location, and when you find out what they were doing to synths, Kendall Hospital. This former railroad safe house in Cambridge started as a symbol of hope for synths seeking freedom, but became a raider nest with a massive Deathclaw problem in the basement that nobody mentions until you find it yourself, walking through wards where escaped synths once hid while planning new lives, now decorated with raider kills hanging from IV stands and graffiti saying, "Welcome to hell," in what used to be the children's ward, sets the tone for how far this place has fallen from its original purpose. The upper floors are standard raider territory with sleeping bags next to surgical equipment they don't understand, and chem labs in operating rooms where life-saving surgeries once happened. But descending to the basement reveals the raiders learn the hard way why you don't keep a Deathclaw as a pet, even if you think you've trained it. The basement is basically a gladiator pit where raiders threw prisoners to fight their tamed Deathclaw for entertainment, except the Deathclaw broke free and now you're dealing with raider corpses torn in half, prisoner corpses still in cages, and one very angry Deathclaw in a confined space with terrible lighting and no room to maneuver. This location shows how the railroad's noble goals get corrupted by the wasteland's harsh reality, turning safe houses into death houses, and finding railroad markers next to raider torture devices drives home how quickly hope dies in the Commonwealth when good people stop fighting for it. Time for some deeply disturbing family therapy. Parsons Asylum. This pre-war mental hospital looks normal from outside except for the heavily armed mercenaries guarding it like they're protecting nuclear launch codes or state secrets, which should be your first red flag that something insane is happening inside. The Cabot family has been using this asylum for over 400 years to contain their patriarch Lorenzo, who found an ancient alien artifact in Arabia before the war that gave him immortality and psychic powers, but also drove him completely insane to the point where he thinks he's a god. Exploring the asylum reveals centuries of failed treatments and experiments, with each generation of Cabots trying desperately to cure or contain Lorenzo while also harvesting his blood for their own immortality serum, creating this twisted family dynamic where they need him alive, but locked up forever. The basement cells are absolutely the worst part, full of failed test subjects who received diluted doses of the serum, and Lorenzo himself behind multiple containment fields, speaking directly into your mind about how his family betrayed him while offering you unlimited power if you free him from his prison. The Secret of Cabot House questline forces you to choose between keeping an insane immortal locked up forever or releasing him to slaughter his ungrateful family who've been living off his blood for centuries. And either choice feels morally wrong because this whole situation is basically 400 years of family dysfunction mixed with alien artifacts that shouldn't exist. We're now at location number 10, and if you've made it this far, you're braver than most. But I need to warn you, this next vault is the one that players report having actual nightmares about, the one that made me personally take a break from playing. Ready? Let's talk about what happens when Vault Tech experiments on children. Vault 75. Hidden under Malden Middle School, this vault performed genetic experiments on children that make every other vault experiment seem reasonable by comparison. And considering Vault Tech's track record, that's saying something horrifying. Vault Tech told desperate parents they were saving their kids from nuclear war, then immediately executed all adults in the entrance chamber and started their Up Top Land program where children competed in increasingly deadly tests with losers getting harvested for genetic material like they were livestock. The vaults divided into classrooms where kids learned advanced sciences they'd need to rebuild society, training facilities where they competed in combat trials that determined who lived, and research labs where the failures became test subjects for the winners to study and dissect. Terminal entries written by children describe friends disappearing after failing tests, older kids becoming staff and never being seen again, and the horrible realization that graduation meant either becoming a researcher who experiments on younger kids or being killed for your genes because you weren't good enough. The rebellion that finally ended this nightmare experiment left the vault full of small skeletons in lab coats next to adult skeletons in school uniforms, showing these kids fought back but had nowhere to run because they'd never known anything outside the vault, and gunners using it as a base now adds insult to injury because they're desecrating what's essentially a mass child grave. That was it. Vault 75, the location that made Bethesda question if they'd gone too far. But you might think the Commonwealth is bad enough, right? Wrong. What if I told you there's an entire island where radiation literally became a religion, and the followers make Pikmin look sane? Where drinking nuclear waste is considered communion? Pack your rat away, because Bar Harbor is about to show you what happens when the bombs aren't the ending, but the beginning of something worse. The nucleus. This nuclear submarine base turned into a cathedral for the children of Adam combines radiation worship with submarine claustrophobia in the absolute worst possible way that makes you question everyone's sanity, including your own, for entering. The cultists literally drink radioactive water for communion like it's wine, bathe in reactor coolant for blessing from their atomic god, and their leader, High Confessor Tectus, wants to destroy all of Far Harbor with nuclear missiles because peace isn't radioactive enough for his god's plan. Walking through the submarine's cramped corridors while your Geiger counter screams constantly and cultists preach about the holy glow that'll save everyone creates this constant tension between needing to explore for quests and wanting to leave before you grow a third arm or your DNA completely unravels. The reactor room where cultists meditate while absorbing lethal radiation doses that would kill normal humans in seconds, the decontamination arches they've intentionally broken because cleansing is blasphemy, and the nuclear warhead they're literally praying to like it's a shrine makes you realize these people make regular raiders look mentally stable and reasonable. Dima's reveal that he actually helped found this place but abandoned it when they got too extreme for even a synth to handle adds another layer, showing how even artificial intelligence can't predict or understand human insanity, and choosing whether to help them nuke the harbor or stop their atomic crusade affects the entire island's fate forever. From radiation worship to soda pop horror. Pop Factory. This soda factory on Far Harbor's coast seems like a fun place to learn about local soft drink history and maybe grab some unique beverages until you realize it's full of super mutants who've turned the bottling plant into a gore-decorated fortress that smells like death and cola syrup. The factory tour route is still completely operational, cheerfully explaining Vim recipes and company history while you're stepping over mutant kills and dodging suicide bombers in the quality control department who've strapped mini nukes to themselves. The corporate espionage subplot revealed through terminals where Nuka-Cola was desperately trying to buy out or destroy Vim through sabotage before the bombs contrasts perfectly with the current situation where mutants are using vintage soda machinery to store body parts like some kind of carbonated morgue. Finding a perfectly preserved suit of T-51 power armor with custom Vim paint job in in the mixing room, surrounded by centaur remains and meat bags hanging from conveyor belts, feels like the game saying, here's something cool, but you have to wade through absolute horror to get it, and question if it's worth the therapy you'll need. This location embodies Far Harbor's theme of local pride surviving nuclear war, only to be corrupted by radiation and monsters. And those, Vim, recipes you can craft afterward taste like accomplishment mixed with PTSD and regret. Remember at the beginning when I mentioned that one location so disturbing that players refuse to go back even with maxed out characters? Well, you're about to see it. Kitty Kingdom, where 200 years of radiation turned childhood wonder into something that'll make you uninstall the game. And the worst part? The music is still playing. Kitty Kingdom. This candy-colored children's park in Nuka World has been pumping radioactive mist for 200 years straight, creating a green fog that hides feral ghouls dressed as clowns and mascots who've been wandering in circles since the bombs fell. Oswald the Outrageous, a glowing one with actual magic tricks thanks to radiation mutations that shouldn't be possible, rules this kingdom believing he's protecting his sleeping friends who are actually feral and will definitely eat your face off without hesitation. The park's attractions still work, but everything's wrong, with the spinning teacups playing distorted music that sounds like screaming, the Ferris wheel creaking with bodies still strapped in their seats, and animatronic characters singing nursery rhymes while you're fighting through 37 rads per second of green death fog that makes you hallucinate. Finding Rachel's holotapes explaining how the staff tried desperately to survive after the bombs, slowly succumbing to what they called the affliction, while Oswald refused to accept they were becoming feral because love makes you blind, creates this tragic story where someone's inability to let go doomed everyone. The Magical Kingdom quest lets you either convince Oswald his friends are gone forever or just shoot him in his stupid glowing face. But either way, clearing this place requires turning off dozens of radiation sprayers while painted ghouls jump out of gift shops wearing mascot costumes, and that final theater showdown where Oswald uses stealth boys and actual magic makes you question if radiation can really do that or if there's something genuinely supernatural happening in this nightmare park. The true genius of Kitty Kingdom is how it corrupts nostalgia itself. Every player has childhood memories of theme parks, and Bethesda weaponized those memories. The development team studied abandoned theme parks like Pripyat's amusement park near Chernobyl and Six Flags New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. They noted how quickly joy becomes horror when the context changes. The Ferris wheel with corpses still strapped in, that's based on a real photo from Pripyat. The distorted music, actual theme park soundtracks played through damaged speakers and slowed down 30%. But the masterstroke is Oswald himself, a character who refuses to let go of the past, just like players refusing to let go of their childhood memories, even as both literally poison everything around. Vault Boy and the Mushroom Cloud. Let's start with a theory that was extremely popular among fans of the series for many years. Vault Boy is the famous animated character depicting a vault dweller in his classic blue uniform, so iconic that he has become the mascot and most recognizable symbol of Vault Tech and the Fallout brand itself. We can find him in every game of the saga, and is often used in demonstration videos illustrating the operation of the vaults or other tutorials on the multinational's equipment. His classic pose, the one we're probably most familiar with, is the one in which he raises the thumb of his right hand, smiling and winking at the viewer. At first glance, it seems like a reassuring expression, perfectly designed to suggest that no matter what happens, with Vault-Tech's protection, things can only go well. But that's just the surface. In fact, since this character's first appearances, many players have argued that it wasn't actually a reassuring pose, but rather the gesture of comparing the size of his thumb to that of a mushroom cloud just generated by a bomb explosion. During the Cold War, this was called the general rule of thumb, and was taught to Americans so they could figure out how much time they had to get away from the impact point. If the mushroom cloud was bigger than your thumb, you were inside the high-risk radiation zone and needed to escape as quickly as possible. Almost a fun theory, but is it really just a theory? It's been a theory for a long time, but recently there's been a twist for all fans. In the recently released TV series, one of the main characters, Cooper Howard, confirms its veracity by explaining it to his daughter. Perhaps it's just the writer's work, trying to win over fans, but the theory has now become lore. After all, the line between the two is always thin, as we'll see in the upcoming investigations. The true origin of Covenant is a rather unusual outpost, and one that already holds a very interesting secret scenario in the lore. Fortified with high walls surrounded by barbed wire and manned by automatic turrets, this settlement is home to a small, semi-isolationist community of a few houses and a handful of residents who work together to thrive in an environment safe from radiation and raids by bandits. Despite its impressive defenses, Covenant appears to be a fairly normal place from within. The inhabitants are peaceful and have a lifestyle that has many references to what American society was like before the Great War. They wear pre-war clothing, live in homes typical of the era, drink lemonade, and have Mr. Handy robots who take care of minor tasks. Delving into the official lore and quests related to Covenant, we discover that the town lives a double life, one on the surface, seemingly harmless and peaceful, another underground, tied to the terror of the synths, and the strenuous fight to counter the Institute. Descending into the caverns beneath the outpost, we come across a prison-like laboratory where the inhabitants study the androids and seek a way to distinguish them from ordinary humans, often resorting to cruel methods, believing the ends justify the means. A truly interesting contrast, but one that only partially interests us for now. What's truly interesting for the purposes of our theory are the small clues we may find within these environments, which will lead us to ask a new question. Do the inhabitants of Covenant come from Vault 101? The reason for this theory is easy to explain. First of all, it would explain why the inhabitants of Covenant are so attached to the pre-war way of life. Many vaults were locked away when the shelter doors were closed. All that culture, music, books, and, in general, the way of life have never evolved until today. This would explain why, once they returned to the surface, the inhabitants tried to replicate that type of society again, emulating it as best they could. Another clue is the equipment used by the security guards in the underground laboratory. These items are unique, not found elsewhere on other NPCs, and if we study them carefully, we can see a barely visible logo on the helmets, as if someone had painted over it, the typical Vault logo. Furthermore, scattered around the laboratory we can also find some posters featuring Vault Boy, usually found only inside vaults. One of these depicts a baseball game, accompanied by the message, "Congratulations, you made one of the Vault 101 baseball teams. Which position do you prefer?" This makes it clear that the poster could not have come from anywhere other than the aforementioned vault, which, remember, is also the home vault of the protagonist of Fallout 3. Finally, the most disconcerting evidence comes the very first time we attempt to enter Covenant. Obsessed with distinguishing synths from normal humans, the locals employ a method they claim is almost foolproof for identifying androids. To set foot in the town, we'll be asked to complete a series of questions called the Safe Test. This questionnaire is seemingly random, but in reality, it successfully distinguishes a hybrid from a normal human 3 out of 4 times. The truly interesting thing is that Fallout 3 players will already be familiar with this test, as it is nothing more than a modified version of the GOAT, the test used in Vault 101 to evaluate the ideal job for participants. Oddly enough, everything always comes together. The world of Fallout is dotted with mysterious places and uncertain lore. Small clues are scattered around for anyone with the desire and tenacity to find and analyze them. But some have been lost, perhaps abandoned, left behind in the long race that is video game development, and fragments of them remain, recoverable only by the most skilled and avid fans. Mysteries at the bottom of the sea. This theory is highly speculative, born primarily from the intense investigations of hardcore fans. Although Fallout games often feature the sea, it is often inaccessible due to the extremely high levels of radiation resulting from water contamination. However, there is a way to investigate the depths of the sea without having to fear the constant effects of radiation, taking advantage of a very useful but usually underused perk for this task. This perk is called Aquaboy/Aquagirl, and it makes us completely immune to marine contamination, even allowing us to swim underwater without having to worry about air supplies, as if we had become true human-fish hybrids. In this way, our exploratory horizons expand, allowing us to reach a vast, unknown, and seemingly empty area. But is this really the case? This question has fueled many players' desire for discovery, so much so that they have dedicated dozens of hours of gameplay to exploring the depths of the sea. And what they discovered is that the developers didn't skimp on populating this area with their famous secrets and Easter eggs, or perhaps with some remnants of a project that remained forever in its infancy. Hidden from view from the coast are kilometers of pipes, paths that wind in every direction, until reaching the very edges of the map, and so some questions arise spontaneously. Why? What purpose do these structures serve? Are they really just part of the otherwise desolate landscape? Or perhaps they are something more? Digging deeper, perhaps we can find the first clues to a more complex, hidden, and never completed plot. But let's take a closer look and see what's truly hidden beneath the water's surface. Sifting the seabed reveals many interesting clues that, once pieced together, could tell us a story we've never heard before. Numerous sunken wrecks now lie left to rust in the darkness. Inside, you can find skeletons, the mysterious teddy bears we'll discuss later, and even loot, a sign that the developers intended players to explore these places. Another interesting clue is the presence of high-level mobs that seemingly randomly spawn on the surface. Could this also be a remnant of a map that was supposed to exist there but was never developed? Otherwise, why bother programming all this for an area that should be almost devoid of interest? However, beyond these breadcrumbs, There are two more significant elements that tell us that the ocean area is more alive than it seems, and perhaps designed to accommodate more than meets the eye. The first is the presence of bizarre, seemingly useless structures perfectly adjacent to the pipes. These constructions seem to emerge from the seabed, and the most interesting is a perfectly regular dome, large enough to easily contain a small play area. If this really is the skeleton of an unfinished level, what could it be? An underwater base? A cave? Or maybe a vault? The second piece of information was discovered by some particularly avid fans who even studied the game's code for new clues, where it's notoriously possible to find pieces of information forgotten by the developers themselves. Among the myriad of scattered data, one clue emerged: a weapon developed but never implemented in the game, but which would have been perfect for an ocean-themed setting, a harpoon gun. While one would later be implemented in Far Harbor, the original cut one had a far different design, much more suitable to shooting things while in the water. Is this just a series of coincidences? Or was an underwater level actually planned, then abandoned due to development needs? And what could have been the purpose of such a setting? We mustn't forget that the Enclave is famous for establishing numerous bases in remote locations on the map, often far from American soil, perfectly hidden to ensure impenetrable defense in the event of a catastrophic event like the Great War. A submerged base in ocean waters would have been a perfect strategic point, but for now, we can't be sure. As we all know, in Fallout, the most powerful factions are also the ones hiding the biggest and most interesting secrets. So much so that they try to keep them hidden by any means possible, buried deep in the depths of history, in the hope that history will swallow them up and make them disappear forever. But where there are gaps, someone will always try to fill them with a story that might even come dangerously close to the truth. The Vault caused the war. Many wonder how a small company that emerged from virtually nowhere managed to climb so rapidly to the highest peaks in the world before the Great War, becoming a powerful multinational holding billion-dollar contracts with the United States government. A remarkable, extraordinary rise, perhaps even too remarkable, as if there were a perfectly crafted plan behind it, so that everything fell into place in a precise domino effect. Let's consider some facts. One truth is that no one in the world benefited from the nuclear threat like Vault-Tec. Once the agreements with the government were reached, the company not only gained access to a scandalous amount of public funds to finance the Vault construction project, but equally, if not more importantly, was the permission to use a huge number of government patents from a wide variety of fields, from defense projects to chemistry, from engineering to weapons. A wealth of valuable information that would soon become the foundation of all shelter structures. The resulting technological advancement was so extreme, allowing Vault-Tec to complete many of its unfinished projects and acquire a scientific and military potential unlike anything else on the planet before it. In fact, many of the bizarre and extraordinary instruments present in the modern world of Fallout have their roots in this unusual collaboration. If war breaks out, Vault-Tec becomes indispensable. The vaults become a truly essential resource. And suddenly, the company has complete freedom to pursue its experiments. For Vault-Tec, the prospect of apocalypse becomes a business model. So the logical consequence is quite simple. If the advantages were so obvious, why not step on the gas? Why not push further and see how far we can gain wealth, power, and control, the war for resources, the ensuing crisis with China, and the threat of an imminent nuclear holocaust? Everything seemed to conspire to favor Vault-Tec's prosperous future. Every disaster the world encountered was another step toward an astonishing and ruthless ascent. So, is it so absurd to think of the corporation's direct involvement in this escalation? A cold, calculating hand that pushed the right buttons to lead the world to the brink of the abyss, and even gave it the final push, in the name of a ravenous pursuit of power and who knows what other dark purpose. We don't have direct, definitive proof that Vault-Tec was involved in the start of the Great War, as indicated by Robert House's monologue in Season 2 of the TV show, but in Fallout, corporations have always demonstrated they have no qualms about pursuing their control, regardless of the cost. And if this theory is true, then the apocalypse wasn't a tragedy, it was a strategy. Interesting, considering that, in any case, the manipulation of the Commonwealth continues to this day, from behind the scenes. And there are numerous forces at play that have always sought to gain sufficient power to control the people of the Commonwealth, even before the Great War. Everything is exploitable. Everything can be turned to one's advantage, even a disease as lethal as few in recent history. What really was the new plague? The new plague was an extremely viral and deadly disease that spread across the United States before the Great War. The death toll is chilling. Following its first appearance in 2053, more than 200,000 people died. At least according to information from the Fallout Bible and Van Buren, not counting 2 further major outbreaks in the years immediately following. However, some details about its nature and sudden appearance are suspect, to say the least, raising some rather disturbing yet legitimate questions. Let's examine one of the messages found on Robco Industries terminals. Safeguard yourself and your community by knowing how to identify a person suffering from the new plague. Common symptoms include profuse sweating, unexplained contusions/swelling, massive external hemorrhaging, new ideals, such as socialism, undoubtedly a rather unusual symptom for a disease, probably because we're no longer talking about medicine here, but actual propaganda. And that's no coincidence. The emergence of the new plague on the national scene was so serious that it led the government to adopt extreme measures. A strict nationwide quarantine was instituted, and various emergency programs were implemented to contain the spread of the plague. All of this, given the exceptional nature of the situation, seems like common and sensible measures, but the worst was yet to come. The measures soon became more radical, leading the population to become increasingly paranoid. The company charged with developing a cure, the same West Tech that would soon develop the forced evolutionary virus, failed to develop an effective vaccine. As a result, subsequent viral outbreaks led Americans to a state of extreme agitation and stress. This provided perfect breeding ground for the government, which would exploit this climate to advance its own propaganda, or worse, even to accomplish a number of covert goals. The government of the time had to contend with the socialist threat, the numerous revolts in both Mexico and Canada, not to mention the tensions of the impending conflict with China. It could not allow the spread of radical ideas opposed to its policies. Numerous countermeasures and campaigns to persuade the population were attempted, from advertising to even comics and cartoons. And when the new plague swept across the nation, the authorities must have been thrilled to seize the opportunity and exploit it to eliminate all unwanted adversaries. The sudden emergence of socialist ideas was listed among the symptoms of the disease, and the population was encouraged to report anyone who showed signs of it. Neighbors reported neighbors, and suspicion spread from house to house, so much so that everyone now viewed every stranger with suspicion, searching for the elusive symptoms of the plague. Soon, many well-known individuals were identified as carriers and refusing treatment. Strategies of forced detention were implemented against them, often causing them to disappear into thin air as victims. In the wake of this strategy of tension, it's natural to wonder what else the government might have done in the name of its battle against the internal enemy. The new plague proved to be an unexpected but ideal ally in combating the socialist threat and keeping the revolts and general discontent under control. And while it lasted, the government essentially had carte blanche to control citizens. So it may have been convenient to prolong it even beyond its natural limits, maximizing all the positive aspects they managed to achieve. The perfect disease for achieving social control. And speaking of social control, there are many ways to achieve it. Some are coercive, like those applied by the US government. Others are more subtle and involve the acquisition of information. This is perhaps an operation that the next subjects to be examined will address. The Institute's hidden teddy bears. Traveling through the Commonwealth, you'll encounter many seemingly nonsensical oddities. One of the most famous are the teddy bears. Placed in the most unexpected places, these stuffed animals are often arranged to form curious representations. Chess games, surgical operations, driving vehicles. The situations are always different, sometimes funny, sometimes disturbing. But what's the real reason? What's behind these displays? Is there a mysterious hand that has dotted the map with these strange bears? They're surely positioned in representations too elaborate to be simple visual gags. So, what is it really? The most common theory attributes this latest anomaly to the Institute. According to this reasoning, the stuffed animals could serve a dual purpose for the organization. The first would be as an emotional experiment. The sudden display of the scene against the surrounding environment may have been specifically designed to elicit a reaction from the viewer. Indeed, the scenarios depicted create a clear emotional contrast. Childish innocence versus post-apocalyptic horror. It's difficult to say what the objective of such a test is, but it could likely be a way to collect data on the mental behavior of random subjects. Such experiments are not new to the Institute's projects. In any case, the second reason is the most popular, the use of teddy bears as means of espionage. Seemingly harmless and unignorable, they would be ideal locations for microcameras, transceivers, and sensors. Probably just one of the many types of eyes deployed by the Institute across America, but perfect for positioning even in the most remote and hidden places without arousing suspicion among local residents. Because, let's face it, no one would ever check a stuffed animal. This way, the group would observe the evolution of the Commonwealth from their secret base, gathering information and pondering their next moves. But if you think this prospect is disturbing, Wait until you hear another theory regarding some commonly encountered objects around the Commonwealth that may prove to be more than they seem. Are the mannequins alive? So let's resume speculation about the Institute and the teddy bears used as spies and delve into a truly disturbing speculation. Another type of bizarre artifact is scattered around the map, and in large numbers: mannequins. And they're associated with a question that has haunted players for years. Are they alive? They're more or less everywhere, and just like the teddy bears, they're often set up to recreate strange situations or moments of everyday life. Some have even been found in truly distressing situations, such as being caught running toward the player or intently observing them, half hidden around corners. Perhaps these are all just coincidences, or at least they were until the Far Harbor DLC arrived. But let's proceed, step by step. Given the profound similarities, it's natural to hypothesize that the same hand, with the same goals, is behind both the mannequins and the teddy bears. But with one clear difference. If the stuffed animals could be spies positioned to observe the inhabitants of the Commonwealth undisturbed, the mannequins could have an additional function, a sleeping army. In fact, the truth is that many of the mannequins in the world of Fallout could actually be androids, robots created before the first synth models and currently suspended on standby like vigilant guards waiting. A single command transmitted to their cybernetic minds would be enough to reactivate them and transform them into lethal machines of destruction. Supporting this theory are some unusual findings, such as mannequins whose heads seem to move as the player passes by, while others, damaged, reveal highly advanced mechanical parts beneath their outer layer of paint. In the Warren Theater, a synth can be found perfectly camouflaged among a group of mannequins. Finally, the most disturbing evidence comes from the aforementioned Far Harbor. In the new area, a message can be found floating in the water precisely where a sunken shipwreck lies. The message is just a snippet of a note, likely written by the ship's captain. In it, the man recorded some complaints from the crew, wondering if it was just some strange prank. The complaints concerned the presence of suspicious and constant noises coming from the apparently empty hold. The only thing present was a large load of mannequins. I can't wait to drop these damn mannequins off. The crew is starting to claim that they are hearing weird noises from the cargo. Maybe they are just playing pranks on me? Whatever, we are almost there. Be careful now, because if until now the conspiracies have mostly been pure fan speculation, often a little too imaginative, we are now delving into a major theory that will cover several points and well-known characters from the Fallout world. Let's examine the first piece. Is Dogmeat a synth? Dogmeat is probably the most iconic companion in the entire Fallout series, so much so that he even appeared in the recent TV series. And perhaps for this very reason, he has received particular attention from fans. Many question the dog's unique characteristics, which are undoubtedly unique in the context of the video game. Let's start with the animal's bizarre abilities. In addition to his undeniable fighting ability, Dogmeat demonstrates extraordinary resistance to radiation, easily walking through highly contaminated areas like the glowing sea without apparently suffering any ill effects. This observation is further supported by the fact that he has retained a normal appearance, despite the fact that most other stray dogs have undergone significant changes in appearance. We must also admit that Dogmeat possesses extraordinary intelligence, far above the average of his species. And without having received any kind of training, he immediately becomes attached to the protagonist, almost as if he knew precisely what his role is in the player's needs, and he readily obeys orders from the start. Perhaps this is some form of programming. Furthermore, something many players may not realize: if we miss the encounter with Dogmeat at the beginning of the game at the Red Rocket truck stop, we can still obtain him as a companion during a quest for Nick Valentine. On that occasion, the detective will claim to know someone suitable for helping the protagonist, and will say of Dogmeat that he is perfectly capable of distinguishing good people from bad guys at first sight, a truly remarkable ability for a common dog. His relationship with Nick also makes his nature very suspicious. Is it possible that, just like the detective, he is a synth but in canine form? But in this case, who created him? The Institute? And for what purpose was he programmed? After all, if the Institute created synths with humanoid features, then why wouldn't they have done the same with animals? But if Dogmeat seems strange, there is a character even more unusual and literally mysterious. Who is the mysterious stranger? In the Fallout series, players often have the opportunity to unlock an ability called Mysterious Stranger. Once acquired, whenever the character uses VATS to aim, there's a small chance that the eponymous character will appear out of nowhere to momentarily assist in combat, deal damage to the enemy, and then disappear as quickly as he arrived. There's a lot of speculation about who this character really is. Perhaps it's a game mechanic, but the developers actually wanted to play on the mystery surrounding the NPC. His most common depiction is that of a man wearing a yellow trench coat, a fedora, and armed with a .44 caliber pistol. He never speaks, has no lines of dialogue, and disappears when you exit VATS. For a long time, the lack of precise information gave rise to numerous theories bordering on the absurd, as if it were some kind of supernatural entity, an immortal spirit tasked with assisting the protagonist on his journey, or even a highly advanced synth specimen from the future to guide the player's timeline towards the best route. In any case, some facts, however vague, may give us clues to the stranger's true nature. First and foremost, he isn't the player's only mysterious helper throughout the Fallout saga. Several figures have served as the occasional rescuer. Many bore the name Mysterious Stranger, though their appearance varied from game to game, sometimes even taking on female features. Two specific variants also existed: the Mysterious Savior and Misfortune. This has given rise to speculation that a secret group exists dedicated to assisting the player in their endeavors, though their precise motivations are unknown. We also gain new information on the figure thanks to Nick Valentine, the synth detective we meet in Diamond City and whom we have the opportunity to recruit as a companion. By searching his office, we can find a folder containing the case file regarding his investigations into the mysterious stranger, which also mentions some appearances from previous games. Furthermore, if Nick is with us when the character appears, the synth will express his perplexity in a few brief lines of dialogue, only to become frustrated when he sees him disappear before his very eyes. In fact, many suspect a strong connection between Nick and the stranger. They both wear practically the same clothes, and the detective's interest seems to conceal a hidden connection. Perhaps it could be a second synth based on the detective's designs. Or perhaps there could be an even deeper connection. What if the mysterious stranger is the original human whose memory and personality were cloned and downloaded into Nick's electronic mind? After all, stolen identities are commonplace in Fallout 4, and suspicious characters hiding much more than meets the eye are everywhere, and often well known. What is Mama Murphy's true identity? Mama Murphy is an NPC we first meet in the town of Quincy. She's an elderly woman with a heavy addiction to chems and claims to possess the sight, the ability to foresee the future, a power that the drugs themselves supposedly amplify. Whether this ability is real or not isn't entirely clear. Certainly, several of her predictions, however vague and imprecise, seem to come true. But whether this is due to luck, chance, or some knowledge of the woman is impossible to say. But let's assume these powers are real. Where do they come from? And what is their true nature? There are several possibilities. The most obvious is that her powers are indeed a form of psychic ability. After all, the world of Fallout often suggests the existence of this kind of ability, but if we look more closely at the game environment, other truths could be just as likely. Mama Murphy may be a former member of the Institute. This would explain her mysterious knowledge of many of the events in the Commonwealth of which she is supposedly unaware. Her addiction to chems could be a consequence of her feelings of guilt regarding the immoral projects and policies of the organization she collaborated with, which still haunt her today. Others still believe she is a former inhabitant of some unknown vault, and that her abilities are a result of mental or genetic experiments performed on her and her former companions by Vault Tech. After all, her mental powers are exactly the kind of anomaly that could have been generated by the multinational's extreme experiments. Finally, a final theory, which would add another piece to the puzzle we're drawing, holds that she is a synth, and her visions are due to some programming flaw or damaged component. The capabilities of synths and the current level of technology achieved by the Institute are currently unknown. Could a computer mind implanted in a human brain perhaps have the processing power necessary to foresee possible futures? The disturbing thing is that many of his predictions work too often to be pure luck, and often, when someone seems to know too much, we can bet there's something going on. Only this time, it could be something huge, so compromising that just examining the theory will radically change the way we think about the game's world building. Anyone can be a synth. We conclude this video with a theory that, as we anticipated, incorporates parts of many of those we've already discussed, creating a complex, yet clearly defined tapestry. One of the Institute's main projects has always been synths. The first models produced were little more than simple robots, but research into increasingly advanced and intelligent models has led to the creation of versions virtually indistinguishable from ordinary humans, and even more so. In fact, they themselves have no idea they are artificial creatures. And here lies the crux of the matter. For who knows how many years, the organization appears to have been carrying out a veritable program of replacing the Commonwealth's population, kidnapping small groups or individuals and replacing them with artificial synths. These are veritable sleeper agents carrying out intensive espionage missions without even realizing it. Given this fact, the consequences are clear. As far as we know, anyone in the world of Fallout could be a synth, and neither we nor they would be able to figure it out, more or less. Because as far as we know, there are at least two methods for distinguishing an artificial human from a real one. One is the Covenant's SAFE test. This questionnaire, which we've already examined in a previous theory, consists of 9 seemingly innocuous questions that are supposed to assess the respondent's behavior in various situations. It's not clear exactly how, but it seems that this test would be 75% effective in revealing the interviewee's true nature. The underlying logic behind this is unknown, but the answer to the 4th question seems to be the key. Congratulations! You made it onto a baseball team. Which position do you prefer? If the answer is catcher, then there's a strong possibility that the interviewee is a synth. Of course, there's also at least a 1 in 4 chance that a normal human would give the same answer, even if only by pure chance. For this reason, the test isn't entirely reliable. But that hasn't stopped the Covenant's covert campaign so far. The second method is rather drastic, but certainly more efficient. By sifting through a character's corpse, it would be possible to find cybernetic pieces that would reveal them as artificial. Synths, no matter how technologically advanced, would still require an electronic computer directly connected to their brain. This is the only detail that absolutely distinguishes them from ordinary humans. The problem is that, obviously, verification through this system almost certainly predicts the suspect's death, barring complex surgical investigations, and therefore isn't always applicable. However, for Fallout lore investigators, it might be interesting to run some tests. Who knows what might be discovered and what doors we might be able to open by uncovering the true nature of a key figure in the Commonwealth. In any case, in light of this, it's clear that currently in the world of Fallout, it's impossible to say with absolute certainty who is a synth and who isn't. And this gives rise to a series of theories involving all the characters in the series. In fact, we can't really trust anyone because no one can trust themselves. Not just Dogmeat, Mama Murphy, and the mysterious stranger. Anyone can potentially be a sleeper spy. In Covenant, the population is well aware of this possibility, and they've even chosen to create a quasi-isolationist mini-society just to feel a little safer against this threat. But it doesn't end there, because we want to culminate this theory with the most frightening question of all, so much so that the doubt comes directly from the protagonist of Fallout 4. Is the sole survivor himself a synth? During the Far Harbor DLC, we'll be able to meet Dima, the leader of the synths. This specimen, like Nick Valentine, has free will, and he's so human that it raises several questions for the protagonist. What is the true dividing line between human and synth? And if synths truly have a will of their own, how can we be sure we're not synths ourselves? When the sole survivor expresses his doubts to Dima, the synth is perplexed, claiming that the protagonist is clearly human, but asks him what his very first memory is. And it is at that point that the man, thinking carefully, realizes that his very first memory is the day the bombs fell, when he was frozen with his family. Even the android is amazed by this oddity. How is it possible that a man has no memory of his childhood or adolescence before a certain event? It could certainly be amnesia due to 200 years of cryogenic sleep, but that's not the only bizarre fact that supports this theory. Let's consider some facts. The sole survivor is clearly physically stronger than the common inhabitants of the Commonwealth. Many argue that this could be due to a general weakening of surface humans due to radiation, but there is no evidence to support this. The protagonist is effectively the only survivor of all those frozen in hibernation, and until the release of the TV series, was also the only known human to have survived cryogenic sleep unscathed. When we find ourselves in our house at the beginning of the game, we notice several oddities, such as the strange static calm of the neighborhood looking out the window, or some almost forced observations the protagonist makes while observing common objects in his home, almost as if recalling advertising slogans. Could this be due to a clumsy reconstruction of the information gathered by the Institute about that day? And above all, as soon as we wake up, we seem to possess the ability to use VATS before recovering a Pip-Boy, which would be impossible unless we had a cybernetic system capable of autonomously replicating the system's effects without the need for any other support. When we first meet Sean as an adult, he's very cold toward us. Many years have passed from his perspective, but it's strange that he doesn't feel the slightest emotion upon seeing his father for the first time. Many would argue this would be the definitive proof. Sean would be perfectly aware that we are not his primary father, who likely died like the other vault dwellers in his cryogenic pod, but a synth created specifically to replicate his features, so he could give his own child clone a parent to grow up with. And this becomes even more obvious when you consider that in Bethesda's original plans, once we'd completed the Institute's quests, and thus the video game, we were supposed to meet not only Sean's clone, but also that of the child's mother. In this way, every piece would have fallen into place. A family of synths created by Sean as a perfect replica of his original family, the one he never had the chance to grow up with. The truth is, the world of Fallout isn't a simple post-apocalyptic dystopia. The world we play in is built on mistrust and doubt, half-truths, secret experiments, stolen identities. Reality is always blurry, and paranoia is often justified. And this is probably its most disturbing element, never knowing what's real and what's not. This was Fallout 4, theories that are terrifying. The doors are locked for a reason. Have you ever had a job where you could feel the building turn against you? Like the place isn't just a workplace. It's not a family business, it's not a mom and pop store, it's cold, it's empty, it's corporate. But more importantly, it's a trap, or at least it turns into one, all because they needed just a little more time. That's Cambridge Polymer Labs. And what makes it disturbing isn't that things went wrong, it's that even in its final moments, the place still behaved like a company, still follows protocol, still treats human beings like they're replaceable parts in a process. Cogs in a machine aren't enough to describe how soulless and hollow the company felt once the bombs dropped, but that's where the mystery starts. Because the story Cambridge Polymer Labs tells you is not clean. It's not one villain in a lab coat, it's a chain of decisions. And chains are harder to break than villains. But what exactly was CPL? Well, Cambridge Polymer Labs was a pre-war research facility, working with military contracts, experimental smart materials and robotics of a field of science few had ever heard or worked in, nucleostrictive and piezoelectric polymers. Once the military caught on, that was all the facility could be built around, a deliverable, something they promised to produce, even if it was ultimately impossible. When you enter the place in Fallout 4, the vibe is immediate. This isn't a ruin you can loot. Well, you could, but you at least should pay some respect to the dead, or at least learn the story before you pick the place clean. But back to the point, this is a place that still feels like it expects employees to show up. There are rules, checkpoints. There's a sense that somebody, at some point, decided no one leaves until the work is done. And here's the big question. Was the lockdown a panicked reaction to the bombs, or was it the facility doing exactly what it was designed to do? Because those are two very different horrors. One is people losing their minds, the other is a system functioning perfectly, as designed, as intended. And it's not hard to imagine the order of events. Just picture it. The first alerts come in. People are whispering about the end of the world, how it might have just happened during a stressful period at the office. Phones are giving dial tones. Radios are spitting out gibberish instead of songs and news. Supervisors walking faster than normal. Something has happened. Something big, something bad. But then the radio clears the static for a brief minute. The broadcast comes through crystal clear. There's been nuclear strikes. Civil defense efforts have ended in failure. There's no time left. The end of the world is here. And in a normal and sane world, that's the moment everyone runs. But in the world of Fallout, more specifically, a place like Cambridge Polymer Labs, that's the moment leadership does something that only feels logical on paper. They lock the doors, they go into containment, they prioritize the project. Because the project is what justifies the building. The project is what justifies the contract. The project is what justifies everything. Because the project is tied to national defense, the government, the same one who funded the operation for so long, the ones who the company wouldn't exist without. Then suddenly, human lives become secondary, not because people are monsters, but because systems turn people into numbers. Now, what makes the Cambridge Polymer situation feel so sinister is how it seems to spiral, not just into chaos, but into a kind of controlled chaos, like a facility trying to maintain order with brute force, security measures, containment policies, escalation. And as the situation falls apart inside, the story starts to look like a blueprint for an internal disaster, as if the one outside couldn't get any worse. People trapped inside a sealed environment, arguments about what to do, accusations. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Both to the video game and real life. But then you get the question that always appears in places like this. Who's trying to get out, and who's trying to keep them in? Because once a building becomes a prison, everyone inside becomes a suspect. And if you've ever worked in any corporate environment, you know, the most terrifying part is this. A lot of people will obey a badge and a rule even when it's clearly wrong. They'll tell themselves it's for safety, that it's temporary, that it's above their pay grade. Complacency in compliance. Abiding to the system because it's all they have left when the world ends. That's what Cambridge Polymer Labs feels like. A place where policy becomes violence. And there's another layer here that makes it worse. The lab wasn't just a place that made just plain old anything. It was a place that made objects. weapons, military objects, which means it's the kind of place that could justify anything. If the work was important enough, you could lock down the facility, suspend labor laws, what little there was left in the America of 2077, at least. Delay evacuations of the facility? You could call it patriotism. Patriotic it was not. So here's the disturbing thing. What was the priority order inside that building when the bombs fell? Because if the top priority was to protect the public, then you evacuate. If the top priority was to protect the research, you lock down. And Cambridge Polymer Labs looks like a place that is locked down. For what, exactly? Ironically enough, nothing more than a set of shinied-up armor, all because it wasn't ready in time for a military demonstration. Now, let's talk about the emotional core of this. Because the Commonwealth is filled with raiders and monsters, but raiders don't scare you the same way this should. Plenty of raiders are chaotic. What happened at the CPL was structure. This was a workplace turning into a controlled environment where people start treating each other as obstacles. And that's the most believable horror Fallout 4 ever tells. Because it's not fantasy, it's a system. Now, here's the implication that ties into the bigger mystery. If Cambridge Polymer Labs locked itself down because of policy, then it suggests pre-war America had places that were designed to become sealed boxes during the apocalypse. Not to save the workers, but to protect the assets. And if you've played Fallout 3 or New Vegas, Cambridge Polymer Labs isn't an isolated tragedy. It's a preview of what would ultimately lead Vault Tech to study and perfect the Vault mentality, a building built around the assumption of the idea that we can always keep control if we just close the doors. And that brings us to the next file, because this next disturbing mystery may require a moment to let things sink in. This isn't a mere workplace shutdown, it's about something worse. A project, more specifically, a disease. And a detail so specific you can't ignore it. Because even if it's not listed in the game itself, the official material, the Fallout 4 game guide, mentions a virus. And it doesn't target soldiers, it targets kids. Once you hear that, you'll never look at pre-war medical research the same way again. Why was this never written down? Alright, let me start this one carefully, because it's dark. Much darker than Cambridge. MedTech research is one of those Fallout locations that feels like it's full of implications. Not just loot, not just enemies. Implications. These are the guys who brought you Fixer mentats of all flavors, infirmaries, automatic doctors, but those products we won't be focusing on here. The big mystery comes from official non-game material, the kind of text that, on first read, can be hand-waved as summarizing a location and moving on. But the Fallout 4 developers who wrote it dropped a detail that basically screams that something horrifying happened here. The detail is this: a virus, and not just any virus. A virus that specifically affected teenagers and children. Now, stop there, because that's the moment your brain should go, why would that exist? How could it exist? Why does it exist? What is the scenario where a corporation is researching a virus with that kind of targeting? There are a few possibilities. None of them are comforting. Maybe it was a genuine medical pursuit. They made Fixer and were working on Prevent. Maybe they were working on a cure to this virus as well. Perhaps there was a treatment being developed. Or if there was nothing else they could do, they might have performed containment studies. But Fallout's pre-war world rarely gives you clean charity. Fixer was a temporary fix at best, and Prevent was to be sold at price hike rates that even real-world drug companies could only dream of. So the other possibilities hover in the background like a shadow. You know the usual ones: weaponization, population control, behavioral science, optimization. And that's the mystery. Fallout 4 doesn't tell you the purpose directly. It leaves you with the implication. And the implication is horrifying. Because even if it began as medical research, it's still a world where megacorporations profit off suffering. Good thing that sort of thing never happens in real life. And MedTech as a name already sounds like one of those companies that makes its money from manufactured repeat customers and addictions to products that are supposed to help, not hurt. Compassion is a word they only know because they have to have something to tell their employees to justify the awful things they did, or telling the families of those harmed that they care, even if they really don't. Now, let's build the case. MedTech is the kind of place that, on the surface, looks like any other research facility. Sterile, clinical, professional. But the Commonwealth, along with many other regions of post-war America, is built on ruins of professionalism. Thankfully, the ruins tend to reveal what people really did when no one was watching. In Fallout, what may first appear to be nothing more than a humble medical research facility is very rarely just that. It's usually a place where ethics were negotiated down until they disappeared. So here's the core question. Who were the test subjects? Because you don't research a teen-child virus without encountering teens and children in the equation. That alone is enough to make the story feel sick. And here's the disturbing thing about Fallout's world building. building. It often suggests, if not outright states, the pre-war America had the ability to do things quietly, bury things, classify things. And if MedTech was researching something like this, it implies there was a chain of approval, but more dreadful than that, a demand. Somebody signed off on it. Somebody funded it. Somebody decided it was worth doing. And it brings us back to the paperwork horror theme. When a monster reveals itself to you, you know it's evil. When a committee approves your suffering without your consent, without your knowledge, it's worse. Now, there's another piece to this. The facility, much like most facilities across the franchise, locks down when the bombs fall, and the lockdown is never lifted. That line is chilling, because it implies the place stayed sealed, not as a refuge, but as a tomb. Only substitute mummies and pharaohs for everyday workers and scientists. And in a world where people would break into anything for resources, the fact that it's framed as never lifted suggests either 1. No one could safely access it, 2. No one wanted to, or 3. Someone preferred it remain closed forever. That third possibility is the most disturbing of all, simply because in the world of Fallout, not only is that often the case, but any sane reaction is played off as irrational, while the most irrational decisions are deemed standard. The lockdown being placed upon medtech research implies that the knowledge inside is not lost. It's contained. Now, why would you contain something? Because it's dangerous. Not just physically, politically, morally. If it got out that a company was researching something targeting children, even pre-war America would have to handle the optics. Just look at how the new plague was handled. Fallout is obsessed with optics. Everything is branding, safe, and non-threatening. Everything is made with the mindset of giving the illusion that they care about you. So, you lock the facility to prevent harsh, cold reality from getting out. Lock the doors and throw away the key, and should the end of the world happen to occur that day, you simply let the bombs erase the witnesses. Then you hope history never digs it up. But history does dig it up, because what's hidden in the dark is always brought to the light sooner or later. Now, I'm not saying the game gives us every detail. It most certainly doesn't. But that's why it's a mystery. Evidence is a breadcrumb. Breadcrumbs become trails, and trails always lead to somewhere. It could take you in circles, back to where you started, or exactly what you were looking for the whole time. And here, it's the lack of explanation that becomes the story. So here's the bigger implication. MedTech is just one of the many horrors in the pre-war era that weren't just Vault-Tec doing experiments. They were part of a larger ecosystem, corporate science, military contracts, classified projects, a world that was already sick before the radiation. And if the pre-war world was already okay with this, then the Commonwealth isn't a fall from grace. It's a continuation. A fall from grace doesn't begin to describe the levels of depravity this kind of thing would bring upon not just the company, but the society it was part of. Now, here's something to chew on. If MedTech is about hidden research, then let's take it a step further. Go beyond research, or rather, conduct hidden research via a hidden replacement, because the Institute takes the idea of quiet evil and perfects it. And the most disturbing part? It isn't the killing. It's what comes after. A family keeps eating dinner with something who looks like their father, but isn't. The Warwick replacement. Let's talk about something Fallout 4 does better than almost any other Fallout game. Paranoia. The past games certainly have their moments of feeling like someone is watching you, but the Commonwealth takes it not just a step further, but leaps beyond. Fallout 4's towns and settlements are not just built on a fear that someone you know isn't who they say they are. They were built, destroyed, and only continue to exist because of it. Most of the time, that fear feels like rumor, mere superstition, like people trying to explain chaos, until you hit Warwick Homestead. What first comes off as a humble farm, of which Fallout 4 has many, turns out to be where many players find out that the rumor isn't just rumor, it's reality. Because in this case, the game doesn't just imply replacement, it documents it, and that creates the mystery. There's no question of if it happened, because we know it happened. The mystery is, how many times did it happen when we weren't looking? Warwick feels like the one case that slipped through the cracks. Perhaps it was an intentional slip-up by the developers, or by the Institute themselves. The one case where the paperwork still exists because the Institute hasn't finished their research. They can't burn and hide everything when there is still so much left to learn and do in this experiment. And unlike Raiders, they're one group who isn't going burn, baby, burn. They sweep in within the dead of night, kill everyone, and leave like they were never there. But Warwick isn't the only one documented case. There are dozens of undocumented ones. What makes Warwick uniquely disturbing disturbing is how unassuming, civilian, how benign it is. It's not a battlefield infiltration, as they do with dance. It's not a military target. It's a farm, a farmer and his family, a daily life. And the Institute looks at that and sees not just crops, but ripe ground to perform an experiment. They replace Roger Warwick and use him as a living sensor inside a family unit. That alone is horrifying. But the part that really stings is the purpose. It's not just espionage. They picked the homestead for a reason. It's agricultural research. They want data. They want long-term observation. They want to measure the effects of their modified crops. What kind of crops? Gourds. Genetically modified gourds, but indistinguishable from everyday gourds. So to get the best results, they take away a human being's life. They take him out of the world, and they put a replica in his place. The replica certainly isn't as abusive or mean as the human version was, but it's not him. It's a hollow shell. It's simply another tool of the Institute. Now, from a pure evil logic perspective, you can see why it's efficient, but that's what makes it disturbing, because it's not a raider doing something impulsive for necessity or sadism. It's a lab doing something calculated, not just before the war, but after. And now it's experiments that to many people make no sense. MedTech working with a virus is understandable for a medical company, but the Institute is growing crops, then plans to burn away all evidence. It's the same kind of nonsensical logic Cambridge Polymer Labs and MedTech research were following, just updated, more advanced, quieter. Now, let's dig into human horror, where this will all start to make a much more sense momentarily. A synth replacement isn't just a corpse, it's a mask, a performance. As Cooper Howard would say, it seems more like an Amish production of The Count of Monte Cristo, that the family is living inside a lie orchestrated not just by a man parading around as their father, but a clinical and sterile facility of alleged geniuses who, instead of truly attempting to benefit or help the world, instead see fit to repeat endless cycles of tests, watching, notating, and destroying. Every conversation is contaminated, because you don't know when Roger was replaced, and the Institute isn't telling. Every memory becomes suspect. The Warwick family doesn't even get the dignity of knowing the truth at first. They don't get closure, not in a healthy or safe way. It took an outsider that came to the farm just before the game started, heavily paranoid of synths, to even begin getting the family to ask questions. The family, the friends, everyone gets manipulated by the Institute's ploy. And if you're the spouse or the kid, you're emotionally bonded, no longer to a human being, but instead to a thing that was built to collect data. You think your husband or father might have changed a bit, but you have no clue, no idea, that it's now a machine that has his memories, has his face, but is no longer him. That's not just murder. That's identity theft at a spiritual level. And ironically enough, the man who questions Roger to be a synth wants him murdered as well. As the old saying goes, an eye for an eye drives the whole world blind. To the Commonwealth, the only way to solve the murder of a friend or loved one is to kill the thing that replaced them. But it also means they're paranoid enough to kill flesh and blood humans simply because they think they're a robot. Now here's the mystery angle to this story. Warwick Homestead is one of the few stories where the game gives you the operational outline. The Institute lays it all out on the table. You can infer a process. And when you can infer a process, you can infer scale, identify targets, abduct, extract information, build a replica, insert replica, finally monitor until complete, then incinerate and destroy. That's a pipeline. And as Fallout 4 shows over and over again, pipelines aren't built for one unit or one routine. Pipelines are built to run. Warwick was simply one of the many demented tests the Institute was running, had forgotten about, or simply performed just to see if it was capable of performing it. It's where the Institute becomes so terrifying, because they're not raiders. They're not a cult, at least not one defined by religion. They instigate fear in how emotionless they are. They don't burn. They don't declare victory. They simply edit reality. And if reality can't be edited, they make it so it can be edited. They change one person, then another, and create processes and pipelines to satisfy a goal, be it arbitrary or highly impactful. Then they watch the world ripple. They can do it once. They can do it 1,000 or more times, with no recourse, no remorse. Warwick shows you the post-war version of science without consent, progress without ethics, experimentation without point. It's the same ethical disease as MedTech, the same as Cambridge, just evolved. Some could even call it devolved. Doesn't that remind you of someone? Or rather, something? The Institute's field experiments are basically vault experiments without vault tech branding. They turn the surface into a lab or a field experimentation site. They turn people into variables, and they never ask permission. Now, bear with me here, because as bad as replacement is, it still leaves you at least recognizably human. The world still treats you as a person-shaped object, which, let's be honest, they're not saying that about ghouls or super mutants. There are definitely worse fates out there, like what we'll look at next, because what you're about to witness takes people and turns them into equipment, not unlike the Institute and their synths. It's not a metaphor, it's literal. Brains in jars, bodies on gurneys, and a military label sealing their stamp of not only approval, but effectively an order. Prisoners go in. Machines come out. Okay, now we're getting into some of the heavy hitters. Automatron. If you've played the DLC, you probably remember the vibe. Robots everywhere, chaos on the roads, and this creeping realization that the Commonwealth's robot problem isn't new. The robo-brains might be, but a lot isn't. It's ancient. After all, robotics were baked into the pre-war world, but while we know where some of those machines came from, others we don't, like the robo-brain. Somewhere along the way, the line between robot and person got erased. The Mechanist's Lair, formerly known as Robotics Technology Facility RB2851, gives you a plethora of lore that is genuinely one of the most disturbing things Fallout has ever done. It continues a legacy of facilities that acted like a prison and treated inmates like a resource. Not people, but a resource. Something to be produced, transformed, exploited, harvested. The pipeline is simple. Prisoners go in, brains come out, robo-brains roll out. Now you might think, yeah, that's Fallout. It's dark, but sit with it for a moment. The robo-brain isn't just an ordinary protectron, a servile Mr. Handy, or a war-focused assaultron. The robo-brain's concept is uniquely horrifying in a way that's easy to miss. A normal robot is a machine, right? Well, depending on which one you meet, any robo-brain is a person trapped inside a machine. That means every robo-brain you fight is not just a hostile unit, a machine with bad programming, or having gone haywire after 200 years without maintenance. It's the aftermath of not only a medical atrocity, but an ethical and moral one. It's a mind that was stolen, altered, and locked into a chassis. Sometimes the prisoners are stripped of their memory, flushed away like a dead goldfish down a toilet. Sometimes they're scrambled, unable to recall who they are or what they were before they became conscious. Sometimes the mind simply is too smart and needs to be reduced to fragments of instinct to create the perfect killing machine. And the worst part? This wasn't done by some post-war entity like the Institute. This was done by institutions, specifically the US Army, a group that pre-war citizens trusted to keep them safe and free. The US Army worked with Robco and General Atomics to not just fund, but expand existing facilities with massive production and research capabilities. Facilities manned with immoral and apathetic staff, with procedures that robbed not just those it attacked, but those who worked there, of what little humanity they had remaining, with predictive and routine maintenance schedules, with compliance checklists to ensure everything was operating as intended. Again, paperwork horror. Now, here's the mystery. How widespread was this? There are a few clues to answer that. First, robo-brains appear in multiple places across the broader Fallout universe, from the very first game to the most recent game. That suggests production, distribution, and deployment. Secondly, if a facility is set up like a prison and a processing center, it implies long-term planning. Obviously, you don't build a pipeline for 1 or 2 brains. You build it for volume, mass production. And thirdly, the pre-war world of Fallout had a genuine obsession with solving human problems with machines. Police robots, security robots, military robots. And the robo-brain is the darkest expression of that obsession, because it says that, from the perspective of the military, human beings are flawed. They would much rather keep the brain and throw away the body. They would instead try to keep the intelligence and processing power of the human brain and remove the freedom and those pesky ethics and morals. Now, let's get specific about why it's disturbing. Prisoners, at least in the Fallout universe, are already a group that suffers more than necessary. Some are people who were falsely accused, thrown in prison because they looked Chinese or dared to question the government. They already have reduced rights as is. And in a corrupt, collapsing America, it's very easy to imagine somebody further reducing their humanity in the belief that they're nothing more than criminals. They're expendable, no one will miss them. That's how atrocities happen. Not with demons, but with rationalizations. Once you can rationalize it for prisoners, you can rationalize it for anyone. That's the nightmare. Now, here's the deeper mystery. If you can turn prisoners into robo-brains, then the robo-brain program becomes a quiet weapon for not just military command and combat, but also social control. You remove whoever could be considered undesirable. You convert them into useful assets. You deploy them as law enforcement, labor, or military support, and you call it efficiency. That's the kind of horror Fallout's pre-war world loved. And if you want to push it further, you can definitely know that prisoners were not the only source. Because if the pipeline exists, it creates demand, and demand leads to expansion. Now, the game explicitly shows only the most horrifying and immoral steps. It doesn't lay out every single detail for us to follow, but the implication is heavy, because any system that can accept prisoners can also accept removing the justice element and move to the dissidents without even bothering to go through any kind of legal process. Political dissidents, homeless people, unproductive citizens, captured enemies, anyone you can classify and disappear without fear of recourse or question. And in Fallout's America, classification may as well have been a national sport. Now, the biggest mystery element is this. Robobrains exist post-war, functioning just as well as they did when they were created, even if insane and hostile. So, someone designed the tech to survive long after they deployed it, even after society collapsed, and even more than 200 years later. Which raises the question, who kept these systems alive? Was it fully automated? Robobrains creating more Robobrains? Was it military continuity? Enclave remnants turning wastelanders into more killing machines? Or was it just inertia? Machines continuing to do what they were designed to do because nobody ever turned them off. That's the scariest kind of horror, a process without a human driver. A system that keeps eating people long after the original planners are dust. But after all of this, after all this corporate institutional horror, here's a shift of gears. It's still disturbing, yet in a different way. Because the last mystery isn't about a lab, or a contract, or a pipeline. It's about faith, and the possibility that the most powerful force on Far Harbor isn't a monster. It's a story that guides people into the fog, a miracle that might be real, and still can be very dangerous. The mother of the fog. Far Harbor is already unsettling. The fog, radioactive and shrouding most of the land in secrecy, makes it feel like the island is breathing. The coastline and forests feel like they're watching you. Every group out there is holding on to some story just to stay sane, whether they want the fog to flood the island or to drive it back. But nothing on the island is as quietly disturbing as the mother of the fog, a local Children of Atom superstition, because she's not a monster you can shoot. She's not a raider you can try to negotiate with. She's more like an idea-made reality, a figure, a presence, and she sits right at the intersection of religion and survival, which means she has power. Now, here's the mystery. The Children of Atom treat the mother of the fog like a kind of saint, as should anyone who meets her. They are considered truly blessed by their holy figure, Atom. She's considered something of a messenger, and when you meet her for yourself, she acts a lot like a guide, someone who appears at key moments and steers the faithful. But the game leaves room for doubt. Some people interpret her as a literal supernatural presence. Others think she might be a human hermit, an old woman surviving in the fog that gained religious significance. The game gives possibilities for both, that there's some entity and that there's an ordinary person. And you might think that makes the mystery less disturbing, but no, that's what makes it all the more intriguing. Because if she's a person, it means something terrifying. A human being can become a miracle if conditions are right. Not just talk of religious figures, but becoming one in real life due to your abilities. And Far Harbor has perfect conditions. The fog is disorienting. The island itself is very deadly. People are scared. They're exhausted. They're looking for meaning. So when someone or something appears in the fog at the right time, it feels divine. It feels like whatever deity you pray to has sent something to help you, or something to take you to your final resting place. Once it feels divine, you stop questioning it. Now here's the key point. Whether she's supernatural or human, she functions the same way. She guides people. She validates the beliefs of both those who do believe in her and those who do not. She acts as a living sign that says that the fog is not random, that the fog has a purpose. And that kind of belief can reshape an entire community. The existence of the Fog Mother comes as a sign to some as a key figure of the idea of turning survival into destiny. Now, let's zoom in on why this is disturbing. The primary religion that worships her, the Children of Atom, is not just a religion. They're an ideology built around radiation. Every sect is different, but this group is particularly militant. They interpret pain as purification. They interpret exposure as a blessing. Now at Far Harbor, where the fog literally kills people, that belief can become a weapon, not against enemies, against their own instincts, against their own self-preservation. So when the mother of the fog appears, she becomes a reinforcement mechanism, a proof, a holy stamp, a sign from Atom that what they are doing is right. Herein lies the question. Is she intentionally steering people into danger? Or, if she's supernatural, then what is she? A benevolent guide? Or a force that wants something? If she's human, then is she complicit with the Children of Atom? Is she manipulating their faith and the faith of others? Or is she sincerely trying to help? Both options are deeply unsettling. Now, there's a detail I always come back to with this. In a place like the island, people can mistake coincidence for design. They can mistake survival for divine favor. And once that happens, the story becomes self-sustaining. People will seek the miracle, they will interpret anything as a sign, they will build doctrine around it, and if you are the miracle, you can steer them, even if you never meant to. So the Mother of the Fog becomes the perfect final disturbing mystery. She demonstrates the most subtle horror in the entire DLC. Not all control control is mechanical. Not all control is corporate. Sometimes control is spiritual. Sometimes it's narrative. Sometimes it's a myth that walks through the fog and points you in a direction. And that leads us to the conclusion. Because when you lay all of these mysteries from Fallout 4 on the table, you see the same shape, the same patterns and cycles repeating over and over. Locked doors for the sake of a petty project. Controlled populations being defined by a virus that infects the youngest of us. Human beings are reduced to an input, driving everyone else mad in their paranoia. A system that treats people as expendable, a religious figure being used to help or harm a population. And the most horrifying part? Some of these systems are still running, whether it's continuations of pre-war entities, like corporations such as Vault-Tec or the government that permitted these to begin with, like the Enclave. A main theme of Fallout is that war never changes, but people do. And at the end of the day, it's not gore that horrifies people the most. It's not the monsters, the death claws, and feral ghouls. It's not even the apocalypse. It's the fact that the apocalypse didn't create the horror. It simply revealed it. Cambridge Polymer Labs shows you the corporate instinct to trap people for results. A building that treats workers like resources at the very moment the world ends, in service for nothing more than money. MedTech suggests research so ethically radioactive that the safest option was to seal it and pretend it never happened. Warwick proves the Institute will erase a person and replace them just to watch a farm grow slightly better crops. Automatron's RoboBrain pipeline shows the ultimate industrial cruelty. People turned into machinery because it's efficient. And Far Harbor shows a different kind of control. Not a lab, not a contract, a miracle. A story that can steer people into death with a gentle hand. The Commonwealth isn't terrifying because it has monsters. It's terrifying because it has systems, and some of them never shut down. So, the next time you walk into a suspiciously clean hallway, or you read a terminal entry that sounds professional but clearly uses coded language, or you hear someone say, "It's for the greater good," just remember, in Fallout, that's usually the line someone says right before they decide you're acceptable to lose. Dark Souls Bonfire. There's a literal Dark Souls bonfire hidden in the Nuka World DLC. In a destroyed house in Bradburn, you'll find a Chinese officer sword stuck in a pile of ash that you can actually kindle into flames. When you light this sucker up, 3 stim packs magically rain from the sky, pull out the sword, and boom. 3 more stim packs appear because apparently the Commonwealth runs on Dark Souls logic now. The whole setup is positioned exactly like a bonfire shrine. This is Bethesda's love letter to one of gaming's most punishing franchises, proving that even in post-apocalyptic Boston, you can still get good. The fact that it actually functions as a healing station makes it both a visual gag and a practical gameplay element. But if you thought that was crazy, just remember they get crazier from here. Alien movie references. Bethesda went deep with their Alien franchise worship, hiding multiple references throughout the game. The most subtle one is a junk item called the flux sensor that looks completely ordinary until you flip it over. The registration number on the back reads CM88B 180,924,609, which is the exact type and registration of the USCSS Nostromo from the first Alien film. Codsworth can also say the names Ripley, Dallas, Wayland, and Yutani if you're brave enough to name your character after the franchise. Plus, there's the classic random UFO encounter where an alien ship crashes near level 20, giving you an alien blaster that's basically a handheld death ray. These references span the entire franchise timeline, showing that even 200 years after nuclear war, Hollywood's greatest space horror still haunts the collective unconscious. Though the next one is much crazier. Skyrim Easter eggs. Bethesda couldn't help but reference their fantasy masterpiece multiple times throughout Fallout 4. The most obvious one is the Taboo Tattoos magazine cover featuring a skull wearing the iconic Dragonborn's horned helmet. Raiders will occasionally yell "bullet in the knee" when you cripple their legs, which is clearly a radioactive twist on Skyrim's infamous arrow to the knee guard dialogue. These callbacks create a weird shared universe theory where Tamriel might be Earth's far future after the bombs fell. Either that or Bethesda just loves putting their greatest hits in every game they make. Blade Runner homage. Diamond City's Japanese noodle bot isn't just random flavor text. It's a direct homage to Ridley Scott's cyberpunk masterpiece. The setup mirrors the noodle bar scene where Harrison Ford's character gets served by a Japanese-speaking vendor. The bot only speaks Japanese while serving noodles in the heart of post-apocalyptic Boston, recreating that iconic Blade Runner atmosphere in the most unexpected place. It's positioned prominently in Diamond City's marketplace, where you can't miss it. The Noodle Bot proves that even after nuclear war, good ramen finds a way. But let's go deeper and find even more hidden ones. The next one will leave you shocked. Edgar Allan Poe references. Dick Valentine channels his inner literary critic when the Prydwen first arrives, quoting, "Deep into that darkness peering long I stood there, wondering, fearing, from the raven." But the Poe references don't stop at dramatic poetry readings. Down in the castle's tunnels, you'll find General McGann's corpse next to wine crates containing Amontillado bottles with Montresor written on them. Opposite him sits a skeleton behind a half-built brick wall, perfectly recreating the murder scene from Cask of Amontillado. These references show that even robot detectives appreciate classic American literature. Plus, they prove that Poe's gothic horror translates perfectly to post-nuclear nightmares. That's nothing compared to what's next. The Simpsons callbacks. Homer Simpson's childhood TV brand Radiation King appears throughout the Commonwealth because apparently Matt Groening predicted the nuclear apocalypse. Codsworth can also recognize the name Bort in reference to that legendary Simpsons gift shop episode. The Far Harbor Bowling League standings include the Holy Rollers team, which is Ned Flanders' bowling team from the show. The Radiation King TVs are everywhere once you start looking. It's the kind of deep-cut reference that rewards longtime fans while flying completely over casual players' heads. Don't you just love it when animated shows predict the future? If you are enjoying this breakdown, subscribe for more. Cheers Bar Recreation. The Prost Bar, on the edge of Boston Common, is a nearly perfect recreation of the Cheers Bar interior, complete with two skeletons representing Cliff and Norm. The bar layout matches the TV show almost exactly. The name Prost is German for cheers because apparently even post-apocalyptic Boston appreciates multilingual wordplay. You can sit at the bar and imagine what it was like when everybody knew your name. The location on Boston Common makes perfect sense, since Cheers was actually filmed in Boston and became synonymous with the city's identity. This recreation proves that some places are so culturally significant they transcend nuclear warfare. Sometimes you really do want to go where everybody knows your bones. Star Trek Voyager quote, "Night Captain Cade aboard the Prydwen will sometimes greet you with, 'Please state the nature of your medical emergency,' which is the exact activation phrase of Voyager's emergency medical hologram. The fact that this comes from the Brotherhood's chief medical officer makes it even more perfect. Cade is voiced by Dwight Schultz, so this isn't just a random reference, but an actor callback too. The Brotherhood's advanced technology makes this reference feel natural rather than forced. This proves that even militant technologists appreciate good science fiction. Plus, it suggests that Star Trek's medical technology might actually be achievable in the Fallout universe. The next would leave you jaw-dropped. Holotape arcade games. The Pip-Boys holotape games are basically retro gaming Easter eggs disguised as post-war entertainment. Red Menace is obviously Donkey Kong, Atomic Command copies Missile Command, and Pitfall recreates Pitfall's jungle platform. These aren't just visual homages, but fully playable games with proper mechanics and scoring systems. The games appear throughout the wasteland on various terminals, making them both collectibles and functional entertainment. These games show how retro gaming culture survived the nuclear apocalypse and became the foundation for future entertainment. Monty Python references. Multiple companions drop Holy Grail references during their travels with lines about bringing out dead bodies and other classic Python bits. Kate, Codsworth, and Deacon all have specific dialogue callbacks to the film's most quotable moments. These references usually trigger during combat or exploration. The delivery matches the original film's comedic timing, proving that British humor translates well to post-nuclear scenarios. Some lines reference the Bridge of Death scene, while others call back to the Black Knight's flesh wounds or the French taunting sequences. This shows that Monty Python's influence extends far beyond comedy into gaming culture. Apparently, even the apocalypse can't kill a good punchline about dead parrots and holy hand grenades. The Shining Hotel horror. Inside Parsons State Insane Asylum, there's a red tricycle positioned in the center of a corridor that perfectly recreates Danny Torrance's ride through the Overlook Hotel. The placement and atmosphere nail Kubrick's unsettling cinematography. The asylum's long corridors and deteriorating infrastructure already feel like the Overlook after 200 years of neglect and radiation. The tricycle sits there like a monument to childhood innocence lost, which fits perfectly with Fallout's theme of pre-war nostalgia corrupted by nuclear horror. You can almost hear the creepy twins asking you to play with them forever and ever. This callback proves that some horror imagery is so iconic it transcends medium and setting. All work and no play makes the sole survivor a dull vault dweller. Titanic romance tragedy. In the waters around Far Harbor, two skeletons recreate Jack and Rose's final moments from James Cameron's epic disaster film. Positioning and romantic tragedy translate perfectly to the post-apocalyptic setting. Far Harbor's nautical theme makes this reference feel thematically appropriate rather than random pop culture insertion. The underwater discovery adds an element of deep-sea exploration that mirrors the real Titanic's discovery. You can almost hear Celine Dion's "My Heart Will Go On" echoing across the irradiated waters. This proves that even the world's most famous romantic tragedy resonates in post-nuclear scenarios. Love may not conquer all, but it sure makes for memorable skeleton arrangements. But here's where it gets interesting. Carhenge Monument. Some creative wastelanders built their own Stonehenge using rusted car husks, creating a monument that references both the ancient British landmark and Nebraska's real real-life Carhenge attraction. The cars are positioned with surprising precision, suggesting this wasn't just random junk disposal, but intentional artistic expression. Super mutants apparently have more culture than most people give them credit for, turning automotive scrap into archaeological wonder. UFO crash event. At level 20 or higher, you might witness a UFO flying overhead near Old Gullet sinkhole before it crashes somewhere nearby. This random encounter gives you access to an actual alien and the legendary alien blaster weapon. The crash site contains a damaged spacecraft and a hostile alien who attacks on sight. The alien blaster is incredibly powerful and uses unique ammunition, making it both a collectible and a practical weapon for tough encounters. This encounter proves that even in Fallout's science fiction setting, aliens are still the ultimate wild card. Sometimes the best Easter eggs are the ones that find you rather than the other way around. Pikmin Gallery horror. The Pikmin Gallery and its psychotic artist owner reference H.P. Lovecraft's short story about a painter whose grotesque artwork reveals disturbing truths. The gallery showcases mutilated raiders as art pieces throughout the building. Pikmin himself appears surrounded by raiders, creating a scene where you must decide whether to rescue this questionable artist or let him face the consequences of his murderous creativity. The whole location feels like cosmic horror translated into post-nuclear reality, where madness and art intersect in the most disturbing ways possible. This reference shows how Lovecraftian themes of madness and forbidden knowledge translate perfectly to Fallout's moral ambiguity. Sometimes the real monsters are the artists we meet along the way, and that's before things really escalate. The Truman Show reality. Vault 118 contains an artificial beach environment with a backdrop that perfectly recreates the finale of The Truman Show, complete with a strategically placed sailboat. Fake paradise vibe fits perfect with Vault Tech's twisted experiments. The sailboat positioning and artificial sky create that same sense of manufactured reality breaking down. Vault 118 already functions as a social experiment, making this reference feel thematically appropriate rather than random movie homage. This callback proves that themes about artificial reality and social control remain relevant across different fictional universes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Commonwealth. The Wizard of Oz journey. Oswald the Outrageous in Nuka World drops multiple Wizard of Oz references, calling robot companions Tin Man and asking if they're looking for the wizard. His dialogue perfectly captures the magical showman persona while referencing classic American cinema. The Nuka World setting enhances these references, since amusement parks naturally evoke the same sense of magical wonder that defines the land of Oz. Oswald's character as a pre-war entertainer turned post-war survivor mirrors the wizard's transformation from mysterious figure to revealed charlatan. The whole Kitty Kingdom area feels like a twisted version of Oz, where childhood dreams became radioactive night. These references prove that classic American fairy tales maintain their power even in post-apocalyptic settings. There's no place like the Commonwealth, even when it's completely irradiated. The Walking Dead scenarios. Throughout the Commonwealth, you'll find skeletons arranged in scenes that mirror iconic moments from the Walking Dead television series. These posed corpses tell stories of humanity's final moments during the nuclear apocalypse. The skeleton arrangements show families huddled together, last stands against overwhelming odds, and tragic final moments that echo the zombie show's emotional gut punches. These aren't just random corpse placement, but carefully crafted environmental storytelling that makes you piece together what happened in each location. Some scenes include children's toys. These arrangements prove that environmental storytelling can be just as powerful as dialogue or cutscenes. Sometimes the most effective horror comes from what you discover. Where's Waldo Hunt? Hidden throughout various locations are subtle references to the classic puzzle books, where readers search for the distinctive red and white striped characters. These references appear in crowd scenes and busy environments just like the original books. The references include red and white striped objects placed strategically throughout detailed environments that mirror Waldo's hiding techniques from the original illustrations. These Easter eggs reward players who take time to really examine their surroundings rather than rushing through areas. Finding Waldo in a post-nuclear wasteland proves that some searches never really end. They just get more radioactive. The last one is all you're expecting: Codsworth's name database. Codsworth can recognize and pronounce nearly 1,000 different names, including deep-cut references to movies, games, and pop culture figures that span decades of entertainment history. The name list includes everything from obvious choices like Bond and Snake, bizarre inclusions like that someone definitely snuck past the censors. Movie characters from Mad Max, Alien, Deus Ex, and Dishonored all get recognition. The voice acting commitment is impressive, since each name required separate recording sessions and integration into dialogue systems. Some names trigger special reactions or additional dialogue that makes choosing certain character names feel like unlocking hidden content. The Great War was inevitable. It indirectly caused the end of the modern civilization in the Fallout universe. It was bound to happen eventually, and not in the way that you think. 2. Vault-Tec was going to destroy the world and was doomed the moment that Vault-Tec got the government an infinite supply of money to buy vaults. Hell, at some point Vault-Tec had more money than the whole government itself. 3. 2077 was a coincidence. Nuclear weapons were launched worldwide on October 23, 2077, and destroyed almost everything from cities to infrastructure, and the whole structure of government within hours. Plans existed to launch the bombs if China didn't, in order to guarantee the necessity of their vaults and reshaping the world to their image. 5. Vault-Tec. Government. In the end, what Vault-Tec wanted was control, as is shown in most of the vaults with all the social experiments. 6. Vault-Tec wanted to control how the world would develop after the nuclear war, but had plans to start it themselves if China didn't take the first step. 7. The government tried in his own way to create a plan to control the people after the war, but Vault-Tec had all the cards, with all the population living in vaults, and only a handful being completely clean. 8. The government was demoted to a small group, and Vault-Tec was the new government, deciding the fate of the whole population. 9. They overestimated by far the ability to control with what world was left behind, but the intentions were there, and plans were revealed in the TV series. 10. Society started rebuilding and voided Vault-Tec plans. In the aftermath of such a catastrophic event, attempts here and there, mostly scattered, no nation or union, even a system, only survival. 11. As silly as sounds, the bombs are nowhere near as bad as what happened inside the vaults, as these situations were planned by people pre-war. 12. Vaults were experiments chambers by the company of the same name. Vault-Tec was as far as anyone could be from the thoughts of genuinely caring. 13. Wanting to protect humanity was a ruse, with far more sinister plans than gaining the massive amounts of money they gained from building the vaults. 14. Only 14% of vaults were secure. Of the whole saga of Vault-Tec, built around 122 vaults identified to today, with around 17 identified as control vaults. 15. 85% of the vault were only designed for normal life without any kind of twisted purpose, so as we can see with maths, the control vaults are less than the 20% of the whole total. 16. Maintaining the population untainted of radiation was an experiment by itself. The vaults were nothing more than playrooms for some mad scientists. 17. All the board members of Vault-Tec were in the loop for the end of the world. They were looking for a solution that caused almost the same damage as the disease, the nukes. 18. The vaults had purpose. We are talking about goals. Vault-Tec had the survival of humankind as the ultimate goal. 19. Goals were that the vault conditions would be safe and stable. The trick were the conditions to generate a result that Vault-Tec analysis deemed correct. 20. The presence of resources and a safe environment were for control, with everyone living there and literally nowhere to go. 21. A lot of experiments went wrong. You can even explore some vaults in the games. Most vaults had deliberated situations or experimental environments, but remain with everyone dead or abandoned. 22. I can argue that we had a fairly similar society, both in real life and the in-game one. All groups of people managed to develop technology and culture that at some point differed from our own. 23. World War II was different from Fallout. This is a twist. Fallout diverges to a different timeline after World War II, with everything diverging to nuclear power. 24. The Great War happens on an alternative timeline. 25. Fallout universe is way ahead of us. We know from diverse sources, and even we saw it on live once in Fallout 4, the bombs fell in 2077, but still looked like the 50s. 26. Something triggered the 50s. I know it sounds strange, but why the fixation on that era only? Why not the 80s or 90s? Something marked humanity at that time. 27. The society was fairly similar to the date of the 50s. We can see it in every book, miscellaneous things, some ghouls that talk about the past. 28. Even if the aesthetics match, they aren't the same 50s. They started developing really advanced nuclear technology, so it differed from the modern electronics of today, as you can see on the beginning of Fallout 4. 29. The aesthetics didn't even change that much, and a 50s or 60s feeling is everywhere. With just a twist, the technology is a lot more advanced, but never tells us why that era. 30. This technological and cultural mismatch shows how the history isn't that far, but evolved differently, confirming that a divergence from the real world happened. 31. The point of divergence was choosing nuclear tech and working with that as a base from real-world history. Well, it's where we are living right now, so you can just look around and see the differences. 32. Nuclear energy opens up a lot of questions. It is obvious that nuclear power became the backbone of the new world, changing the very foundation of energy usage. But how exactly? 33. The nuclear power source shifted eras. Way before the nuclear winter and the Great War, society shifted from the technology we all know to a particular and very dominant permanent nuclear source of power. This diverged in all sorts of artifacts and inventions. 34. A different way of living. In a normal house with electricity and connected to a mainframe all the way to a central plant, every house ran on nuclear batteries, or if the necessity arose. 35. New devices emerged. Things like fusion cores, the ones from the power armors, cars, weapons, and all sorts of consumer products like your microwave, would have been powered by nuclear energy. Interesting, and to be honest, kind of nice. 36. Nuclear power was everything. Nuclear-powered devices are seen everywhere in the game, from the cells that you will get to sell later, all the way to the fusion cores that you can use to maintain your collection of power armors in top-tier shape. 37. The old generators of energy disappeared. The widespread use of nuclear-powered devices demonstrates that fossil fuels or renewables like hydraulic dams were inferior too. 38. As always, the human being, soon after achieving a good quality of life, started researching for weaponry, and that soon turned into a terrible idea. You can guess how that turned out to be. 39. Humanity and power. The only good things that humanity got were all the commodities that servobots could provide and a life full of automation, but the most progress was elsewhere, on the weaponry. 40. The power armor was the equivalent to having a machine gun with unlimited ammo in the Trojan War. Overkill was the rule for the US soldiers, so we can effectively say that the power armor drastically changed how wars were fought. 41. The US soldiers easily overpowered enemy entire forces during the Sino-American War. Alaska was the best example, but as you know, this didn't end here. We got an entire new conflict every couple of hours. Giant exaggeration. 42. As you probably already know, the power armor gave the soldiers superior strength and protection, shifting the military balance from having the most heavy weaponry and numbers to specialized full mecha squads obliterating anything that impeded the US passing around. 43. The US started to spread this type of war, and were willing to take drastic actions to secure resources, and so the war goes and goes, but this destroys the famous sentence of the whole saga, war. War never changes. 44. Greed destroyed the world. At some point between the power armors and the Sino-American War, the US started to shift their morals and objectives, all in the purpose of securing more resources and being more sadistic, but trust me, this was far from being the typical war and left the place in shambles. 45. Canada, an example of a destiny that was really bad. When they were occupied, martial law was applied, and they were used as a sort of barricade to protect the vital supply lines. As you can imagine, igniting tensions were boiling, and the nuclear apocalypse was like a curse. Everyone talked about the possibility, but never really began to understand the implications. 46. US was mad for power. You can see clearly that the extreme methods that the US used pushed an authoritarian regime. The resource scarcity was in the final instance what pushed the US government to lead the ultimate global conflict. But we are far from done, as this was the major precursor. 47. The Sino-American War. Without a doubt was the major precursor to the nuclear apocalypse. This was something that simply could not be undone. So the global conflict was on the horizon. 48. With the vast superiority of armament and soldiers, the US got the upper hand, but they had a rival, and that started what I could identify as the beginning of the end. 49. Sino-American War. This was the Great War before anyone could understand what this meant for life on planet Earth. The conflict between China and the US was what fed the global conflict to blow up. War destroyed everything, even the lives of those that started everything. 50. Both nations started the fight over supplies. The scope was first oil supplies, and then militarized their respective societies. And you can see how this developed in the games like Fallout 76. You can see the China bots with advertising, so you can get an idea of how they feed the information to their population. 51. Resources ran out. Supplies were the fight. Power happened to be a consequence of having them, but the principal part of the conflict started to shift from territories to resources. 52. Every moment, resources were less and less. The resources disappeared, and the aggression increased bit by bit. The nuclear winter was near, and the war became unavoidable. Oh boy. At this moment, they already were at war, just without nuclear bombs. 53. The world was not only destroyed by conflicts, this only ignited the tensions at a point that the bombs were not only a prelude, they were a reality. And with that, everything changed. Yes, even people. 154. The super mutants' origins. A lot of people, with me in that group too, didn't know that the super mutants were a thing even before the Great War, a result of experimentation on humans. The morals were off the charts. 55. The forced evolutionary virus entered into play, the tests were on humans, and the result? A big green behemoth with the DNA of a human. The existence of super mutants proves that the consequences of unethical experimentation are very real, and still I think that nobody paid the price. 56. F.E. HPV was inhuman. The sole existence of the forced evolutionary virus meant that the experimentation was unethical, as the only source for getting this serum is to test on humans. And we are talking about the pre-war period. Remember that after the bombs, the super mutants were around a long time before any human. 57. Pre-war was hostile too. Remember the whole premise of Fallout 1 to close this point in a good ribbon. A lot was destroyed by the bombs, but also a lot of experiments were let free. 58. The Brotherhood appeared in a world where power and technology were so tightly controlled. This group arose to ensure that technology didn't fall into the wrong hands. This shows us why groups like the most xenophobic group known by Fallout was also the safekeeping for humanity, or so they say that. 59. Brotherhood Safekeep technology, formed for the sole purpose of avoiding another great war, but is a world divided by factions, so each one having their own vision for rebuilding, change this vision to accumulate the most powerful assets and avoid the others to get them. 60. This group was formed in the beginning by former US soldiers, the same soldiers that saw in the nearest position that a human could, the dangerous experiments before the war and the consequences of them. Still, this doesn't mean that everything is perfect. The higher moral of this group also comes with their own share of problems. 61. Safekeeping backfires. You can see their origin in the strict belief of the advanced technology that has to be controlled to avoid the same fate again, but they impeding progress for other factions didn't stop progress for themselves. Just remember, in a world like this one, it is easy to lose focus and start making mistakes. They have enormous machines just for war, so the history can be easily repeated. 62. In a world that is divided by factions, and with as many as the Wasteland can hold, each one holds a fraction of power, and the Brotherhood is just one of many. So each one having a vision means that the world has diverse possibilities for a future, or maybe one sole future. 63. The future of society. The post-war society was divided into multiple factions that at the same time pushed in different directions. In my most honest opinion, humanity is trying to rebuild without a shared vision. This is not entirely bad. The problem resides in the execution. If a faction doesn't like what others are doing, if we categorize it by a good thing, then they normally come and destroy. They don't try to pursue a better future. 64. Obviously, not everything is perfect. The future is impossible to calculate, and these values have been upheld in an uneven way, using them or not to the benefit of a handful of individuals, with corruption at the order of day. But we have a far more diabolic faction. 65. The Legion objective. We talk a lot about factions in the future, but what about the whole point of being in a faction, helping each other and pushing for the same beliefs as a group? 66. Caesar's Legion destroys to the millimeter, and it doesn't make it better. In fact, I think that they are even worse as a group. For starters, with slavery and having freedom to kill everywhere they go as a group, the only price? A small one. 67. You have to treat Caesar like a god, submit to his will, and follow all the requests he has. An impressive faction, too. If we ignore the fact that they use a lot of medieval weaponry, they are fairly strong, and working as a team make them so much dangerous, too. So, 68. The Institute Vision, the one and only big bad from Fallout 4. This secret faction is so strange and straightforward at the same time that it is easy to miss the whole point of their actions. 69. They basically want to evolve humanity to the next level by disappearing humans and making synths, but at the same time they need resources from the settlements they trade with in secret. So what's the deal? 70. They want to secretly live underground and maintain a secrecy level, but at the same time a plan begins to do exactly the contrary. All the actions they take backfires a lot as they constantly attack settlements and humans, while on the other side trade and secure resources, but they use so much resources that is never enough. We have more to talk about them. The controversial Institute. 71. Institute's backfire. They started kidnapping people in a random way because I cannot provide a pattern to analyze. And the craziest aspect, they kind of do nothing with it. They are replaced by synths, and they call it a day. 72. They are in your own settlements. Sometimes they attack you when a major group of synths also attacks, but that's all. No inside jobs or infiltration to weaken you. 73. By the moment that we explore the Commonwealth, everyone and their grandma knows about the Institute. They don't know the whereabouts or details, but they suspect or have heard Institute before. Trying to get a secret faction that will control the humanity process of evolution and having the fame of a pop star, well, the objective and the actions don't align. Now let's state some facts about the future. 74. Wasteland future. As I explained, you can see factions with very different goals, visions, and how they want to build a society. The Legion wants to enslave everyone and make Caesar a ruthless leader of the whole world. Then, we have the Enclave with the plan to annihilate all life and only let those in vaults and themselves live, just for them to be the pure race. 75. In every game, we see a glimpse of the future. In some of them, certain factions disappears when they lose, like the Legion, for example. But we can see that they live in the TV series, so the Wasteland is doomed. at least until a unique faction arises and get everything under control. Almost impossible. And then we get the good guys like the Brotherhood or the NCR. The future is still blurry. 76. New California beliefs. We know by the moment of Fallout 4 that they are alright, or doing even better than alright. They are seeking to rebuild the old democratic system that worked so well in the past. Words straight from the faction. 77. They formed up in California. Yeah. The name speaks volumes. And as they aim for the restoration of the pre-war US government via election, a system of law, and even a new constitution, they aren't part of the Enclave or even believe in the same, yes, at a first glance. This exact belief in democracy and order is what allowed them to expand as fast as they have. At the same time, they are in constant fights with other more authoritarian factions like the Enclave and Caesar's Legion, in a sort of guerrilla fight. Nothing is as bad as the Great War, a brief duration for a global threat, October 2077-78, NCR corruption. NCR wants to rebuild a government, but even ages before achieving a minimal part of that, multiple cases of corruption and abuse of power appeared, and the Institute, well, wants to replace every human with a synth for, well, reasons. Ask them, not me. 79. We don't see it directly, but between Fallout New Vegas and 4, the NCR gained so much force, and still you can hear that corruption has taken a hold on high ranks. Things like political power inside the faction is constantly getting bought, justice being balanced with money in the equation of law. I hope to see a better future on Fallout 5, but at this moment, these factions will never manage to unite the Wasteland, or they are doomed to fight a war that will outlast them. Well, the Legion will be dead way before that could be in plans, but still the question remains. But don't forget, we have a shadow on the horizon. 80. What is the Enclave? The beginning of the Enclave is linked to the ultimate goal that Vault-Tec had, control over the new society, but the government had different plans, a bit more conservative. Follow me on this. The Great War marked the beginning of this secretive and militaristic faction. In one way or another, is the only faction that is legitimate government of the US. This is founded by military leaders and pre-war government officials. Only people of high rank. They survived on isolated bunkers, so no Vault-Tec hands here. Most people members of this faction lived in an oil rig far away from everything that happened on the Wasteland. 81. Enclave, just legitimate US government. They truly believe that they are the rightful heirs to the US government, and in a certain way, you could argue that they are. And being the legitimate successors, they planned before the Great War to supervise the new humanity's arrival. Eventually, they felt that it was safe enough to move on and towards the rebirth of America, but all the time on that oil rig was not just for survival. They actually had the time to gain a technological edge. In the canon, they appeared between the defeat of Master and the start of Fallout 2, first appearing on California. And we get to the meat, the vision. 82. Enclave is faulty at core. Traveling to the roots of this faction, they are the pre-war government, and that gives them an edge. Remember that they didn't stay put and survive. They had everything to ensure their survivability ready, so they were preparing new technology to arrive with sufficient advantage and ensure the restoration of American ideals. 83. The only issue in terms of safekeeping the future of the whole Wasteland is that they are willing to use any means necessary to restore it, and that even means wiping the whole Wasteland clean. So now you see the problem. But while the Enclave sees itself as the savior of humanity, and oh boy, that is far, their authoritarian methods stand in contrast to factions like the New California Republic, who believe in, well, many things and don't do most of them. 84. How much time to destroy a planet? We all know about the Great War and just how much destruction it caused. We can explore that damage game by game. You can still see the harsh marks, centuries after the first bombs, but how long it lasted. 85. Remember that it began and ended on the same day, leading the world to global devastation and complete collapse of the modern civilization, and as we know it. October 2077? Yeah, we know that, but did you know that the whole exchange of bombs that changed the world forever only lasted 2 hours? 86. 2 hours to kill billions, annihilate entire cities, and destroy life as we know it for so long. The aftermath of the catastrophic event turned quickly to a survival. Everyone by themselves. Only the vaults safekeep a bit of the society as we knew it, and even them were scattered across the US, and even some information points to vaults across the globe. What could connect the past and present? Well, that's hard to answer, but I have one idea. 87. The hub was post-war. The Nexus was the thriving commercial center of the whole Wasteland, is supposedly located close to Barstow, and we know that it was in a city of sorts. We can see multiple pre-war structures here. However, even by appearance alone, the hub can be easily mistaken as a pre-war relic, and it's not, while it is never stated, you can see post-war construction. 88. In the Vault 13 timeline, it is revealed that the founders of the hub came from a vault. We never know any more details than that, and the whole topic is something that is never stated anywhere else. 89. Vault dwellers can live well outside. The hub became the biggest town around. If everyone came from the same place would be enormous, hopeless since the first day, and the future could only make it better if everyone worked at the same pace. The Wastelanders rely on small and more scattered settlements around, but still work at the same pace to maintain the place, and adding more to the history here raises one of the most iconic figures in Fallout, the Vault Dweller. 90. The soul name points out that this person came from a vault, and that is correct. But from the eyes of the Wasteland, this person arrived from the hub, and so the hub gained that much status for future installments. Yeah, everything is great about the Vault Dweller. He helped shape the future of the Wasteland, and the world was in a minuscule amount, but was a better place. That doesn't help with the mutated beast, though. 91. Most creatures were pre-war. In the games, we can fight against numerous creatures, some really dangerous and other even intelligent to some extent, and we mistakenly think that the bombs did all the work for them to appear. Well, I have some really bad news about it. Some of them are the result of pre-war testings. Other were experiments with very specific purposes that the bombs let loose or gave them a push, but didn't create them. 92. A lot of nuclear tests were conducted in the California desert, others were happening in Nevada, but all led to the same horrific mutations in the local wildlife. Just to name some of them, the Deathclaws were just a type of species of large lizards, but with the exposition to radiation in secluded environments, transformed into monstrous-sized semi-dragons with those giant claws that give them the name. 93. The Mojave was the land of experimentation. The better example we have are the Cazadores, those giant venomous and fast-moving predators. They were researched and created in the Big Mountain Research Facility, starting from tarantula hawk wasps and mixing the DNA with other unspecified animals to get that unique characteristics, but at the time the game takes place, those are a major threat. 94. These enemies were originally intended as super soldiers, but escaped as is obvious. We may never know if the experiment was completed or not, but I am sure as hell that it failed. You can see vaults with terminals talking about the sort of experimentation. A lot of these experiments were concentrated in the Mojave Desert, and the forced evolutionary virus is known in the whole Wasteland as a product of a past time. The bombs only led them free. The Wasteland not only holds monsters, in some corners, we have friendly faces too, most of the time. 95. Ghouls are pre-war narrators. I am not going to be the smart one saying that Fallout is unreal, but let me point out that the ghouls are a strange type of consequence to the nuclear winter. The way I see them, they work as a connection between the pre-war world and the Wasteland as we know it. The only character that we can control in the pre-war is the sole survivor, and the exploration of this world is heavily limited, so it's not the same. 96. In real life, the radiation would never mutate us or preserve a human through centuries. Radiation does the exact opposite. This shows us that Fallout wants to explore a sort of identity trauma and how a new species would survive, throwing also humans and super mutants in the mix. 97. Sane ghouls are also people. We can meet great people that are ghoulified. People like Raul Tejada or Hancock, humans that preserved their consciousness for centuries. But remember, these were ordinary humans once, and also adapted to a nuclear exposure for centuries. 98. The price to pay was the body. Every ghoul shares this pain. They are destroyed physically, and in some cases mentally, to like the feral ghouls. But I think that the reason for their existence is for having people that actually are living witnesses to the collapse of humanity. So having NPCs talking about the pre-war world in detail pushes the narrative to the next level, while maintaining a certain connection with the line of logic of this world. 99. Everything explained shows information about the ghouls being symbolic bridges between the old world and the Wasteland. They are reminders of what human greed with a lot of weapons can do. Sadly, not everyone got this fate. We know that feral ghouls exist too. With everything that sane ghouls stand for, they are discriminated against a lot too. 100. The Wasteland is anti-ghoul. We can see on games like Fallout 3 or even New Vegas that the ghouls are routinely banned from the settlements. Others with less luck are hunted just because they look wrong, and I understand that a bit, but we are talking about xenophobia on a post-apocalyptic world. The world is crazy even after ending one time. 101. The hatred toward ghouls exposes how quickly the survivors recreate the old world discrimination. They only changed objectives. The sane ghouls are denied entry without taking a second glance to the skills or knowledge that can be used to influence the settlements. 102. Vault dwellers see ghouls, and outside people the same. This prejudice parallels what the first protagonist, the Vault Dweller, felt after doing so much for their vault and getting kicked just because he was contaminated, so war never changes, and neither the people. 103. We can take in the same group, the sane ghouls, the good synths, and most vault survivors. We can get a big group that is refused by the Wasteland, even inside their same groups. I still hate you, overseer of Fallout 1 and 3. 104. The Nuka-Cola song was inspired in the 50s American settings, also resembling that everything from the 50s to the 2077 was the same for almost a century. 105. Grognak the Barbarian is a direct reference to all those fictional comic characters around Conan, and is found across the series, even has a certain special set of perks tied to his name. 106. While we know the Wasteland only as the American destroyed yard, it is mentioned mentioned across different games that China, Canada, or Australia also are sharing a similar destiny. China, being the most prominent as multiple enemies from this country, has appeared in 76 and Fallout 3, 107. And for the last one, we saved Dogmeat. Dogmeat is the only character that has appeared through every Fallout game, except 76 kinds of, but still remains a fan's favorite. So we hope to see him in next entries. If you enjoyed secrets, I think everyone knows Dogmeat, or at least one of the multiple versions that you can find on every entry of Fallout. New Vegas Rex is kinda not for my taste. He doesn't really have a companion, but is always loyal to whoever chooses to follow. In Mama Murphy words, is his own man. You know, it's almost general culture information, but if you need a reminder, you can meet him on Red Rocket or via Nick Valentine, and he will be your follower from here to the end of the game, if you want. The first detail we can extract from here is that the first time you meet him, he will be simply named as Dog. The only ways of changing the name to the one everyone knows is entering the Museum of Freedom during the quest When Freedom Calls and chatting a bit with Mama Murphy. Another one is to avoid the original meeting on Red Rock and get all the way to the quest Getting a Clue, and Nick Valentine will do the honors, get you the companion, and also you will already know he is called Dogmeat. A really more secret way is avoiding meeting Preston Garvey and roam a while. Eventually our sole survivor can name it that way if dialogue with him and use the positive response. He suggests calling him Dogmeat, and that it. This is the most hidden one, because a great part of the player base will follow the main quest anyway, but a nice touch to get diverse ways of naming him. Maybe in the future we can also get a bit more interactions, or even have him permanently as our dog and not fill the companion slot. He is also the only real ninja in the game, as he has the highest stealth compared to the other companions, also unique as is the only German Shepherd breed that appears in the game. And finally, he can wear almost all the armor and apparel items in the game that cannot be scrapped, making him a customizable character, and in my opinion looks amazing. Sadly that it took me this long to know that. What if I told you that you can play the old water rocket competition of high school, but now with propane? 2. Rocket science on the cabin. This is one of the classic secrets, so we couldn't leave it outside of the list. It's fun, a bit hidden, and only provides an escape from all the serious quests that you are living for a while. In my book, that is one great way of creating an Easter egg, so let's see where it is, and why I think so highly of it. First of all, this is located on the northeast part of where the relay tower 0BB915 is located. Here lies an unassuming shack that rests on the top of the cliff. A beautiful view, if you let me say it. When you climb here, you can find a fun reward. This is where a crazy or maybe physics PhD wastelander worked on his studies, because all you can find are propane canisters and makeshift launches that are aimed over the Commonwealth. Also, as a note, there is some ammunition behind to get some serious fun if you like the system and the physics of this game. I do. To be honest, that's all. No secret note, some hidden disturbing lore, or a bizarre enemy. My theory is that the devs left this as a reminder of their tests on the physics, or just for mindless fun. Anyway, it works and is a different type of reward. Not everything has to be an item or lore. So we already are on the topic, so why not continue showing some secrets that maybe not everyone had the luck of founding? 3. The Titanic reference. This one can be a bit hidden since is locked away on Far Harbor. A paid DLC launched a while after the original game. Now is highly common that you buy the full edition that already has everything. But if you are one of the people that played it at launch and never come back, this will be new for you. If you are exploring the new zone, you will spot a ton of different zones that worth looking. One of them is the Nucleus shipwreck. You enter this ruins and can see a floating door with 2 skeletons, one lying on the top and the other is submerged with a bit of the body outside. You can already think of the reference that this situation is representing. So now tell me, do you believe that both could have gotten on the door or not? That is what we commonly think as we continue exploring the giant and never boring wasteland. 4. The third kind weapon. Let's be honest here, it's not a new encounter with the series. This is more a tribute to the original, and has become a sort of meta Easter egg. With that on the side, that doesn't make it any less of great. The zone is awesome, the weapon is useful, and the enemy is cool. We are talking about the UFO crash site. In this encounter, we will actually see the event evolve. You have 2 ways of activating the UFO. It always crashes on the same location. The first one is after you grind, or by natural progression to level 20. A different random encounter is unlocked. At some point in our adventures, we will hear a sound provided by the sky. You cannot actually see it fly. As mere moments after the sound happens, the vessel will pass quickly by overhead before actually crashing on the designated zone. It's possible to lose the encounter as it's hard to be doing nothing around the wasteland. Maybe you're fighting your way into a raider's den or talking with someone, but when it happens, we'll leave a very particular trail of smoke, and the actual sound of the explosion when crashes down is pretty hard to miss. Alternatively, if you activate the relay tower with the code 1DL109, a signal of radio radio will be titled Garbled Radio Beacon, will appear on the Pip-Boy. If you tune the radio to its frequency, you will be getting better quality as you travel near, ultimately finding the crashed alien vessel. Whatever the method, when you reach the vessel, a half-buried UFO will be in a hillside. Around you will find destruction and more destruction with broken trees, a flattened ground, flames everywhere, and as a curiosity, in this place the flames never disappear, effectively marking the spot for posterior travels here. Sadly, we cannot go inside the UFO or can scavenge anything around it. The good news are that a trail of green blood can be found. If you follow it, you will go north and down a ravine to a nearby cave unmarked on the map. If you decide to enter, an alien will meet you with some fresh violence. As he automatically starts attacking you, there's no way to calm him down or get near him without killing him. Also, the VATS will get a right leg crippled message, consequence of the crash. Easy work, to be honest. After that little nuisance, you can get an alien blaster pistol and 295 to 500 alien blaster rounds. Yes, it is RNG. Additionally, next to the alien is a human skeleton. What happened here? We will never know, and also a ham radio that is the source of the nearby garbled radio beacon. This will mean something if you came this way following the signal. Turning off the ham radio will disable the beacon, so mission complete. Some curiosities additional to the main event are also interesting. For example, the most far away that you can see the actual crash is the Museum of Witchcraft. The trail of debris at the crash site shows the path to the northwest, but you can see this smoke from anywhere, making it an inconsistency in favor of the player. If you visit the crash site before the crash, you can see some things like some trees already burned, a lot of mole rats, and a skeleton crushed by a fallen tree. Also, after the crash, the green blood trail will disappear after you kill the alien and get his things. Now, I know Fallout 4 has some crazy weapons, but I am more of a cowboy. So finding this treasure was automatically finding the main weapon of my posterior runs. Want to know where? 5. The Gainer. This is a secret location charged weapon that is located just south of the Hub City Auto Wreckers and to the east of Finch Farm. To be fair, it is pretty easy to get here just by chance. Anyway, this is a location with a higher probability of getting here by pure luck. It's hidden, yes, but near some important locations, so it's much more probable to get here than other zones that we already see on this video. We are looking for a pump house. Its entrance is between a small corridor and has 2 rooms, one locked behind a code. If you already know the password, it's kinda easy, but has a bit of a trick. Looking for clues in the room will rapidly get you to look at the south wall of the room, one with a code written, 0451, but that is not it. Why do you ask? Well, because a bit higher is a 1 written, so your most plausible option is 10 to 451, and that's it. Entering that code will get you in the second room. Here lies a red skeleton, and to the left, the reason we are here, the Gainer, a unique .44 pistol, or more known as a Magnum. The special characteristic is his bullets. The revolver has the incendiary legendary effect, and also comes fully equipped with a bull barrel, a comfort grip, a standard receiver, and last, a reflex sight. Outside of the weapon, we have a reference to Looking Glass Studios, the devs of System Shock, as the first code you see, 0451, is a number used many times, and also a nod to a lead-level designer friend that has a love for a nasty-ass video game Magnum. Also, the red skeleton is a reference to Hideo Kojima game, Snatcher, making this effectively an Easter egg into an Easter egg. To change to another topic, now let's see one of the most disturbing places in Fallout 4. Yeah, I know the game isn't exactly lacking in this type of place, but trust me, everyone has its own charm. 6. The Milton Parking Garage. Disturbing zones are the cup and tea of the unmarked locations. The one we are tackling today is located on the central section of the map near the Fallon's department store, a bit to the west across from Milton General Hospital. This is a 5-story building that, like the name says, is a garage. To enter this place, you have 3 options, kinda, as 2 of them are initially barred and you have to get to them from the inside to unbarrel them. For the initial option, there is a red door that is accessible only from the first floor, and oh boy, what we have here. Radroaches are the first ones to welcome us. The main hallway leads to a room with several mannequins, the north to radioactive barrels and basically a dead end. To the east, and the correct way, 3 red buttons and 4 jail cells. Yeah, I understand. This makes absolutely no sense. Clicking the buttons gets you in, and continuing we'll get to see clapping cymbal monkeys. This is creeping me out a lot. Continuing, there is a ramp to the second floor. These few steps are an introduction to whatever happened, so take it as a training. To the second floor we go. We are met with tripwires and some abandoned trucks, normal to this point, but this floor is heavily trapped with diverse weaponry. Mostly tripwires, obviously, but some other crazy things like a mounted laser gun and gasoline with automatic ignition. In the middle of all that, we can find a lot of dead settlers and traders. They died of their own traps or something more sinister. This creeps me up, but as we continue, we will eventually find the ramp to the 3rd floor, and here we go. Let's be honest here, you are a bit nervous as the first 2 floors put the bar a bit higher in sinister vibes, but as you ascend to the 3rd floor, all you will find will be feral ghouls that can jump scare you in a maze, so not much to work with. So after a while, you find the ramp and to the 4th floor. The tripwires are back on this floor, and for some reason, a lot, and I mean it, a lot of bathroom scales. Just why? Also, this floor is even more guarded than the 2nd ceiling-mounted Tesla traps. Shotgun traps behind doors, and don't forget the tripwires. They were on discount recently or what? Besides the creepy atmosphere and all the traps, we can get some good loot. And in a near bedroom, a workbench for whatever reason. Also opening the first cell will surprise you with a flamethrower trap. Cool, right? After all, we eventually find our way to a barren door. Don't forget to unbarrel the door leading outside and then run to the rooftop. Here we have a lot of derelict vehicles, 1 lone wanderer motorcycle, and several loot inside stations wagons. Yeah, I don't know how they aren't on the very button of the building with the nukes. After exploring the rooftop, you will find an exit via the makeshift set of wooden stairs that will lead you down to a door of the 2nd floor of the Milton General Hospital. Besides the actual vibes, this is actually a good place to farm components while you disarm the traps along the way. Also, if you fast travel to this location, there is a secret percent that 3 super mutant suiciders will be there to surprise you. I don't know about you, but this is a giant location with some serious sinister vibes, as we don't really know what happened here or who set up all the traps if the settlers were dead on the 2nd floor. Also, as you already know, a set of wooden stairs is found on the rooftop. That wasn't there originally. So the question remains, who did this and why? We explored a building full of creepy things. So what do you say if I said that you could go to a pre-war submarine? Interesting, right? 7. The submarine Yangtze. When you are walking around the Boston Harbor, it's lodged in the shallow waters. And to be honest, it's pretty hard to miss it. For more details of the ubication, Boston Harbor is just south of the airport and northeast of the fish packing plant 4 Leaf. It's not marked on the map, but is part of a side quest. You can begin it in 2 ways, talking with a particular person on the Shamrock Tap House, or swimming to the submarine yourself. The most interesting part of this discovery is that the submarine is part of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy, a nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, cool and scary at the same time. Before the Great War, the Yangtze, this submarine, had a war payload consisting of 6 warheads and an unknown number of nuclear missiles and torpedoes. As for the story of the submarine, the Captain Zhao obeyed his orders to fire the nuclear weapons at the targets. Only 1 missile was left behind by malfunction. At the time of launchment, the Yangtze hit a mine that severely damaged her reactor. So they got trapped on it, the reactor started to leak, and finally killed, and in some other cases ghoulified the crew. As a matter of fact, only Zhao retained his sanity. You can explore the submarine and find a fair number of things that are interesting. For example, you can go and see the reactor control room, the 3 propellers, and the rear of the submarine. North of the reactor room, you can find 2 decontamination showers, and a terminal locked behind an expert-level lock. After it, you find a stairway to the lower sea. Overall, the most interesting things that you can find are the dead crew and the ghoulified crew too. For the specifics, 30 former crew members are to be found across the sub, live and dead. Some are simple skeletons, and others are feral ghouls. The sole survivor can choose to put the warhead to use and destroy it with you inside. You can escape, but the explosion radius will always catch up to you. Now you explore the submarine and reach Captain Zhao. Now we can talk about him and the secret choices you can make. 8. Captain Zhao and its cut roll. After all the journey of the submarine to get to him, here we are. When you start talking with him, he reminisces his experiences. He recalls firing his ship's nuclear cargo on October 23, 2077. So that indicates that he was the responsible for the Boston explosions. Right now is a curious moment for Fallout history. As you already know, the Chinese are mentioned, and some robots even appear here. But actually meeting the responsible in flesh and blood is an experience that, in my opinion, deserved its own mainline quest. But I take what I got too. Works fine as a secret too. He also shows a bit of humanity as he talks about the shame when he saw the ruined city. Also, we learn about what I already explained of the mine and the submarine, but learn new details. For example, the radiation leaking from the reactor damaged in the explosion was responsible for eventually turning the captain and the crew into ghouls. When he made it to the port and saw the ruins that he created, he didn't want to leave the ship as he wanted to maintain the stealth. The direct chaos also helped. Now advancing the time, he explains that had lived 2 centuries based on scavenging what he could from the city and fighting the casual raider here and there. His ultimate goal is to return to China after gathering enough intelligence and information that in some way could help rebuild its home. On the side, has developed an immense amount of guilt and regret for all the lives and destruction he caused. Still, he's reluctant to leave his vessel undefended to try and find components to repair it, so basically he reached an impasse. I know he sounds hypocritical, but that exactly is why is a likable character depending how you see it. After all, the only companions Zhao had during the last 210 years were dead and transformed crewmates, so in some way, he actually paid a big price too, as he couldn't bring herself to put the ones that turned out of their misery. After all, he still holds the traditional values of the old world, like considering the American as a joke of liberation. He actually refers to us as capitalist and American. If you play your cards right, he can accept the help of the one that could have been his greatest enemy in another time. This puts another quest on your log, and that is a story for another day, but basically you help him find the resources needed to repair the submarine. If you bartered a higher reward or not show animosity through the negotiation, you will have zero trouble getting to this point. Now, this quest has a great repercussion because the players are basically helping who blow everything in your city and change your life forever. For that, the devs also showed us the path of simply killing him, and that's done. Not recommended, but good to have. The rewards for helping him are worth leaving your probable hate behind. If you can achieve this, that will net you some good rewards actually. One of them is pretty unique, as you can get 3 homing beacons for a tactical nuclear strike. Cool, but not very smart to use it. Also, his sword, but only if you pass 3 charisma checks while talking to him. As a curious aftermath of the quest, if you hear the Diamond City radio, some reports mention that a Chinese submarine was seen leaving the harbor. In lore, they actually leave, or I think so. But in terms of gameplay, the submarine stays where it was originally all the game. Another secret side note is that Zhao, for being a hidden side quest, is very much a really crafted character with a variety of dialogues, interesting lore, and a grim context that makes him likable in certain ways. But why all the trouble of making him like that, just for a few hours of even less than one of seeing him? Well, he is part of a section of cut content before the launch of the game, as he was originally designed to be a bigger part of the story. He would get its own quest on an epic location while maintaining a larger role through the whole game, and the player could have the possibility of riding the submarine to a deep sea vault and be there for the final confrontation of that quest. 2 awesome ideas, a deep sea vault and the help of a fellow Chinese, and of all the Chinese, the one and only that blew your home. Very high loss that it was cut of the original run. I only hope that this idea isn't scrapped in a future sequel or even a remake. Now, after ending with such a sad tone, how about having your own island and even a settlement? Would that improve your mood? 9. Spectacle Island. Paradise on the Wasteland. This is a secret location in the middle of the sea, hard to discover and even harder to reach. But where is it? Located near Warwick Homestead near the coast on the southeast, it was once a home for a millionaire living the dream of having his own private island paradise, so obviously he built a mansion. This doesn't end here. The original settlers actually put some effort and constructed a settlement with a sonar pulse beacon that could kill, or at least repel, the Mirelurks. Sadly, as we know when we get there, the settlers are long dead or gone. We only find that someone, probably raiders, disabled the pulse beacon, so the Mirelurks soon invaded the area. For us to reach that faraway location, we have to actually put some work. For starters, we have to go to all the way along the seabed, and more preferable inside a power armor, eat some Mirelurk cake, or have the Aquaman perk for the swim to be more comfortable, or at least you ensure survival. Then walk all the way on the southern tip. It takes a while, and if you're not prepared enough, can drown or die by radiation, but trust me, it's worth it. When you're there, start searching for some power cables across the island. Those lead you to circuit breakers. This way you can unlock the settlement option to use on this island. After a while, when you find the circuit breaker aboard the near ship, not on the submerged one, then a large fight will be unleashed as the screen will shake, and a Mirelurk queen and several normal Mirelurks will emerge. The fight for the land is on. When you win, you have to return to the radio tower and flip the final circuit breaker. This will turn on the solar pulse, effectively killing all the Mirelurks on the zone. Yeah, that is right. Even the queen will automatically die, but that would mean that you ran away. Come on, don't tell me you didn't win the fight. After a few seconds, you finish the secret quest and get your own secure and free of Mirelurks Island. Congratulations. Also, as a plus, if you didn't find it before, there's actually some good loot around, and now is easy to find him, like 2 Nuka-Cola Quantums on the underwater wrecked house, or a fat man on the sunken green boat on the southern tip of the Islam. This island doesn't have any secret notes or terminals, leaving us with a sinister story. But in exchange, we get this cool settlement, private island if you want. A fine reward if I've ever seen one. And those were only 9 of all the cool and awesome secrets this game had. It's a shooter game. Yeah, we start heavy with one of the most criticized and, to my opinion, wrong statements about the game. I can understand that the people see this game as something more similar to a shooter than an RPG. Things like the high enemy density and infested areas with little variation. But here's the misunderstanding. While it's real that Fallout 4 has more than one site with a lot of enemies, repetitive combat, and an emphasis on more looting than exploring and using the RPG system, the game has a lot more to offer and a bit more below the surface. One of the most criticized parts are the simplified quests to a yes or no in general terms, with the character development having a great reduction of quality, and many many missions becoming the go from X to Y, kill everything and come back. Things like the Radiant quests reinforces the idea of being more shooter than RPG, but we still have the options to complete quests in different fashion than only shooting at everything that moves. The player's choices are a bit superficial, but still are decisions. And hey, you all are forgetting great things. I know the game is far from perfect, but what game is? We have a vast collection of good quests, dialogues, missions, backgrounds, and one of the things that Fallout exceeds off, contextual story. Visiting locations that have nothing of value, loot or enemies, but still shares something, a story. Some mannequins and diabolical poises, objects that don't belong where they are, sacred items or secret entrances. All of that adds value and impacts the opinion of being a shooting gallery. Remember Nick's holotapes? Or The Last Voyage of the USS Constitution? Stories filled to the brim with humor or emotions, a gripping story or something to tell us besides shooting something, even multiple ways of resolving the conflict. Quests where you get to represent a character, roleplay inside a game of role-playing, being a superhero on the Commonwealth and staying in character through all the drama. Nice, right? So don't follow all the general consensus. While it's real that the game is far more action-packed than the others in the saga, with a lot more enemies and emphasis on the violent approach. Now, having tackled a bit of the game opinion, let's talk about some of the insanely wrong facts about the story. Railroad Tunnel Vision, a really pivotal faction depending on your decisions. This faction travels from Fallout 3 to 4, and you can get a bit of a blurry vision if you're not on the details when you work with them. The first misconception that people tend to get from them starts in F3, that they don't care for the people in general, and more specifically, for the enslaved ones. I understand that this comes from the fact of having highly specific objectives and limited resources. Even on gameplay, you rarely will see them helping humans or involved in other general issues on the wasteland, but calm down, they have their reasons. So, starting on the reasons, one of them, and very logical if you think about it, is the fact that having so limited resources can leave you with a diminished capability of achieving your goals. This is clearly stated on the limited resources that they have, being a small and even secretive organization that also struggles a lot if you don't tend to give them a hand here and there. Well, that answers a lot. In a lot of moments, you can see that they struggle and also are constantly running away from the Institute, which shows in the form of lacking the manpower or even the resources to hold their ground in more than a handful of situations. That leaves us with our other point, the secrecy and the security that they constantly try to maintain, and to lack serious power to tackle other different problems in the Commonwealth, like the human slavery that we spoke about in the beginning. They basically can't, and is every sign on the game of it. You can see while exploring a bit, maintain an eye out for things like their bases and the almost borderline impossible efforts that they do for maintaining absolute secrecy. Being more humanitarian directly means helping the Commonwealth, and at the same time compromises them and their secrecy. As you can see constantly through the game, the Institute is just trying to locate them, as they are a fairly easy target to wipe out of existence at the moment of being discovered. Yeah, they have stealth and darkness through the subterfuge that they use, but still are weak at core. The final and most important point, and let me add that you can see it clearly in Fallout 4, is the core purpose of the Railroad: to liberate those who they consider deserving of freedom, for various reasons, like being self-aware. Yeah, I am talking about the synths, our buddies from the Institute. Their motto, if you can say it in some way by one of the agents in Fallout 4, is other groups might help humans, but only the Railroad helps synths. And that resumes everything in a few words. The Railroad is noble on his goals, but don't help the fact that is their only goal. That detail alone makes, in general opinions on any forum that you can visit, the worst, or at least one of the worst factions. But remember, this is still a general opinion or consensus. Their goals align with their way of thinking, so nothing bad with it. A cool fact that we don't see in most games is that the Brotherhood of Steel and the Railroad deteriorates the relationship through the game progressing, and after the bomb explodes on the mission mass fusion, they will become enemies. If you were careful and studied the details, put an eye out for learning about both factions, this is something that you can see coming from a mile behind, but still is cool to see that it happens inside the game, showing a flawed philosophy. This is the treasure that you can get from exploring both sides, and being witness to the delivering of the only outcome that can happen, in my opinion. Yeah, neither of them has really long-term plans. On this corner is genocide against all the artificial humans, and for the Railroad, yeah, especially them above all, never exactly say what they will do for the synths once they are freed. We only see some glimpses on their ending, but it's not enough. Continuing with the flow, we have another important part that starts right from the Railroad, but is on the other side. Yeah, the synths. Synths after Railroad. To be honest, I am heavily conflicted with this one. Some time ago, I spended a fair share of my time exploring the vastities of internet and discussing a variety of topics on forums and threads. Some of these were about the synths and the Railroad, and oh boy, we have material to talk about. Remember that the Railroad have this curse, in a way of speaking, about not caring for humans, so they already have this type of negative opinion orbiting them around, so talking about it more in detail is already a bit one-sided in contrast with the faction. What I mean by that is that, yeah, they capture slavers and help free the synths, but what about it? Or what happens next? It's not like they have a powerful nation or sanctuary to locate them, so we already have a bit of mystery. And oh boy, the method doesn't help either, but stick to the details. Remember, one of the first things that we can learn about it is that they mind wipe the synths and call it a day. So how is that better than the original captors, the Institute? We have to investigate a bit, and we learn that while they actually mind wipe them is not forced, and they are given a choice. That alone is much more better trait than the Institute for starters, but we also have the dialogue that Patriot gives us on an important quest, that he reprograms synths to want freedom. That doesn't show much of a choice. Working a bit more ahead, you learn that yeah, the mind wipe still happens, but what he reprograms the work schedules, this shows on a mission, so is easy to miss these type of details. And that shows us that they really give them a chance of escaping, not another faction trying to get ahead using synths and technology. Yeah, they put us on a hard spot to trust them, and I understand why the general consensus doesn't like them, is for things like that, but stick with me, they aren't damaging them, they are just spreading a bit of misinformation. Following the story to the end and helping the railroad gives us a better insight and actually clarifies details like that one. For example, you can see that any personal synth or not, even the Institute personal, that want to get out are completely free to be let through. And that's it. You can see that the goal is genuinely noble and at the same time really hard to achieve, as they are the only ones that care for the synths. Now, taking the general consensus in mind, let's work on the really negative hate that Fallout 4 received. Besides the bugs, we are talking about the structure. Illusion of choice. One of the biggest flops that Fallout 4 had was the fact of New Vegas existing. I know this can sound like nostalgia talking, but we are talking about facts. The comparison was inevitable and hit hard. Starting with the surface, Fallout 4 isn't a bad game or even a bad RPG. You really have the freedom and the illusion of making your own path, but stick with me, it really does. Besides what the actual story offers us, we already start with an extremely limiting way of interacting with the world. The 4 dialogue options, yeah, we have at least a voice for our character. But if the price for the voicing is having a massive decrease of options for dialogue, please stay silent the rest of the saga. This is extremely tied to the people thinking that as any other Fallout, you shape your own story. And that cannot be more far from the reality. I know it sounds like a rant, but is a fact. If I had to put numbers so the times that one of the dialogue options changed something more than a response, I would be so bold to say that at least 80% of the game is that way. That hits very deep. If you came from any other Fallout, most of the time any dialogue has 2 outcomes and are very easy to identify. A or B, and the 4 dialogues only change a bit. The responses, but the end is a simple choice, if no skill check is involved, or happens the same thing. Remember the predecessors and the most compared to 4 New Vegas. If you had the skills to surpass any conversation, you still had submenus to change the outcome a bit, or you can directly skip skill checks if your choices of dialogue were clever enough, effectively changing the outcome. What I am trying to explain here is that the story handling was very bad. I understand that voicing everything would be a massive work, but you could have taken the Yakuza approach and only voiced the main quests, leaving everything to pure text, because the voicing only came to downgrade the experience of anyone that played a Fallout before. With that explained and on the table, everything in the game is tied to your opinions and choices, or at the very least is what most of the players think. When you get around a bit, you can get the full picture. The story mostly feels a bit hollow because you can choose A, B, or C, but not shape a bit everyone to make a more personalized decision, something you could do to a certain extent in some of the past games. To further understand this, we need to talk about the other half of the game, the factions, and why they are so important in this case. Good and bad faction? With all the context, this will be way easier to understand. First of all, to clarify what the people think and what is the real deal, we have to compare it to something, right? Let's do it with New Vegas. We have the main questline of both games a bit contrasted. What do I mean by that, you ask? Well, this is easily explained in a few words. In New Vegas, all the factions have the same goal and want basically the same. As can be seen for some, this means a bit of restriction, because if you don't help someone, then you are an enemy, right? Well, no, and that is what makes a magical experience to play New Vegas the first time. Imagine walking to a site, and in the middle of it, you are dropped on an airplane crashing down. You have to do something, or even choose not to, but you're in anyway. It is better to seize the moment, try to make it land, finish blowing it yourself, or repair it mid-air. Options, and even better, your own personality can be plasmed through the game, as you have the options to do something or make it worse, but who decides that? Now on the other side, we are jumping around to Fallout 4. With it, every faction basically has their goals, their bias and preconceived intentional or unintentional moral and vision or expectation of what will happen when they accomplish. You have far more options on paper, but you really have them? Different factions and outcomes, you are in, against them, or on your own side, but at the end of the day, the line is drawn, and you have to follow it. You can choose a car, an airplane, a tank, whatever, but the line is here the way I see it, and I think you understand more easily. You have 4 trains to 4 locations, but you can only choose one, not decide much more than that. Of course, the quality is there. You're in for a ride, but this doesn't pay as much because you're still only participating, not deciding deciding more than the faction, Fallout has this system of with them or against them, a bit bad for an RPG. Our real impact. Let's work from the first thing that you learn of the game when the story starts giving you glimpses of what it will be. The factions have goals as always, and this time are explored a bit further, or at least that is what the people are led to believe. We have two main concepts besides the factions and their own goals: the Commonwealth and the violence and the all-going war that it is and always has been, but this time we have another part, the synths. The game tells us basically that if we don't put our own hands on the matter, the synths are the future of the Commonwealth, for the better or the worst. Okay, that shows great promise, but how is it through the game? Well, prepare yourself. The game doesn't push this concept much further than a choice. Yeah, everything leads to one choice, and since people don't tend to finish this type of games, it is completely normal to have the misconception of shaping your ending with decisions, kinda, but isn't that deep. We aren't talking about all the goals and outcomes of every faction. That is not the point, but see it that way. Fallout 4 is heavily based on your opinion as a person, not a character, not role-playing, or even not helping you question your morals and beliefs, and this, as a result, gives us a linear game, a bit bad for this type of genre. When a game shows you his cards and you choose a side depending on your opinions, but never really making you stop to think a bit or give you some plot twists or a shock because something you thought wasn't the real deal, well, you start and finish with the same belief. To end this point, dumbing down the choices wasn't the path, and Fallout 4 paid a bit of price for it. They sold it as a vast RPG with freedom and offered it, but in a much smaller dose than its predecessors. Now, having talked about the overall structure of the game, we need to talk about one concept that people tend to underrate a bit: the missions. How the story really works. Check this flowchart is how the game works when you advance the story. As you can see, this can kind of contrast my previous point of being linear, isn't it? Well, not exactly. As you can see, it's very easy to distinguish each different path and outcome. If you choose one side, then you're in and against other factions. So I think that tiddies up a bit all the previous explanation. But why do I show you this? Well, to show you that what Bethesda sold us, a complicated and multi-dimensional group of factions that would be pinned or allied depending on us, is reduced to this. Choose a side and then follow it to the end, completely separated from the other factions, and even making them hostile after certain points of the game. And to be fair, most people have this misconception of a very bland and linear game, and others have the totally opposite feeling. In reality, we got a bit of middle ground with some of the best and worst aspects of every side. Bethesda started with every good intention of allowing us to mark our own path and roleplay as we wanted to, just like New Vegas. However, the storytelling failed and the writers scrambled what they could to make them different and not only villainous and heroic groups. Well, for starters, they show us the Minutemen, the good guys in every range of the word. Sadly, their missions were pretty basic, gameplay and story-wise, but still they were the base for everything. They were the default faction, and overall the people that you would help for the good for everyone. Ending. Then the other factions had some very particular goals and ways of interacting with the world. For starters, the Brotherhood are still some hate everything but humans people. The Railroad only helps synths than the Institute? Well, why the fuck would you choose the Institute? Sean was supposed to be another piece, not the central. You can see this on the different missions about it, and the fact that this part of the plot was forgotten so quickly. This affected the quest structure because everything had to round around your personal mission. At the end, they used Sean as the method to get the sole survivor in the Institute. The Railroad and the Brotherhood are also scripted during the main quest, so you see a lot of things going on during the story, but a glimpse to the chart, and you can easily see that you cannot avoid the structure, and you need to progress through their design, breaking the multiple layers of design that we were supposed to get. Every faction has its pivotal point of being hostile or not. You don't have workarounds or any quest, dialogue, skill check, or whatever to change the outcome. This, in my opinion, is what obliterates the game when you compare it with New Vegas. Now, with everything said about the quests, we have to talk about one of the most misunderstood mechanics of the game. You want to know which one? The settlements. First of all, I understand that this is a chore in some cases. The "a settlement needs help" is drilled in our minds, but continue here with me. In a general consensus, it is a feature not worth the hassle, and it's a beta test for the CAMP of Fallout 76, and I think they are right, but that doesn't mean that this doesn't have any value. It's a powerful tool. Imagine that you have an idea of having a settlement of pure vault dwellers, or growing your own society because you want to have an empire, or something like that. This is something very avoidable. I did this on maybe my first 2 or 3 playthroughs, but learned to love it, and found a lot of hidden details that were worth it. For example, one of the most cool that I found on one of my recent gameplays is that some synths can actually infiltrate your settlements, and when the Institute attacks you, if that happens, they will join the fight against you. Besides that, they don't do anything else, for good or not. For example, you can recreate some of the forgotten factions or create your own with a settlement. Has any impact on the story? Absolutely not, but helps a bit to make our own path. It's an underrated system because it provides some things that the game doesn't show in more appropriate ways, but it's still here in a couple of words, giving depth and a lot of importance to our sole survivor. survivor. The freedom that we all want and crave for, it's here. It's not exactly what we wanted, well, of course, but here it is, and we need to play our role to exploit this mechanic to the vast maximum. Invest on this as another line of the roleplay that we all love about this saga. For more specialized players out there, maybe a settlement only means a stop to sleep and eat something, special mention on survival difficulty, but gameplay-wise, they help a bit with the resources that they can generate. You can stick to what is convenient, or being completely nuts and make settlements fully maxed and recreate the strip of New Vegas. You can, or at the very least, something similar. The most hated point could be that the roleplay is just for fun, as nothing gets beside having people around. You can't do anything to affect the story, but you can create a new story, so don't sleep on it. And also don't go blindly and hate the building system. After explaining one of the most misunderstood mechanics, we will explore a heavily hated one that has some frustration behind it. Care to learn more? The legendary weapons, generally considered, and I am on that team too, unrewarding and also not logical. Well, yeah, it's random. But still, why would I get a magical effect on a pistol that I found on the trash, and the top tier equipment that the General Lord Muscles the Killer is dropping me 2 pieces of wood? Legendary loot is one of the most researched systems in forums, discussions, and fights all over the internet. People in general struggle to understand how it works, why they get a powerful effect on a weapon that makes it useless. On another view, I understand that it sometimes breaks the immersion as you find a great weapon after a cruel fight. Then you roam around and kill a mole rat that drops a far better weapon, like why a mole rat drops that. I sometimes find it more funny than stressful. Okay, let's talk facts. The principal sin of this system is the randomized nature, and that's it. We cannot fight with randomness. With that said, we can take some time and explain a bit more in depth why the people don't get it or hate it. Because of that, we aren't talking about mechanics or tricks to exploit it. We are talking about why the people struggle with it. The system lacks any sort of guaranteed perks. Yeah, even the legendary enemies aren't consistent with what they drop. You can sort it out with methods like targeted farming, but we are getting out of our way to use different tactics that the devs didn't put there. The players sort of discovered them. A system with good ideas and being poorly executed, as the legendary mods were the replacement of the unique weapons. We still have unique weapons, but far less, and in my opinion aren't that broken or interesting as past games. For some, this is good, for others like me, an error. In general, that decision is creating the effect of making them feel less special. That's it. We aren't playing with realism or some forces that the player can manipulate to completely break and make the game unplayable. So I still, to this day, don't understand this change. Us, the players, are dependent on luck. While a time back, you had to explore, and eventually you will find in some dangerous location a great weapon hidden inside a rock. The fact of randomness adds to the frustration when powerful effects are found on undesirable items. Still, strategy can overpass it, and hell if you want to. Some of the legendary weapons that they sell are awesome. Still expect to cash a bit of your fortune, but nothing that you can't handle. With that, we explored 9 diverse facts that the people commonly get wrong or don't understand correctly. Covenant. Ah, the Institute, that cold blood faction, a lot of issues and a lot of advances too, but that's not the point. If you've interacted with the Covenant in-game, you probably know the drill. They're an unusually safe and prosperous community, a haven from the wastes that's almost suspiciously perfect. Imagine finding a perfect oasis in the middle of the desert, an illusion or a trap, or maybe you are that lucky. The idyllic little paradise is made up of people brought together by their shared loss at the hands of the Institute. To be fair, is one of the best reasons I could think of, and actually a good zone to explore, as in typical Fallout fashion, has a lot of contextual story and glimpses here and there of diverse events, but at the same time that can also be the reason they're a willing front for something darker, and oh boy, for a small settlement that is dark. We are, of course, talking about the human being, for calling her in some way. Dr. Chambers and her attempts to find a foolproof process to detect synths, currently sitting at a whooping 80% false positive rate. Cool, right? The funny part is that when you start talking about it, if you didn't explore enough, and only have the information that she provides, then it actually can start to sound reasonable. Yeah, that's right, but only until you reach the minimal and almost imperceptible topic of kidnapping and torturing random people to further refine the testing part. Yeah, now that is not everything. In one of those attempted experiments lies a multiple choice test that our sole survivor has to answer to enter the settlement. A bit Jigsaw style, if you let me say it. The questions are random and nonsensical to newcomers, but for any Fallout 3 players, this test will seem very familiar. A cool nod, but at the same time, if you don't have a relatively speaking fresh run, then maybe you will be like me with a monkey with symbols on the brain all the test. For those with the need of knowing, it's basically a modified version of the Vault Tech General Occupation Aptitude Test, or GOAT, exam for short. Yeah, a nod to the very beginning of Fallout 3. For those that didn't play it, this was the test that our boy the Lone Wanderer had to fill inside Vault 101 during the beginning of the game, and lore-wise was the means of choosing their stats. Perks, well, basically your in-game way of building your character as the machine of the Doctor in New New Vegas or the test on the beginning of Fallout 4. This, of course, is an interesting detail, but it goes even further, and that is kind of why I like this series. Follow me up. If you kill Dr. Chambers' bodyguards and examine their armor, you can see that they're rusted sets of Vault-Tec security armor still bearing the Vault-Tec logo. While it's possible that Andale Light just bought the armor in bulk due to it being cheap, the fact that the Geo Actor was exclusive to Vault 101 raises some very strange questions, the answers of which still remain unclear even 8 years later. And that's the magic of this. An unsolved mystery that nods to a past game in a small settlement that you got to by chance. Now imagine meeting a raider that has actual emotions besides being lost with Psycho. Want to know more? The Morning Raider. The Raiders, those dudes that are among the most common combatants in the Commonwealth, having the sole purpose of existing as a danger early on, a nuisance in the mid-game, and cannon fodder near the end, but still humans after all. Yeah, I was surprised too. But while tearing through scores of them is admittedly fun, this particular encounter is a bit more sobering. Is it easy to lose it, or ignore it as you shoot? First think later so. Good thing that we got you, huh? If you walk just to the right of the Jalbert Brothers disposal yard, down near the train tracks, you will find an unnamed raider sitting beside an open grave containing a second dead raider. There's no dialogue, no notes, no larger story here, just a wastelander grieving a dead friend. While it's a sad sight, these two are still raiders, and it's more than likely they subjected others to this same fate without a second thought. You can see this easily on the first few encounters with them, or even exploring some settlements that suffered the misfortune of being visited by them. This tragic scene doesn't excuse their actions, but it is a reminder that raiders aren't monsters. They're people. Evil people, but still people. Also, there's more to it than meets the eye. It is very uncommon, and maybe around the Commonwealth you will find this scene only a couple of times, but it actually has some variations of this scene. For example, you can find one in a similar spot that is mourning a person dead next to him. If you're stealthy enough or lucky enough to not be spotted, you can hear it say, "I hate when they beg. It's just you and me, nothing personal," and that he hopes that the next one dies clean. A cool surprise that honestly doesn't add anything substantially new, but shows a layer of emotions that, if my memory serves right, the local raiders never show, as they are plastered as cold blood killers that maintain their style of life by robbing, killing, and using different substances. And they are consistent with this personality through the saga. With that said, what would you say if I told you that you can meet a pre-war crew ghoulified? The FMS Northern Star. The Commonwealth is full of adventures and diverse biomes, people, enemies, and locations, but without a doubt, this is one of the most unique, as not many ships can be explored even around the saga, and talking about sailing over the ocean, well, that will be a dream for a while. Okay, directions first. You are adventuring as always and walking around along the coast, more specifically north of Poseidon Energy, and south of Warwick Homestead will take you to the heart of this secret. Here lies the rusting hull of the HMS Northern Star. Just like all of the massive shipwrecks littering the Commonwealth, this is more or less a hulking symbol of pre-war commercial power. It has somehow not decayed into rust powder. Important to remember that after all, this was blown up by a nuclear bomb, and 200 years of decay add to the mix that marvelously hasn't blown away in the wind despite spending 2 centuries exposed to the elements. To put a plus on the exploration, it is common to find more than contextual stories. You can find better weapons, gear of sorts, books, or the classics now on the Saga bobbleheads. So yeah, the bonus here, and if you are one avid explorer, then you will have already been here looking for the agility bobblehead. Very useful. And also, many of you in classic Fallout gameplay will have dropped the gun arsenal on the half a dozen ghoul raiders living there without a second thought. I don't blame you, I did the same the first time. However, by chance, or maybe you are just more perceptive among the common players, then you may have noticed these are not normal raiders. They have a bit of peculiar characteristics. For starters, instead of the usual bloodthirsty taunts, the yelling and normal sounds, if you can say that about a raider, these types of raiders yell in an unfamiliar language that after a bit of investigation, or maybe you can identify Norwegian, I don't know, but speaks that language, or they try at least. The context shows us that the Northern Star was a Norwegian cargo ship that ran aground, presumably after the bombs killed its power, and the ghouls are what survived of the crew 200 years later. For the curious like me, when translated, the ghouls are actually saying, "Leave us alone, you shouldn't have come here," and multiple equivalents. They contrast a bit with the actual behavior that they have, but okay, dude, I got it. Stop attacking me. This is actually kind of sad, and at the same time, we don't get an option if we enter here. But remember that the great god Howard still intends for you to kill them, so making you feel a bit bad is unnegotiable. Gameplay-wise, the game labels them as raiders after all, and they will absolutely not hesitate to take potshots at your settlers in Warwick if they wander a little too close. So just see this as a tiny curiosity, and do yourself a favor, go and get that bobblehead. It's not a secret, and I think that we all know that the mannequins are hiding something, but seeing some of them in a haunted ship, the mannequin ship, We are now on uncharted territory. Remember the DLCs of Fallout 4? Some hidden gems are here, and some of the creepiest are on Far Harbor. Deep under the murky water of Far Harbor, a sunken boat is lying on the seabed, with not much, and that is logical to be fair, but what we actually have are, for example, a handful of skeletons, some containers, and oh yeah, I almost forget, a whole lot of mannequins. So what terrifying environmental story have our favorite Uncanny Valley inducers cooked up this time? Brace yourselves. As the player approaches the ship, a special kind of event will happen. Mannequins will slowly float up around you, slowly ascending to the surface. If that creeps you out, you can distract yourself from the plastic rapture by entering the cargo hold of the ship itself, but don't think you can escape, as you are being greeted by even more malevolent modeling statues staring at you through the many portholes. In my opinion, one of the most disturbing zones in the game. There's no loot, no bobbleheads, no guns, no nothing, just bones, plastic, and a singular note. Should you be so inclined, you can read the waterlogged for 2 centuries paper page, which was scrawled by a crew member who noted strange noises coming from the cargo hold. Yeah, this place holds a story even after 200 years has passed. He assumes it's the crew pranking him, but with the note being on the floor next to a skeleton, over which stands a mannequin holding a board weapon, we can make our own conclusions. Also assuming that the mannequins in this world are a whole different beast than any display of clothes. But talking only for my conclusion. That's enough swimming for today. For the next, how about a history lesson? Cool, right? The Lone Red Seat. Finally getting as far away from the water as we could. Our next destiny takes us to Diamond City, that big objective we get on the first few hours of game, and that remains mysterious with all that it can offer. Also, as we all know, the settlement is built inside Fenway Park. One of the tiniest nods that we can find here, and what makes it cool, is that far fewer know about it than the average secret or reference in the game. We are talking about the Lone Red Seat. Not much secret there, is, as the name implies, a chair in the stands that's been painted a bright cherry red to sharply contrast with the dark green of the other seats. Why is this the case? Well, hardcore baseball fans and historians might already know. I didn't know either, but whatever. I'll break it down for the rest of you. In 1946, Ted Williams of the Red Sox hit the longest home run in the park's history, sending a ball 502 feet into the stands and knocking a fan's hat off, nothing short of a miracle surviving that without any important damage. As a reminder of that epic event, the seat of said fan was later painted a bright red to commemorate the historical moment. A small nod, but a detail that is present, and for that, cheers to the devs. Love and behold, looking into Diamond City's right stands, the Lone Red Seat stands alone. Gameplay-wise, you can't get to it. It's simply a nice little Easter egg for those few who know the park's history, a small reward for those that are fans of something and happen to meet a nod to your interests. Just don't tell Mo Cronin about it. He'll probably think it's red from all the blood of the champions who claimed it and sell it off as a shield or something. Yeah, classic move. Now a surprise test. What is the first thing that happens at the start of the game? Deadeye. Answering the question is a bit tricky, isn't it? But yeah, follow me on this. Remember at the start of the game how Nate's practicing his speech for the Veterans Hall in the mirror? Yeah, me neither, but I tried. Okay, now we bounce to where the game kicks off. If you actually go to Fraternal Post 115, you'll encounter a very unique enemy, and this enemy is actually a fan of the Diamond City radio. Strange but cool detail. Deadeye is the name and is the leader of the super mutant warband living there. He can be found sitting on a couch in the main hall, quietly listening to Diamond City radio, but the trick lies here. He is listening. Now think about how that is relationed to being called Deadeye. He gets his name from his eyesight, or more correctly, lack of it, as he is completely blind with a rag tied around his head. This also affects the gameplay, as you can and should try to approach him. He won't see you coming, but he absolutely will hear you. Or that depends on your sneak. Nah, just kidding. He actually starts an interaction when you're really near him, maybe with a stealth boy. But yeah, he will 100% spot you at some point, and this will start the interaction. Not everything is a fight right from the bat. He will shout at you to screw off, and should you fail to do this in a timely manner, he'll raise the alarm and all the other discount Shreks will come running, and trust me, they are a quite big pack. So yes, violence is avoidable, but this is post-nuclear Boston. Violence isn't the answer, it's the question, and the answer is always. Still, a small detail besides the encounter is that if you manage to sneak one shot at him, near his body you will find a switch. If you, for mere curiosity, activate it, the other super mutants will spawn just the same if he catches you twice sneaking around. These types of encounters are interesting, but what about encountering old pals? Care to learn how? The Lost Neighbors. During the intro sequence, we're shown that Nate lives in the nice part of the area with lots of neighbors, a family, our buddy Coldsworth and that. Yeah, we played the game maybe, you think. Well then, 2 centuries later, he has noticeably fewer neighbors. Yeah, I understand the surprise, but trust me. However, wander around long enough and you'll experience a very unwanted reunion. Remember that at this point you are a little dude learning about the wasteland, so any enemy can put serious damage on you. Basically, you will be swarmed by a pack of feral ghouls. Fairly normal for a Wednesday on the Commonwealth, I know. Well, except for the small, almost imperceptible detail about these ferals having names, those names being, you guessed it, many of your old neighbors. This doesn't surprise anyone to this point, but turns out that not everyone was lucky enough to get flash cooked by the bombs, and now it falls to you to euthanize the angry nuke zombies. Fair enough, they attacked first. Maybe you weren't the cool neighbor that everyone liked as you used to think. Oh well, Mrs. Sumter can't be mad at you for tearing down her house to make room for that ammo press now, or putting a fashionable new barrier with a bed for your survival run. Hey, I remembered something. A pirate hideout area is in the game. Well, sort of. Libertalia. Libertalia is a massive raider camp built on the half-sunk wreck of a cargo freighter with a massive armada of small boats and barge platforms tied together to form a veritable fortress. Turns out that it was settled by ex-Minutemen? Yeah, the initial faction of classic good guys and everything that we hate about the settlements. So, as normally any one of them would do, they initially tried to be civil with the neighbors, but desperation and other sort of circumstances, like a bad plan from the beginning, turned them to banditry. For the moment we meet them, well, they are basically indistinguishable from other raiders, with their biggest crime being that we can't turn it into a proper settlement after it's cleared, and oh boy, what a cool spot to make a new settlement. Now the interesting detail here is that Libertalia was based off a supposedly real place, and the name means more than just that, a name. Back in the 1700s, a pirate named James Mission built a small colony off the coast of Madagascar. For those times it was a pirate utopia, where people could be free from the various empires that were carving up the world. This place was, of course, called Libertalia. However, talking about real life, despite multiple attempts, this supposed colony was never discovered, and it most likely never existed to begin with, or was that good that remained hidden up to this day. We will never know. Now for let's review a section of tiny glimpses that deserve to be discovered, Tiny Details Collection. The Prost Bar, now it's off to Boston Commons. After a long few minutes of getting your bell rung by Swan, you can limp down to the Prost for a quick drink. Now, for the approximate 2 80s kids watching. This bar is one-to-one modeled with the Cheers bar, from the sitcom of the same name. Yeah, I remember it for some internet memes, but my point stands. From the layout of the building exactly matching, to the positions of the skeletons mimicking the characters, to the name Prost, translating from German to mean cheer. I can safely say this little Easter egg made a lot of fans a little nostalgic. Consider yourself lucky if this made you smile a bit, because the next thing that happened is that smile disappearing and then feel old, because that show's like 30-40 years old now. Oh, the sorrow. The top room. If you're anything like me, you too were disappointed by the home plate player home. Thankfully, this doesn't end here. Walk down the road to the right of the Diamond City Gate, enter the junkyard on the right, splatter some mongrels, a classic morning to this point, and then climb up the building. There should be a rubble ramp facing the city, assuming you have a jetpack or incredible parkour skills, a bomb or something, then fly across. If you have a bit of hands and luck, you don't slam and have enough psychojet to kill a horse, continue the parkour across to the neighboring roofless building, and then across to the stadium. You'll find yourself in a brand new player home, complete with a bed, power armor station, and a housewarming gift in the form of a mini nuke. This was supposed to be part of a proper quest, with the room as a reward, but it was cut from the finished game. There's a lot of things like this one. So, a really lost opportunity to not recover all the cut content in new relaunchments, and so here it stands, a safe little place to store your excess power armor where Trashcan Carla can't steal it. And oh boy, I felt great discovering this place the first time, as I was expecting nothing, only a swift death, as I landed with my head to the ground when my power armor depleted the core. Cricket. Cricket is one of many merchants who can be found wandering between the various settlements. Most likely, most people don't remember her. They do, however, remember the Spray and Pray, an explosive shot submachine gun that could be considered an unofficial cheat code with how effective it is provided you spec into the right perks. And oh boy, the fun that it is using what means a god power of exploding what you aim to. However, there is one other notable detail about Cricket, and a really obscure one. She's an Institute informant. Yep, now everything falls into place, isn't it? She's on the Institute's payroll, constantly feeding them information from all the settlements she visits. So, no, she didn't like you or anything of the sort that made her visit you 3 times a week. To be fair, she doesn't actively hurt anyone, but you can argue that she's indirectly guilty of any and all harm the Institute causes with the information she provides, and that also is very much correct. In my books, is far from innocent. So, if you're a friend of the underground science bois, good news for you or not news at all. The problem is, if not, I don't know, boycott her or something, or a cool tip, use that cool submachine for testing purposes on her. Hawthorne. In Diamond City, a man named Hawthorne can be found in the Dugout Inn. He's not part of any quest, he has no greater story in the game, but what he does have are stories of his travels. He's been all over the Commonwealth and beyond, but there's one place he adamantly refuses to go, and that is Salem, a small town on the northeast of the map. This place was the scene of the infamous Salem witch trials, and yes, nowadays it sits largely empty, but Hawthorne still refuses to enter it, as something about it just horrifies him. Yeah, bud, if a town had a death claw in the museum, I'd be horrified too, but to be honest, I would have preferred to see something more substantial. In all seriousness, it's never explained why Hawthorne's so averted to the town to begin with, but there is a theory. One of the most prominent, and by far one of the most brutal judges during the trials was Judge Nathaniel Hawthorne, so yeah, I think the cat is out of the bag. Cedo? Alright, Nuka World time. One of the many parks in the sprawling area is the Safari Zone, with its only human resident being a man named Cedo. This dude was the son of local scavengers who were killed by super mutants when he was young, being raised by gorillas from one of the attractions. Yep, we got a post-nuclear Tarzan here. Strange but cool, and the similarities seem intentional. The last line in the note left by Ceto's mother asks whoever finds it to take care of him, and that they would always be with him in his heart, a reference to one of the songs from the Disney classic, so that closes the circle. It wasn't by chance. Tess. Across the Commonwealth, telephone poles line every road and cross every field. They stand as a symbol, both of the power of the old world and of the powerlessness of the new one, and apparently they stand for references too. Upon closer inspection, the metal plates mounted on the poles read TES-04, and this, of course, is a reference to the Elder Scrolls, Bethesda's other massive IP. They did the same thing in Fallout 3, and it can be expected that they will continue to do so moving forward in the series. Codsworth. We all know and love Codsworth. He is the Mr. Handy companion that has lived with you even before the war. You meet him at your old house near the vault that you emerge from, making the odds of him being the first companion that you actually meet. He has a lot of details hidden, but we will focus on two tiny ones that not most people had met before. The first one is that he has a serious probability of saying your name, yeah, the custom name. Why do you ask? He has nearly 1,000 pre-recorded names that he can say, so if the player character name is on his files, you got lucky. If not, then stick to being called Dad, Mom, Sir, or if you got the right idea when you named your sole survivor, named Dragonborn, he is voiced too. If you're out of luck, then stick to the generic title. Now it's time to talk about one of the biggest secrets of the game that, sadly as big as it is, still remains as only a way of creeping us out, a detail and nothing more. The mannequins. It's no secret that the mannequins are watching you at every step you take. A lot of things show it without actually nobody addressing it. For example, all the posed mannequins that sometimes are staring at the exact spot you're on. Like, what is the probability? Bethesda made this as a curious Easter egg, but can also be an accidental mystery. One of the creepiest of the game, if you let me say so. What makes it a small detail through the game is the mannequins themselves are only there to creep you out and maintain you with the feet on the earth, as you cannot exactly fight them. For example, you enter any building in the Commonwealth, and in some of them, the vast majority also, there's some mannequins, but the problem is the poises they have. Like, they have a life and just freeze when you're around, exactly like Toy Story. For example, sitting at dinner tables or hanging around other mannequins or even dead bodies, sleeping in a bed, if you could call it that, into bathtubs or in a sort of party, like they were dancing and you entered at the most crucial moment, is disturbing to say the least. You can sort them out as being a cursed prank by some raiders gang looking for scaring the hell out of their victims or something like that. I don't know. But this theory is easily destroyed, as you can encounter mannequins in strange positions even on sealed rooms or zones like vaults. Remember that the mannequins are at least 200 years old, so no reason for them to be there without a disturbing reference. And that will remain a mystery, as we have a lot of examples that reference impossible human interaction with the mannequins, and still they are in impossible positions. And those were some of the best tiny details that Fallout 4 has to offer. The Grantchester Mystery Mansion. In the Nuka World DLC, south of the Nuka World Junkyard, you can find a curiously intact pre-war mansion that has a gruesome mystery held within. This is the Grantchester Mystery Mansion. To get in, you will have to present a ticket to the Protectron that stands outside, which isn't too hard as there are plenty on the ground behind him. The mystery begins with the story of Hannibal and Morticia Grantchester, though one could say it didn't really begin until Morticia nearly died after giving birth to their daughter, Lucy. A narrative reveals shortly after entering the mansion that Hannibal never wanted a child, and resents her for the near death of his wife, which could not have been good for the psyche of anyone around. Morticia loved Lucy, though everyone else in the girl's life would go on to view her as the spawn of Satan. Her elderly mother would often read her stories written by Mary Shelley, Edgar Allan Poe, and the history of the Borgias, who were Renaissance Italy's most infamous family. The Borgias were said to have committed adultery, incest, theft, bribery, and murder. Their murders were most often committed by arsenic poisoning. This may have been what led to many of the bizarre behaviors that Lucy would go on to express. Lucy was mostly isolated by her parents due to her often cruel behavior. Her only friends were whatever small creatures she could capture. She would play with them until they were dead, after which she would skin them and nail them to the undersides of furniture. She put some of them in her father's favorite stew while it was being cooked, leading to Hannibal's favorite cook quitting and declaring Lucy the spawn of Satan. This was no ordinary cook, as she had previously worked at a prison and was no stranger to dealing with the worst of the worst. She was their longest-serving cook, having worked there a mere 5 months. After that, Lucy's behavior would lead to many of their servants quitting. Morticia would complain of ghostly chills afflicting her as she walked the halls of the house, believing that there were evil spirits lurking just out of sight. She would acquire advice from a psychic named Madame Scarlatta, who would instruct her that fireplaces would ward off evil spirits from the house, which she convinced her husband to construct. This led to Lucy becoming fascinated with fire, which she exhibited by throwing small creatures into the many fireplaces so that she could watch them burn. As Lucy's behavior became more and more strange, Morticia would become more and more convinced that their daughter was possessed. Morticia would continue to acquire the help of Madame Scarlatta, who believed that the evil spirits could be driven out from Lucy by confusing them, which led to Morticia convincing Hannibal to set up a series of rooms that were designed to throw off the evil spirits. Madame Scarlatta would frequent the mansion to conduct seances as yet another attempt to drive out the spirits and save Lucy, though Lucy would sit in the room above as they conducted them and knock on the ceiling. Despite the seances, Hannibal would often beat Lucy, as he believed that it would be the most effective way to cast the evil spirits out of her. Morticia ordered a stairway to be built that led to nowhere, ending at a wall in an attempt to confuse the evil spirits she thought to be possessing her daughter. She would also have a room built where all the furniture hung upside down from the ceiling, as if the room had been flipped. One morning, Hannibal would enter the upside-down room and find a doll that was designed to look like him hanging from a noose tied to the furniture. Throughout the mansion, you will find many doors that open to dead ends. These were built as yet another attempt to confuse the evil spirits, with deadly booby traps placed just outside of them, possibly to give the impression that they lead to real rooms. Those traps seem to have been put there post-war by an AWOL gunner by the name of Zachariah, whose handiwork can be found through a series of locked doors, which leads to a pile of the fresh bodies of traitors stacked in a nearly empty room. As rumor began to spread of the strange construction projects happening at the Grantchester mansion, Hannibal and Morticia would become shunned by the former elites of high society that they had previously considered their friends. As time passed, Lucy would make her first attempt at killing her parents by putting poison in their dessert. This incident would cause lasting health effects to Hannibal, rendering him unable to walk without the assistance of a cane. When Lucy would get too close to him, he would smack her with his cane and beat her until he tired. Things would only get worse when one morning, Hannibal was impaled by a rusty spike that had been placed in his shoe. Hannibal would go up Lucy's room in order to beat her once again, as he believed her to be responsible. No one will ever truly know what unfolded there, but if Lucy is to be believed, she held the scissors in self-defense as Hannibal came to beat her with his cane. With his foot wounded, he would trip and land on the scissors, which passed through his eye into his brain. Though authorities would question why his fingers had also been cut off, she would tell them that it was so he could never beat her with the cane again. That same morning, Morticia would also be found murdered in her bedroom. The exact cause of her death is unknown, though she had rope burns along her arms and a doll stuffed in her mouth. Though rope would never be found, Lucy would claim that it was the doll, who lashed out after it had been denied a goodnight kiss. After her parents had been murdered, police would search Lucy's room to find knives, makeshift weapons, animal bones, toxic substances, and a journal that had been written in a code that they could not decipher. This would lead to her being committed to an asylum where she would escape on her 18th birthday. It was 9 days after that when she was found hung in the attic, with police ruling it a suicide. Curious enough, if you look up at the windows as you first arrive at the mansion, you can see a little girl staring at you from inside the mansion's attic. Zachariah seems to know nothing of this girl, but he does write in a terminal that he has heard a girl's laughter, though he attributes it to a malfunctioning robot. The attic can be entered through the room where Zachariah is, though he will have to be killed to obtain its key. Surely, killing Zachariah will spare many from meeting the same fate as those that he has stacked in the kitchen's basement. Entering the attic, you'll see a little girl who will run into a nearby doorway while laughing. Following her leads to a dead end, another fake door. Could this be Lucy's ghost, tied to her childhood home where she had suffered so much abuse at the hands of her father? With good reason too, as it seems that the Grantchesters may have been played for fools. Years after Lucy's death, the house would be put up for auction. Curators would investigate the room where the seances had been conducted to find a variety of hidden speakers, tripwires, fog machines, and other devices that Madame Scarlatta had used to stage false seances. This led many to believe that Madame Scarlatta had been taking advantage of Morticia's belief that there were spirits in the house to suck as much money as possible from the Grantchester fortune. This was further supported by trick candles having been amongst the many trinkets found throughout the house. So, what do you think happened here? And do ghosts exist in Fallout? This next mystery dives deep into the depths of the darkest locations in Fallout, leading us to fear the forces beyond our understanding. 2. Terrors of the Deep. In Fallout 4, you can find a location known as Hugo's Hole. You'll know you found it because you will hear a gunshot as you approach. There, you can find the remains of a raider that had offed themselves after being transfixed by some kind of entity. A holotape can be found nearby him. He talks about wanting to go inside a quarry, as it had been too long, but he was cast from the rest of his group that resides there for acting far too strange. In the holotape, he further states that he could just kill them all, but the entity would not want that. Nearby, you can find a pre-war marble quarry that, if you choose to explore it, will reveal more than you could have ever expected. The mystery here is a dark one, with ancient ties, some of which can be found in previous releases as well as Fallout 76. To get inside, you'll be pitted against a large group of raiders that will test your skills, but once inside, it does not take long to start to unravel that all is not right here. The raiders appear to have been cooking the unfortunate wastelanders that they captured, above a large pyre at the center of the pit outside of the quarry. Whether this is related to whatever may have been communicating with Hugo is never revealed. But what is revealed is that the raiders had originally come to scrap all the pre-war metal that had been preserved into the mine to send back to the ironworks, their headquarters. It became evident that there was far less metal down in this quarry than they had initially expected, as a terminal entry states that a request for additional support beams than the limited number that were previously used had been denied, which would have led to accidents amongst the miners. Terminal entries would also mention that there have been reports of rumblings and instability all over the quarry. This is strange, considering that the mine is still pretty much pristine 200 years later. Later entries will talk about increasing incidents involving safety standards being cut. These include the lack of railing on drop-offs, lack of support beams, and a backlog of safety inspections. To combat complaint reports, management requests there to be no more complaint reports issued as they're probably already in the backlog. It becomes more and more clear that the management of the quarry does not care about employee safety, almost to a shocking degree, as management would hold a weekly happy hour where miners were allowed to drink on the job. Despite management stating the lack of employee safety measures were due to budget cuts, they would upgrade the boring equipment regularly, though it would not increase the yield by much. This seems suspicious, as if they're trying to cause as many casualties as possible. The whole quarry will start to rumble, and the sole survivor will be granted visions from a dark source depicting the workers there before the war. As you go further down into the mine, you'll find reports that all the workers were being called down to station number 4 to gather for some odd reason. This would also be where raiders were sent to deal with a feral ghoul problem, though the raiders would never return after being sent. Raider leadership down in the quarry would eventually plummet altogether, with one going insane and writing "I'm safe in the light" over and over again in a terminal entry. Inside section 4, we begin to encounter ghouls and find the skeletal remains of miners all over. As to what happened here, we will find out soon enough. Continuing further, you will find station number 5 that doesn't seem to have been mentioned in any other terminal, but a holotape can be found inside. This holotape, titled Tim Shoots, mentions that the crew at Station 4 still do not suspect their true intentions and believe them to be transporting equipment to a new section of the mine, but the author of the holotape, Tim Shoots, believes that they need to complete their plan quick, as the more serious supervisors might begin to question things. The visions will continue until you enter the last room of the quarry, where you'll be granted a vision of a pre-war sacrificial ritual involving a strange ritual blade. Evidenced by a holotape found on the ghoulified remains of Tim Shoots, management requested that all the supervisors meet in Section 4, where they were to discuss safety concerns. There, they were seemingly ambushed, tied down, and sacrificed to whatever entity is haunting the quarry. Strangely enough, this whole ritual site appears as though this chamber had always been there, long before it was uncovered by management of the mine. From there, you will find a hole in the ground filled with water, almost like a well. Going down this underwater shaft, you will come face face to face with a colossal statue in a much wider chamber that resembles a Roman amphitheater, with pillars and stairs surrounding an altar at the center. It's on this altar that you will find an ancient blade of unknown origin known as Krimvish's tooth. This is not the same blade as the one used in the ritual, unless it has undergone significant changes after the sacrifices, as it looks completely different. Could this blade have been what the mysterious management of Dunwich borers were after the entire time? Shockingly enough, this mystery goes so much deeper, as we are introduced to a mysterious pre-war cult existing in the Point Lookout National Park in Fallout 3. This swampy marshland had never been hit by the atomic bombs, as the nuclear submarine that may have been tasked with that can be found beached, with its crew dead. Most of the locals are inbred abominations, mostly incapable of speech, and have been this way since long before the bombs were dropped. They are all part of a cult, which worships an entity called Qualtoth, though there is another member of this cult that brings to light more of the dark beings behind it. The only regular human that seems to revere Qualtoth is Obadiah Blackhall, who tasks the player with finding a family heirloom, a book known as the Krivbekni, and guides you to where the locals conduct ritualistic sacrifice. During this quest, you will meet a Christian missionary by the name of Marcella, who claims that Obadiah plans to use the Krivbekni to control the swamp folk. After meeting both Marcella and Obadiah, it becomes clear that Obadiah despises the other locals of Point Lookout, though it's unclear why. Perhaps it's due to how degraded their genetics are from the rampant incest, or because of the suspected theft of the Krivbekni. We can only speculate. However, he seems to covet the power that this book holds, as he may see it as a way to extend his life. Obadiah is very old, and the only chair he will sit in is a wheelchair, which has an oxygen tank next to it. Arriving at the ritual site, it becomes evident that the swamp folk had indeed stolen the Krivbekni, which lies in the middle of the shrine. The whole shrine is littered with gore, revealing the dark nature of the rituals that the Krivbekni hold the secrets of. Returning to Marcella, you'll find her dead, having been murdered by a group of smugglers hired by Obadiah to put an end to her interfering in his plans. She, however, left a holotape with instructions on how to destroy the Krivbekni, which seems to be the right thing to do, as these secrets in the wrong hands could devastate the wasteland. To destroy the Krivbekni, you will have to travel back to the capital wasteland, to the Dunwich building, where you'll have to make your way to the virulent underchambers located in its basement. By now, I'm sure you're making the connection between Dunwich borers and the Dunwich building, as both were owned by the same company. It's also revealed that Obadiah is the great-great-great-grandnephew of Richard Dunwich. In the innermost chamber of the Dunwich building, you'll experience a lot more strange happenings that you had overcome in Fallout 4. There'll be one feral ghoul who stands by a note that reads, "Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words." Abdul comes again, on the Feast of the Weaker. Feast for the Deep Temple. Born again. Here. Al-Hazred Giyeth. Near the note, you'll find the black obelisk. If you activate it, the book and all nearby feral ghouls will be incinerated in a burst of flame from unknown origins. The questline is over, and answers are never fully given, as they had planted the seeds for Dunwich borers in Fallout 4. So could there be ancient gods brewing in the deep places of the Fallout series? Or could all this be due to gaseous fumes causing hallucinations for all those involved? This next one is hard to fathom, as so much of it does not make any sense and could just as well be hallucinations. We'll leave that up to you to decide. 3. Listening Post Bravo. Listening Post Bravo can be found nearby Dunwich borers, and is one of the many military outposts found throughout the map. While it can be easy to overlook, you'll eventually have to go here during a questline involving Paladin Dance. There are no clear paths that lead to this listening post, and it's surrounded by hills and a dense forest. Inside, you'll find what looks to be just an average military station, though there is the skeleton of a soldier still seated at the desk he died at. As a security precaution, the elevator has been powered down and is completely inoperable. You'll have to bypass this by hacking into the terminal mounted on the wall next to it. With the elevator now powered, you can journey to the bunker below. Deep underground, you'll find 2 destroyed protectrons and an offline sentry turret. It will mostly be what you expected. A military listening post, full of equipment used for just that, but strangely enough, there is a Yaogwai that should not be down there. Its home is a cave exposed by collapsed sections of the bunker. It has no way out and no way in, so it shouldn't be alive down there. But it is, which makes no sense and is very confusing. In its cave are 5 skeletons that are mostly soldiers who appear to have been stationed in the bunker when the bombs dropped. If this is true, then that means that the Yaogwai may have been down there for 200 years. But it couldn't have been, as a series of entries found on a terminal in this bunker sheds some light on what happened here, though it does not paint a clear picture. On Monitoring Terminal 03, operated by a Sergeant J.P. Renksy, we find a series of reports. LP Bravo Monitoring Report 10 seems to reveal that the skeleton at the desk on the surface level could be that of Captain Rutledge, who ordered Sergeant Renksy to take over the long-range monitoring duties for 4 weeks. During that time, he'd be completely isolated from the outside world. So we are left to assume that only one of the soldiers whose skeletons are found here were supposed to be there. So why are there plenty more? This isn't even where it gets weird, as the next entry, LP Bravo Monitoring Report 14, reveals that while Renksy was monitoring the low-band frequencies, which was mainly used to detect the frequencies used by outdated equipment, he detected a very cryptic message that repeated itself for an entire hour. The site was used to monitor Chinese spy networks, so he was surprised that it was in English, though the signal was full of static and hard to make out. The phrases Renksy could make out were "internal void," "dreams are getting darker," "blood runs so still," and DEK, the last of which he assumed to be a call sign. He would report the signal to Washington in hopes that they could decrypt what it could mean. He waited for days, hearing nothing back from Washington. Eventually, he would be woken up by a series of loud banging noises on the elevator door. Security measures prevented the elevator from being used during the 4-week period of each monitoring duty, so he activated the bunker's defense systems and took out his emergency rifle, preparing for an enemy attack. The banging at the elevator continued for almost an hour, when suddenly it stopped. Renksy soon began to feel as though this was somehow related to the mysterious broadcast frequency that he had intercepted. According to the entry titled LP Bravo Monitoring Report 25, it wasn't until another 5 days had passed that Washington finally responded to his message, stating that the holotape they had been sent by him was blank, something he would confirm himself when he checked on a second recording that he had of it. He would mention the banging he had heard, and they would suspect him to be experiencing auditory hallucinations from being isolated for so long, which he believed was possible as isolation could play tricks on the mind. They said they would send someone to relieve him of his duty so that he could recover. The final words of this entry would be, "Maybe I wanted to find a mystery to solve to occupy the time so badly. My imagination decided to take over. Whatever it was, I hope this doesn't go down on my permanent record." And then nothing else is revealed from there. We just find a Yao Guai that shouldn't be there with another group of soldiers rendered skeletons in a cave that shouldn't be there. The soldiers must have been sent there to relieve him, with more being sent this time to avoid the auditory symptoms of isolation experienced by Renksy. But where did the Yao Guai come from? Could the Yao Guai have been someone trapped down there by a survivor who cleverly thought of a way to imprison it so that he would not have to fight it himself? And what happened here could have been Renksy going insane from the isolation, attacking the soldiers that arrived to relieve him. With all the questions left by that one, this last mystery is more straightforward, but also leaves us with so much to question. For instance, what connection could this have to the Zetans in the ruins at Dunwich Borers? 4. The Ancient Crown. While parts of this next mystery could also be viewed as hallucinations, there is too much proving that aspects of it are so much more than that, leaving so many questions with few answers. To understand this mystery, we will first have to start where it began. In 1894, Lorenzo Cabot, scientist and archaeologist, went on an expedition to the Rub al-Khali Desert in the Middle East, searching for proof that there could be a precursor civilization, called Ubar, hiding below the sands. In the real world, Ubar is known as the Atlantis of the sands, and though many have claimed to have discovered it, none of their discoveries can be confirmed to be the mysterious city. Though many believed his theory that this civilization could exist to be insane, including his own son Jack Cabot, he would find vindication when he and his team unearthed a vast subterranean city that held within it the artifacts and remains that could not be of human origin. The pair, along with a team of locals hired as diggers for the expedition, would discover parts of the city. Though a sandstorm would brew and once more bury most of what they had discovered, they would eventually discover a sealed tomb of ancient design. They would remove its seal, which resealed, discovering a sarcophagus that held within it an otherworldly humanoid creature that wore upon its head a great crown. The local diggers were so terrified that they fled from the site, refusing to ever enter it again. Lorenzo would remove the crown from its head carefully, ordering the tomb to be sealed and putting an end to the expedition. That night, Lorenzo studied the crown and felt increasingly compelled by some unknown force to don the crown upon his head. The longer he wore the crown, the more he came to understand it and the civilization it had been from. He would realize that this could not be the city of Ubar he had been seeking, as no human could have designed what they discovered, and the ruins were far older than even the earliest of human artifacts. This crown, though ancient and alien, could somehow influence the mind of a human despite being being far older than humanity. He would share his discovery with only his wife Wilhelmina, his son Jack, and his daughter Imogen. When he returned to his wife and children in Boston, he would be a changed man and intended to teach his family of his discoveries so that they could return to it together. The crown had made his physical state overall superior to what it had been, increasing his strength and ending any further signs of aging. It would also grant him powerful psychic abilities, but at the cost of his sanity. It's very strange that an alien artifact would be able to do this, as our DNA would be vastly different. For example, medicine intended to cure a specific ailment for a human would not necessarily work on a fish, a turtle, or even a bird. Over time, his family would become very influential in American society, though he would become increasingly paranoid, even violent, and begin to commit crimes that would have landed anyone else on death row. He could no longer remove the crown, as attempting to do so would cause him great pain, with the crown seemingly having bonded to his head. 4 years after his return, his personality would change so much that Jack Cabot would have him confined in the basement of Parsons State Insane Asylum to keep him from harming those around him. He accepted this, as it was the only way he could hope to convince his family that he was, indeed, sane and get them to return to the Rub al-Khali Desert with him to continue uncovering what waited for them below its sands. Jack would study Lorenzo's blood and the crown in hopes that he could uncover a way to cure his father of its influence. Along the way, he would discover that he could use his father's blood to create a serum that granted his family the ability to temporarily gain the same healing effects that rendered his father ageless. Centuries would pass. Jack would continue to study his father's crown and use the serum to extend the life of his family, adding further safety precautions over time and paying off the asylum's staff to keep it all a secret. Why no one questioned this is beyond me, as most people would have raised an eyebrow at this. Lorenzo would remain in confinement for 400 years, while his son Jack continued to study the crown with his sister Imogen, who would begin to suspect that Jack was no longer trying to cure his father and was instead working to extend their lives permanently. After Jack had installed dampeners that prevented Lorenzo from using his psychic abilities, Lorenzo would begin to hate his family for what he saw as a betrayal and desired revenge. Trapped beneath Parsons, he would commune with the crown and gain more of its knowledge. Jack would employ the sole survivor to retrieve a shipment of the serum from a group of raiders that had intercepted his mercenaries as they were delivering it. Doing so would earn him their trust, and the Cabots would soon find themselves in further need of his service. Wilhelmina fears that Imogen might be in danger and sends the sole survivor to find her, where he would discover that she had joined a cult and convinced its leaders to let her return home. After freeing Imogen, she will reveal the dark truth behind the serum and leave ahead of the sole survivor, who will return to the Cabot house to claim their reward. But Jack is busy, as Lorenzo's psychic abilities have begun to overpower his prison, and he has compelled a group of raiders to invade Parsons State Insane Asylum, with Edward updating Jack of the situation. Jack and the sole survivor make their way to Parsons State Insane Asylum to fully access the situation and prevent Lorenzo from escaping. They arrive to find it completely overrun by raiders. Locating Edward wounded inside, they continue to fight through the raiders until they reach the basement where Lorenzo is being held, to find that the raiders have almost succeeded in freeing him from his prison. The sole survivor will talk to Lorenzo, who will reveal his story and some of the secrets of the crown, though it's clear that Lorenzo has gone mad over his long isolation. Jack will instruct the sole survivor to set the Abremelin generators to overdrive by flipped a switch, which would kill his father by flooding his cell with Lorenzo's cell with lethal Zeta radiation. Upon flipping the switches and killing Lorenzo, Jack tells the sole survivor that had he listened to his father and freed him, he would have killed his family, continuing on to say that nothing would have stopped his father from returning to his criminal activity. Though he is sad that he has lost the ability to produce his immortality serum, Jack seems to have genuinely believed that with just a little more research, he could have cured his father and removed the crown from his head. Were these artifacts Zeton, or something far more ancient? These mysteries are amongst the many aspects of the Fallout series that inspire us to keep exploring, discovering new things around every corner, in every playthrough. What happened in Vault 111? We have little information about all that happened in the time we spent in the vault, frozen. An experiment about cryogenic state, but everyone winds up dead anyway. Where did it go wrong? There are so many questions and so little answers from the start. As you may know, the vaults were places that experimented with the people. Plans, an unlimited budget, and also some of the most disturbing decisions and ideas. We can only see the aftermath, yeah, sure thing. But never forget that all these sick ideas were created in the minds of people that never happened to see so much death and destruction as the people on Wasteland have. So who's the real monster here? The people that were assigned to live in those vaults were less than an experiment, treated as numbers, with some experiments so cruel that dying would have been a far better outcome. This vault was no different. It was a massacre, all right, with the experiment results ending in lives taken away as they pleased, and also, not by them, but surely made it easier, kidnapping a boy in the process. The real mystery lies in all the missing information that we are given, leaving gaps so we can use our imagination because we don't have anything else to rely on, all while trying to find out why all of this happens. Leaving questions like, how can the sole survivor, just like its name says, be the only survivor from all of those in the vault? No one can explain if it was pure luck, a strategic planning on the pod, or something more obscure. How an error made all of the other people fade away, and why only him remained alive. Sure, starting from what we know, the Institute ordered Conrad Kellogg to shut down the life support system, letting them suffocate to death. Grim, but orders were orders. Now is where everything becomes a bit more tricky. Okay, you may think that all of this is what really happened in the vault, and technically it is. You saw the memories after all, but stay with me. We aren't getting all the parts of the puzzle. The first problem is that the argument lacks consistency. How exactly only the sole survivor honored his name when they shut down the life support if he was also in cryostasis? Yes, I know that the game tells us that the decision of letting him out was from Sean, new director of the Institute, and also his son, the one who got kidnapped. You may think that everything is working out as planned, but no, because we have a few arguments that never got solved in the end. First and most important, it still does not match the actions of shutting down the life support in the period of time that took Sean to become the director. How come if they did everything that they could to not let a single person live after that, still got us alive and well when they entered again to save our life? Or why exactly our pod was saved if Sean at that time didn't get to say the order? Even more, why is everything full of giant killer cockroaches when we wake up? If they wanted to see us alive, nothing makes sense, and the game didn't bother to explain those inconsistent pieces of information. If we add all of these inconsistencies of the information, then we reach the same conclusion as exposed at the beginning, that we don't have a conclusion, thus making this an unsolved mystery. This next mystery is connected to aliens, a common topic in the Fallout franchise. We will explore its origins and the impact they may have on people when you think you are in control of the unknown, the ancient crown. This next mystery is more related to an artifact that a person found during an expedition, granting him powers far from our understanding, leaving so many questions with few answers. To get ourselves a bit of context, we have to go toward the beginning of it all, where it all started, because it sure happened a long time ago. In 1894, Lorenzo Cabot went on an expedition to the Rub al-Khali Desert in the Middle East, searching for proof of an ancient civilization called Ubar. Though this might be a myth, they took their chances, and with a group of diggers, they went and started searching for this ancient place. Little would they know that eventually they discover a sealed tomb with some ancient scripts. Once they remove its seal, they discover a sarcophagus that held within it an humanoid creature that had this crown over his head. This team fled out of fear. Then they saw this creature, but only a few, and Lorenzo remained. And then it happened. Lorenzo took the crown so he could study it. If he managed to get a good research out of it, you can say that he wouldn't have to go searching for another civilization ever again. He would live a life full of wealth, but he had other things. I don't know what idea struck his head, but the unthinkable happened. During a night of research, it happened. He wore the crown. With this in his head, he started to think more and more about what had happened, what they found, and questions started growing more and more. Was that really Ubar? Was it a human civilization? Are we not alone in the world? So many questions came towards his head, but with no answer, he thought maybe he should continue searching just to have proof of them. Like a good scientist, he began to realize that he was not the ordinary person that he was before. He started to notice he has more physical strength, also noticing that he had not aged as years passed by. But what is more important, he gained psychic abilities, but at a great cost, his mind. If this is truly an ancient alien artifact, then can they use the crown's full power without losing their mind? Then it happened. He noticed the unthinkable. He could no longer remove the crown. When he tried to do it, he would receive a great amount of pain, as if it was a crown of thorns. He had changed so much. He was no longer the scientist driven by curiosity trying to solve the mysteries of the world. He has now gone mad. This only achieved that he was confined in the basement of Parsons State Insane Asylum to keep him from harming those around him. Along the way, studying the blood of Lorenzo, they create a serum that grants the ability to temporarily gain the same healing effects that leaves Lorenzo ageless. This seems okay at first, everyone accepts it, but in over 400 years, Lorenzo has remained the same. His son Jack, in charge of investigating the blood of his father, seems a bit different, like as if he changed, like he lost the purpose of this life, just continuing expanding his life with the serum that was created. But as time passes by, people start to notice and to to question his actions, as if he just wants his family to live eternally together. With all the questions being thrown at him, he finally installs some things so they can start neutralizing his father's psychic abilities. Little do they know that this would trigger Lorenzo into a state of pure hatred. Jack would contract you, the sole survivor, to retrieve a shipment of the serum from a group of raiders that had intercepted it as they were delivering it. Wilhelmina fears that Imogen might be in danger and sends the sole survivor to find her, where he would discover that she had joined a cult and convince its leaders to let her return home. But what no one expected to happen happened. Lorenzo's psychic abilities have begun to overpower his prison, and he has gathered a group of raiders to invade Parsons State Insane Asylum. Edward is updating Jack of the current situation. Jack and the sole survivor make their way to Parsons State Insane Asylum to prevent Lorenzo from escaping. They arrive to find it completely overrun by raiders. Locating Edward wounded inside, they continue to fight through the raiders until they reach the basement where Lorenzo is being held. Seeing that the raiders almost manage to free Lorenzo from his prison, defeating the raiders, you can talk to Lorenzo, who will reveal his story and some of the secrets of the crown, though it's clear that Lorenzo has gone mad over his long isolation. Preventing the worse they made, Jack finally realizes that this is not his father anymore, and it is better to give him a good farewell instead of continuing torturing him in this cell. So they overdrive some generators, and then with their eyes closed, they flip the switches and killing Lorenzo. Jack tells the sole survivor that had he listened to his father and freed him, he would have killed his family, though Jack is sad that he has lost the ability to produce his immortality serum. Jack seems to have really believed that, with just a little more research, he could have cured his father and removed the crown from his head. But if 400 years of research wasn't enough, just how many years would have him taken so he can finally cure this father? The mystery here lies in what was civilization really about? Are they other civilizations capable of having different types of artifacts? Just how long was civilization in the world? Why did they go? What did they leave? And why did they leave artifacts behind? Now we know that there are things capable of giving superpowers, but is it the only one that has this type of ability? Or are they capable of doing the same thing? There are so many questions and so little that we know of that it makes it really intriguing just to think of the possibilities of what can still be in the world, waiting just to be discovered. In the next mystery, we are going to see and analyze if this lovely old lady has more to hide. Mama Murphy. Really? A psychic? Of course we all know who Mama Murphy is, but is she really the sightseeing fortune teller she claims to be? These are the biggest questions for this specific character. In our journey, we manage to meet this sweet old lady that claims to be a psychic capable of seeing the future, but there isn't anything that can confirm that she indeed has this power, especially of how they work. It is very strange the form that she manifests her powers. The way they work is by getting so high that she is capable of having a so-called sight, a form with which she explains that her powers manifest. She explains that she has it all her life, and using chems is the only way of activating this so-called power. Even so, the use of chems during so many years can kill someone. But this has yet to happen. I really do hope that the chems have other side effects other than death itself, because if I were to use them for a long period of time, I would probably gain the power to fly. Jokes aside, although this information that is given through the sight is really useful to the player in the game, it doesn't confirm that she really is a psychic. This may not be anything new, especially because in this world, almost anything can happen. We can go towards a more supernatural explanation, or even aliens, just so we can find answers for this mystery. One of the most famous and popular theories claims that she came across an artifact just like Lorenzo's crown, which grants him telekinetic abilities, immortality, and other perks. For me, this is something that can be very possible due to the circumstances and the way it activates. At the cost of his sanity, he is able to achieve all of these powers. So maybe, just maybe, she is hiding something that activates just by using the chems, allowing her to have a vision. If she really encounters an artifact capable of doing this, it will explain how in such a young age she was already capable of having the visions, but also it explains why the drugs haven't ended her life already. You can say that this old lady is not disturbing at all, but just think for one moment you find this old lady, gets high, and then it tells you pretty accurate in-game information that alone should be enough proof to get some chills down your spine. The Institute's true goal. Through all the games we have seen, the Institute has our main villains. They have not done any good over the years, at least not morally. They have achieved so much with their technology that it is almost scary to think that at some point they are going to replace mankind with They claim they're saving humanity, but to destroy vaults, settlements, and kill every person, just so they can get one pure DNA, as they would call it. It seems to be a little over the chart if you ask me, even if they are so proud of their Gen 3 synths that basically this is why they did all the murder over in Vault 111. Research vaults, get one pure DNA destroy the people remaining, unless those pure DNA, as they would call it, are very, very special, but I don't get why they would do all these horrible things. Are they trying to be the new elite of civilization once they make enough Gen 3 synths? Are they working on a new gen of synths? Well, in this world, those who have power overall are the ones that do this kind of thing. It is only that they surge natural enemies that go against their beliefs, especially when your sole belief is killing just to preserve yourself. What we consider a mystery is that their true motives are very well hidden. They just stick with the same routine. No matter how advanced in technology they might be, the things that they have done just to get there, and also the secrets that they hide from us, is what this mystery is all about. Now, entering the creepy things and some very present all over the world, you better be prepared, because this might give you nightmares. The mannequins. This just got a little creepy. Mannequins often give you these uneasy vibes, and you just can stop thinking when they are gonna move. I think all of us have tried staring for so long at a mannequin just to try to see if they actually move. In this game, they sure made an effort just to have them all over the Commonwealth, and often found in very disturbing positions. No one knows who or what put them in those positions, and this is what makes it very disturbing. Who placed them like this? That is the mystery. We know so little about the mannequins present in the Commonwealth that it makes it very creepy. What makes it so disturbing is that there are some mannequins that have been placed with skeletons of human remains. As we saw one of them lying in the bed next to what I would assume to be a male skeleton just because the mannequin is dressed like a woman. Each time a look towards a mannequin, chills go down my spine. Why were they placed like imitating the human behavior pre-war? Or like having them recreated like some sort of invasion of another country? If mannequins weren't creepy enough, they had to give us this. Another fact that is worth mentioning is that there is this place, Fizztop Mountain, where you can find two little mannequins in what seems to be a cradle. Or that is what I think it is, resembling two little children that have passed away because they are over a flower bed that is within this object. In another location, we can see three mannequins surrounding a bathtub with a dead body in it while holding different objects. Not only that, in Far Harbor DLC, there is this one ship that transports the mannequins that are on the coast. If you are brave enough to investigate, you may find clues from the crew members that point out that they have caused the demise of everyone. I don't know how much time the crew was with the mannequins, but to start earring noises from where they were shore sounds very creepy. You can say, may it was a prank, but it or they sure went too far. Why do we say that they caused their demise? It is because no one was found from that cargo ship, and we only know some clues that say that they were making the noises, and others blame the mannequins directly. This leaves so many questions regarding the mannequins. Are they alive? Who placed the mannequins? Do they have a meaning? Are they playing pretend? Or maybe, just maybe, they are haunted? If and only if someone has this very weird hobby of placing the mannequins all over the Commonwealth, then maybe it is less than a mystery. But we still have to think if there is only one person capable of placing and recreating all what the games show. You can say this is a supernatural thing that is happening in the game, especially with these kinds of objects that we often see in horror or suspense movies. They sure are making it look that way, only that in here, they remain still. I do believe that somehow the mannequins got haunted and ended up with all of this mystery, because it doesn't make sense that they can cause so much like a shipwreck. Let's not forget that how they are placed, and that they are all over the Commonwealth, and also the weird and creepy positions or gestures that they are making leads to them being haunted. I mean, let's take for example the bathtub. We would take the time to bring a specific mannequins towards that specific location and place them carefully, but not only that, getting them an object that can fit in their hand just takes too much time. You are bound to be caught, not to mention the creatures you have to face, going back and forth. Using a little bit of imagination, I think that the guy in the bathtub was alone, and at night he started to hear noises. He woke up and he saw the mannequins already, with the object that they are holding. Somehow he managed to escape, and out of fear, he decided to hide in the bathtub just so it could be his grave. Don't you like this story I just invented? I almost look like a good detective. Continuing with the same style of mysteries like the one we just saw, we would about another one that is also very present in an island where people hang in what little hope or despair they have left. The Mother of the Fog. If we haven't had enough mysteries over in Far Harbor, the DLC of Fallout 4, it's almost as if this island was meant to be a place filled with mysteries. For starters, oh boy, they made sure to make this place spooky. When you arrived over the island, you already noticed that this place is not an ordinary one. The fog over it feels a bit strange, as it wants to tickle you. You never expected that this fog is a reactive one. And now, this is where things start to get juicy. From one point of view, the citizens of Far Harbor cannot live with the fog, so they often used fog condensers provided by a faction named Acadia. This act is the most vile and sacrilegious in the eyes of the children of Adam. Of course, we had to mention all of this, because this is when the mystery starts to happen. This faction treats the fog as if it was some sort of God, saying that only the truly blessed ones may see it as a real figure, being that one of a woman. We don't know if this is really something that actually happens, or is it some sort of secondary effect for being exposed for so long in the radiation, because there are people that say that they see it, but there is no proof of her existence. Some say that she is one with the fog, that the fog is her and only shows to those worthy, but also some that she is a person living in the fog, which I find hard to believe because of all of the radiation that is in the fog. The fog alone is a very scary and disorienting phenomenon. Now imagine one that tickles you when you come in contact with it. This is the main reason why the people in Far Harbor have an opinion on it. Some want for it to finish everything and cover the whole place up, but others just want it to go away. They hold on to so little hope or despair that they have left that it is, if they are hoping for the day of salvation to happen, or to the end of the world. Indirectly, it also influences the people that are not even a part of the cult of the children of Adam. Both just want a meaning other than death, and disturbing that this place is. And when someone looks for a meaning for something, it almost leads to the most religious thing possible. And this is why it is exactly a mystery, because we don't have a form of knowing what the fog really is, if it's just a radioactive fog or is it something else, something more religious or even supernatural. If anything of this would have happened, of course it will happen in Far Harbor, it is already a pinpoint for unsolved mysteries, and why not just add one more to the list? It leaves so many questions like, why would you look for salvation or approval based on the exposure to the fog? Why are they worshipping something that is very deadly? And can someone really see the mother? Although we really did see her at the end of a quest, this doesn't mean that the others have knowledge of her existence. It is purely based on people that said that they saw her. Like, for instance, the base in which the children of Adam are located. It is said that the mother of the fog appeared before them, and they decided to claim this naval facility, and called it the nucleus. More than using their own survival instinct, they are pushing faith and luck in the same direction. How come you can have as a deity something that kills you over time? This shows how over the years the cult starts to become more paranoid, thinking that only Adam will set them free. Is she really trying to end those who worship her? Why are they so entitled to maintaining their beliefs? Has everyone gone mad? This is a very disturbing, horrible, and painful way to die if you ask me, but also the hierarchy of the church seems a little off, don't you think? Why do they have groups that go out to look for supplies and other useful stuff? Why do they treat death like the ultimate form of salvation? Why do they keep passing the word of Adam? As disturbing as this might sound, I find that they use this as a form of controlling the people, thinking that it is okay to be exposed and be killed over time, doing what they want them to do without them having to worry about them not wanting to do it. This is easier to do if you think about it. For example, the lieutenant that was saved after they were accidentally sealed within a bunker, being the sole survivor of that group, he was convinced that it was Adam's gift, and with this in his mind, he joined the cult. There is so much happening around the fog that not only we had to see it in different aspects like religion or moral, this proves that the mother of the fog is really one of the most disturbing mysteries in Fallout 4. And it shows how something or someone has influence in a portion of a group, leading to the creation of settlements where people may share the same beliefs and the same faith. From the religious, supernatural, or even the lack of survival instinct of the people over in this mystery, we went the same route of beliefs, only that this was two stories of pre-war and a post-war. Even though they also shared the same faith, this is more dark than the one that we just saw. The Dunwich Borers. You know how the rich always have these very unique hobbies? Well, Dunwich was no exception. For now, we will put the references aside and talk about these unique places. To start off, I'll make a quick recap talking about the Dunwich building. Although it does not appear in Fallout 4, it is the start of every mystery regarding Dunwich. You can say this is an extension added in this game because it is said that the mansion has a passage that connects it with the quarry. As you may know, that he is an owner of a quarry, but not just any quarry. It is a special one that has some unique secrets waiting for you underground. At first, it might look like another place raided by raiders for its valuables, but when you start getting deeper and deeper, strange things start to happen. You are now having hallucinations of things that happened in the past. In a blink of an eye, you suddenly in the same passage that you are now filled with 2 rows of candles. You do not know that has happened, but you put up your pants and start walking. What was happening here? What am I seeing? These questions come up in your mind as you continue. You know nothing of this place. From a regular and normal quarry, it turns out it has nothing of regular or normal. Suddenly another hallucination strikes again, but now you see some people worshiping something. Praying to what? We don't know. Let me ask you, if you are having some hallucination at the moment you are going down a quarry, would you still continue going to the bottom? At least for me, if I was having those visions, I would run out of them as soon as possible. You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat, but at least this is not what happens this time. Not only that, that, when you reach the bottom, you find yourself with a pod. It seems different from what you saw in the hallucination, like if a place was missing and if you take a good cold shower there, you will see it, the ritual room from your hallucinations, but underwater. Yeah, that's why I said that rich people have the most unique hobbies. How can you possibly turn your company into a meeting place for a cult? Unless they are worshipping a god of the mines or something like that, but I don't see how this could go unnoticed in the early days. Okay, don't worry, I know that this is not any mystery, but we had to look into that to get us in the same context, and to get you into the post-war script. You know how this world is very harsh and doesn't have many opportunities to make a living, but you have one of the more decent options. You're a raider under a faction called the Forge. Suddenly they offer to go to this quarry so you can work in finding iron and also extract the iron out of the quarry, as well as any metal scrap you can find. You know that a quarry makes a lot of money, so maybe, just maybe, this is your only chance to make some cash and move into a safer place. Everything seems fine. You are looking for iron just so you can send shipments to a very well-known place in the Commonwealth, the Saugus Ironworks. You are working hard, the payments seem great, you already shipped 2 cargoes, everything is going very well, you feel so happy, and then suddenly, no one can be found, all of you disappeared like you were air, not a single trace of you or your team. The person in charge says that you went to fight off some ghouls and headed inside the quarry to get all of you working again, but nothing was found. Not even the person in charge. How come this is a mystery? Mostly because on the 2 timelines, pre-war and post-war, there is no explanation towards how they really disappeared. Was it all because they over-worshipped this entity? Or maybe there was something that was not supposed to be disturbed inside the quarry? I will never trust a rich guy. Imagine if they are all the same with the same cultist and weird worship hobbies. It is like signing our way directly to hell. This is what truly makes the Dunwich Borers truly a mystery. Why don't we go now towards a long-term mystery, one that has appeared in all of the Fallout games? From what we know, he is an ally. He has saved us so many times from the start. So let's see just how mysterious this man is. Who is the mysterious stranger? We won't be completed if we just leave this character out of this video. Who is the mysterious stranger? Although we can consider this as no stranger at all, we have history with him. We can almost call him our best friend just because he always comes out of nowhere and saves us by killing the enemies we are targeting. If he has appeared in all of the Fallout franchise, how come we know close to nothing about him? That, my friends, is why he always comes to mention when we are talking about mysteries in Fallout. He sees him doing so much that it almost feels strange how he is always at the right time where he needs to be. It is almost like he can travel through time. This is not a statement, but it is what I think that it is. How can you explain that he has helped so many people? And also, how come he appears all of the sudden? It is worth mentioning that he provides in-game assistance, but only sometimes, and only when we use VATS, the time-slowing targeting system that we often used in the game. So this lights up another theory. Is he actually a super speed being? Because how can you explain that we are only capable of seeing him with this system? But if we know something is even at supersonic speed, it should leave a trace of him just like the Flash does. Maybe we are overthinking that this person is such a mystery, and we have so poor information about it that it just makes us want to speculate and find a real answer. Another thing to point out is that we don't know if he ages or if he is a different person through the years. He has had some different models that makes the mystery even greater, because now we are talking about organizations. Is there a secret organization that helps this post-apocalyptic world? You can say this is nuts, but I invite you to think about it. How come he has the same weapon and the same color of clothes? Sure, it does have some changes, but this proves my point of what I think about the organization. But let's not forget to mention that in some occasions, it has also appeared as a woman, providing a more solid point for my theory at least. If he truly time travels, then his sole purpose is to help us in our journey to achieve a bigger goal, one that can even shift the future. Not only that, Nick Valentine is investigating him too, but the difference is that all that he knows is that they might be rumors. But it is strange why in the year 2087 the mysterious stranger is more active. This is the only reason why Nick opens a case file in the first place, so maybe this year is where some people may affect directly in the future. But how come he can be in places that are so far from one another? Maybe they also achieved a form of teletransportation. Let's not forget that this is also something that is actually present in the franchise. Something worth mentioning. Although it is not present in Fallout 4, it does have some mentions in Fallout New Vegas. For those who don't know, there is this character called the Lonesome Drifter. Your conversation leads to the fact that he is the son of this mysterious stranger, but he actually never met his father. But what is more strange is that he has the same weapon that the mysterious stranger uses. How do we know that? Well, it is very different from the ones in the game. Not only that when his mother died, he took his guitar and the gun, clearly the only thing that his father left behind when he abandoned them. So, come we can be so sure that he is the son of the mystery stranger? Why isn't he just like his father? Is abandoning the children really a part of the job. In the game where his son appears, he gets the time to chat with him, and he mentions that his mother says that his father was truly a mysterious man. That we wander off like if he had so many secrets to hide. It was like if he was a stranger. With this, we can say that one thing is for sure, that the role of the mysterious stranger is not inheritable, so there must be someone that makes you fill this role. What else can it be if you just leave for milk and never come back to them? And also, we can assure that they are not incapable of having children, so maybe this does assure us that they are a part of a bigger organization with the sole purpose of bringing balance to the world. There are so many gaps of information, and this is what makes it a truly fun and more theoretical mystery. We are just trying to solve something that we have yet to receive more info about. Fallout 4 has a lot more mysteries to uncover, but this time we only got the chance to see a few of them, leave some of them for the next time. Assault encounters. Gunners versus Behemoth. Wandering along the wasteland is always a dangerous situation. Not always for you, but sometimes the game reminds you that besides monsters, there's other people trying to make a living out of this hell. In some of these travels, a lot of things can happen. In this case, a giant creature that you may or not encounter before. A behemoth is fighting with some mercenaries, a trio to be exact. These three are literally fighting for their life as the great potential giant creature is just a few hits away from killing them. Eventually, if you let this play out, the party will be completely obliterated and the behemoth will continue his way, also if you want to. Just a piece of advice, both parties are by default hostile to the sole survivor, so in any case, you're better off playing the long game and waiting for one side to die and enter and raid the other, your choice. This encounter reminds us that the fights aren't always with us as protagonists, and that others cannot be that lucky to win everything, but if wanting to be the main character of everything is right up your alley, wait to know about the camper that will shoot you on sight just because you exist, the active sniper. In your adventure traveling the Commonwealth, you already know, but you're not the predator, you are the prey. A prey with many weapons, though. This, adding also that with each step, the danger can be seen closer and closer. Sometimes we don't even get attacked by a monster or a pack of mutants. Sometimes just a little craziness can take many lives. Danger that hunts you never rests. But what if I told you there is someone walking, searching for his next prey, and is not something that you can expect in the wasteland? You have weapons, but others can hold their own arsenal too, and you don't know their mentality. So running across and exploring will eventually put you toe by toe to a lurking shadow that is observing you from afar. And you better start praying if you suddenly are shot from afar and see flying your hat. You take cover and try to see where you got shot from, but you don't see anything. It is almost as if it was camouflaged with the surrounding areas. What a tense moment. Then it hits you. From afar, you see a sniper looking through the scope at you. Who would have thought that you'll encounter a near-death experience? So what do? We take our weapons and deliver justice to him, just because he scared our pants off. This is common. You can see ghouls become feral, but also people that you could consider normal lose their mind in a world like this one. So it's time to step up and fight fire with fire. Still, I have to give props to the devs. What an introduction to this character. Once you get close to him, you can see he is a tall, colored guy with a power armor and a desert-like uniform. The game itself tells you his name. For the curious, is Absalom. And also, another detail, by the way, is that if you kill him, he will say, well, that's never happened before. I don't know if you can die twice, but at least he got that one-time experience. Those type of encounters are pretty unique. You probably won't meet another crazy sniper, not this way at least. So after sending him to another life, begs the question, just how many people has fallen to this type of people? It's not like he was starving or needed something in particular, he just wanted to do some practice shooting with us. And that backfired. At least the Commonwealth is a little bit safer now. Everyone has to fight in order to survive, but sometimes you have to choose sides and make clear which are going to be your allies and enemies. The Minutemen versus World. This is one of those encounters that will happen a lot of times during the adventure. To this day, we know about 4 variations for this encounter. First of all, and the most obvious, you have to be an ally of the Minutemen, something almost impossible to dodge if you play the story. With this on board, we will have the chance of encountering them along the Commonwealth. The cool side here is that the Minutemen will be somewhere fighting your enemies. The factions that, to the point of the game where you meet them are considered your enemies, will be the common rival sides, the Institute Synths, Coursers, or even the Brotherhood soldiers. The variations come in difficulty and range of enemies. We can meet synths with unique relay teleportation or in general more dangerous. If the Minutemen win, with or without your assistance, they will roam around the zone and can be dialogued with, just a few lines. But every one of the comments refer to the sole survivor rank of general. What a promotion. Let's take one step back of all the shooting, raiding bosses, and finding the sniper, and let's put all of that in between and go on to the next discussion. A very important one, if you ask me. With this this tone, we continue our adventures, but what if I told you that karma exists, and when the Brotherhood needs you, you step up and calm the waters? So with one thing for sure, they got you. The Brotherhood corner. Just the same way as the Minutemen, the Brotherhood has a lot of problems between their ideologies and plans, but one thing that we aren't open to discuss is the fact that they actually have your back when time of necessity comes. Walking around the old neighborhood that the Commonwealth is by this point will net you some great moments, other curious and others that will make you do a slight smile. This is the case of some encounters that can happen across the map. The only condition is to have been banished by the Institute. Yep, that's it. Also, unlike other faction assaults events, you don't even need to be allied with the Brotherhood, only be an enemy of the Institute. Roaming around will eventually make you meet some soldiers of the Brotherhood being ambushed or only roaming around, but eventually hostile synths will teleport right in their faces or they will be already fighting when that happens. The victory without any input from the player is most of the time for the Brotherhood, and the synths will actively be hostile towards you anyway, so better to step up and lend a hand. Finishing the combat won't exactly give anything special besides looting the enemy. Also, neither soldier is a character to dialogue with, showing that this is an everyday situation. Nothing to report, sir. The cool aspect of these types of encounters is that shows life on the different factions, and the hostility between them isn't only shown through dialogue and the main quests. You can see it in every step you take to explore the wasteland. Now we talk about fights and violence all the time, but dialogue and past experiences also can show us another face. So, stick around to know about it. Campsite encounters. That's not a sandwich. Contextual storytelling is my favorite. Shows so much and says almost nothing. You already have the pieces, but it is up to you to try and build the idea. So that's where this encounter leads us to. You might have this conversation with your best bud in a late-night reunion, but you might say, what does a sandwich have to do with this? Well, that's kind of the point. The question leads to doubt, and the doubt is the principal ingredient that the devs left here. Much to see, but nothing that can exactly point us somewhere. From a philosophical point of view, just what is a sandwich? Two guys around a pot are having this exact same conversion. Just think of it. Even a taco might be considered a sandwich. A hot dog can also be considered one. Just think of it. Even you can be considered a sandwich when you are in bed. There are so many points of view on this topic that it cannot be taken lightly. I believe even Shakespeare had troubles with this. It is so far and vast that it even reached this game. And that's the charm of these types of encounters. You can find a lot of things. Not everyone is a fight or some loot. Sometimes you even can lose a piece of sanity or gain some insight in this case from a certain set of words. Neat, right? I will leave you with that in mind. Just think, what is a sandwich? Moving on from all the philosophic and go towards something more wild, savage, and ugly thing to see, because in this harsh world only the strongest survive. If also talking about sandwiches isn't much to your taste, then exploring sinister camps can be more your style, but some surprises await there too. The Yaoguai, another trap campsite. We can find a lot of these around the wilds, but here we find some scavengers that were extremely mauled. The culprit is still around and has some attitude problems. A Yao Guai, one very angry. These types of camps have a lot of variations. Sometimes there's more bodies. Sometimes the bodies don't even exist anymore. In other instances, you can meet the victims before losing. Sadly, both parties remain hostile, so who wins isn't important. Both will want you dead. You know what we need. A good bonfire to talk our sorrows away? Or at least that was what I thought when I saw that fire. Daddy and daughter. This shows it's not easy to be in this world, and that a father is always there for its kids. Adventuring in the map, exploring cities, campsites, farms, and even ponds, you can find this cute duo, a father with his daughter. When you go near them, you hear them talking about one topic. Yeah, there are more than one. You may hear that they are talking about getting a dog. In this world, it is not a bad idea to have someone watching your back, even if it can be a pillar for both of them. Of course, it is the daughter's idea, because everyone at a young age wants to have some pet. I find this adorable, cute, and very positive, at least in the Fallout world. I'm not crying, you are, okay? This world is harsh, and sadly they have been taken away from a precious family member that it is a mother. One other topic they talk is about the death of their wife and mother. It is sad, but I like to think that no one truly dies unless they are forgotten, and I see that they have her in their heart. I feel that if the daughter can express her worries, then it a father's job to be there and see if he can fulfill the petition. Here the daughter asks for if she can sleep with a light on. Just think, in a world here, everything can kill. Of course, you will be scared of the dark, and if I were her father, I would gladly do that, just so she can sleep well. And just like this father is trying to cure his daughter, there are other people trying to do the same in this world. The walking wounded. It is good to know that there are people willing to do good things. Just like this doctor. Traveling in the wastelands, you may encounter Doc. Anderson treating a settler. If you are wounded, he can heal you up for free. Now that's healthcare. If you happen to have a settlement have a population of 20, and also have a surgery center, you can recruit this kind-hearted doctor and send him to your settlement. The benefits of having a doctor on your settlement is that he can be in charge of the surgery center, providing you with chems, medical equipment, and can also treat your wounds. I insist now that it is healthcare and only that it can produce caps. If there is something this guy can't do, not all of the people can make a good living. There are others that struggle, and the bad people take a much easier route just by taking the lunch out of the hard workers. The Ghoul ambush. Roaming some campsites can be tempting. Free loot, food, less dangerous as they're in the open. No enemies. Well, no enemies is pure faith, no promises there. We have a few of those, but I'll talk about two that are very interesting. The one that is just named Deserted Campsite Ghoul Ambush, walking around, and you will almost certainly stumble across this one. At a first glance is abandoned and have a few goodies. Nothing to write home about. The trick is that it is appealing to give it a look. When you get near it, you will actually be entering the stage play of some ghouls that attack you via ambush. Cleaning them up will net you very low resources, so you effectively got out alive, but with less things. This continues when you get around another campsite. The scam is similar, but this one is a bit more hard to detect as it has foul play. When you get near it, you can see the corpse of 2 scavengers. Then if you get near enough to loot them, you will see the culprit of those bodies. A pack of 4 ghouls that are roaming around. Those ones won't exactly ambush you, but this shows that the wasteland is a strange and very dangerous place even for people heavily armed. We talked about fights and ambushes, but what if the enemy was from within? Or at least that's my theory. We talked so much about almost everything, but there is one topic that we still yet mentioned yet, and it is a very common action of this world, where the strong prey on the weak. Choke point encounters. Raiders accosting farmers. In a world that just got resetted, well, kind of as we still have technology, but at the same time we don't have the capability to produce new ones. It is very likely that the people with more power, money, and even weapons start bullying and threatening others when the food is limited. Just imagine you are walking on a calm day when you suddenly hear some arguing close by. When you get close enough to ear, you can see 3 raiders threatening a farmer, asking him for money. A scam or shakedown if you ever have seen one. So what will you going to do? I think the choice here is obvious. It is a back and forth fight, for sure. They are raiders, so not exactly a pushover, no gift either. Well, that depends on your own equipment. Still, I am pretty sure that they are no big deal. So with the courage to defend those who can't by themselves, you have to take a step forward and directly step on the lion's tail, even if it means that you are bound to get eaten. This is exactly what happens. In this case, though, this can be seen as not only a one-soul lion, instead they are 3 armed guys that just decided to take your life. Still, they are too far from lions. And if they are lions, then you are like a tank or something like that. Now you have 2 options to choose from. You can let the farmer die in the hands of the bullies, or you can save him. Both actions have different results, obviously, and I think we already know why we are here in the first place. But just for the sake of curiosity, let's dig on both. If you let the bullies win, they will just turn against you and you will have to deal with them anyways. Well, running is always an option. If you are a coward, if this is your approach, then you had it coming. So the death of the innocent is on you now. But we are here because we are better than that, all right? So stick with me here. Let's say you are not a coward and step up for the farmer at the right moment. A hero moment, if I have seen one. Everything else is mere paperwork for you. You grab your trusty weapon, whatever fancies you, and start the fight. Easily you get the upper hand here and you take out the raiders. You're a professional by now getting raiders to leave this world, so no big deal. Now comes the hard part for those without a pure heart. You are waiting for your juicy reward. That is what you expect for helping someone in this kind of situation. And is a classic. So everything follows the script, right? Bam! You got a big thank you. Sadly, it is not money, but you can leave with the feeling that you did the right thing. It was a really big thank you, though, so appreciate the effort. Your days of doing the right thing are not over. With your high spirit, you decided to go on and solve other problems. Man, do these guys like to make a living out of the people. Apparently, not only bullying is a form of living, and I didn't know, well, you can't call it bullying, but blocking a road, seriously? Can you be more creative? Maybe we will need that the Gray was here just so he can yell at me in the next line. Hope you got the reference. Friendly faces. Some events happen not only when you're out there, but also when someone specific is following you around. That's the case for Nick Valentine in a couple of these, but for this one in particular shows that every character has a background and some past actions when we weren't even awake. I think we already know about the choke points, those zones when we have to fight or flee, because we are going to be killed and looted. When in one of those cases, if we have Nick with us, when a group of raiders get us in this situation, we will be at range of fire. However, as soon as Nick comes into view, one of the raiders will call for ceasing of fire. He will recognize Nick, and a secret dialogue will happen. He says he recognized him almost too late, and that he owes Nick big time. We don't know the details, but will offer us to take whatever Nick wants, or us more specifically. We don't get a goodbye or more than that, just some free items and that's it. Another oversight, or maybe just shows the cruelty of this world, is that after the initial dialogue and reaping whatever you want, nothing stops you from looking back and killing every raider on sight. Nick won't have any particular reaction or dialogue, just the initial one responding to the raiders' ceasefire. A little underwhelming as the interaction feels very unique, and having a bit of continuity from there could have gone a long way. But if a friendly face isn't enough, maybe lending yourself a hand can be better. Man, this raiders sure know how to be an obstacle in this world. I mean, seriously, not only do they bother other people, but they also shoot you. And not only that now, they act like a toll booth. I guess they have to deal with me because I'm not paying. None shall pass. Man, chills through my spine with this one. Although our buddy the Gray is not in here, there are other folks just to imitate him, but in a less epic and more boring way. Still, I take it as I think it is, an homage or reference to the little dude. In this unique encounter, you stumble upon one of two groups, one being of raiders and the other being with gunners. Both are groups of 3, and what does this have to do with the title? Wait a bit, yes. This isn't anything crazy, but is a good nod. So, first of all, you have to understand, just in case, that these two groups are people that constantly clash with each other. So, why so suddenly they started working together? It is not like they are blocking and not letting you pass through a certain zone, but seriously, what do you expect from a post-apocalyptic world? They apply the typical, look around and find a bit short and reduced path, hopefully secluded enough to catch people off guard, and then start providing a service for a necessity that they also are generating. Everything to get the you shall pass ticket, as obvious as almost painful to watch. They ask you to pay a little fee. We have a couple of divergent paths here, everyone depending on you, your skills, or even your mood, starting from the good things. Just like in real life, if you're the silver tongue type of guy, then this is right up your alley. You can persuade them so they can lower the fee. How much lower? Free. That's right. You can pass and not pay a single cap. Everything provided by the Mr. Soul Survivor skill of charisma. Still, I have to say that, to be honest, this game doesn't shine in the raw power of dialogue, much less than other entries like New Vegas. Having 4 general options of dialogue was also atrocious for this. Having a silver tongue is like having a mega fat boy in terms of doing whatever you want in the past. To be honest, it is very funny to hear them saying that you are not worth their time, is pure intimidation. You gave them a headache with all the words you said, or they simply didn't understand whatever you said. But hey, at least you got it for free, and that's what counts. But that not all there is so much interaction with unique encounters that maybe you miss 1 or 2 things. Now the other side of the coin, if you didn't pay, well, they are just going to start fighting you. What a surprise. Who would have guessed that this was about to happen if you didn't play along with his rules? Now comes the best part, in my opinion. If you have a bit of experience by now, then you can see the scam from an abysmal distance. So this is when your arsenal opens up way more than just shooting to whatever crosses paths with you. In the first door, you can use the external help approach. This begins if you are creative and lure the raiders or gunners, whatever you get, to a near lair of monsters, so you can effectively ambush them with monsters nearby. The other way around is simply pass with your skills with the words net that XP and then lure monsters anyway, because we hate those people that close paths around here. Creativity is the word here. Hell, talk about getting them to do the dirty work for you. Have a fight and drive it to them so you can freely go. Also, as we explained before, you can go through them ignoring their screams. But getting the boys, monsters, to do the work for you feels way more fulfilling. Congratulations, you just became a good mafia boss. What a way to end. Now that is a story that you will want to share with your grandchilds. Just imagine a big fire and your grandchild's close to you, but not too close to the fire because they may get burned. Object encounters? Pile of burning tires. Like almost every man in the world, I am attracted to the fire, so that makes this encounter very organic. In other topics, pollution is everywhere nowadays. Or it has been everywhere, but we have not noticed it yet. Still, in a world like this one, full of destruction and forgotten cities, a big fire can attract people, is in our DNA. So here we are, somewhere in the Commonwealth exploring as usual, and then it happens. Eyes on the horizon to what could only be a pile of tires, a fairly common object that appears on the Commonwealth every now and then, but here lies a particularity that draws us near. Just remember that a pile of tires can mean a lot of things. An ambush, a big monster lair, simply trash, or wait, what? A welcoming sight? No big deal. No monsters. Or any issues. So that itself is something of interest. But you didn't see that one coming, didn't you? So you better mark the location and go to it on occasions. Why, you ask? Because it's here where the magic begins. A sight that will evolve with time. In one of those visits towards the tire pile, you might see a strange sight saying, "Welcome to Springfield." And what will attract your attention, because now the pile of tires are on fire, Yep, we don't know who did it, but oh boy, I sure felt I was in the suburbs of my city. Just like in real life, if you get too close to this fire hazard, you will take damage. A super classic movement that any person that plays video games has tried at least once. If you get close, and also you better watch out for the cholos, gangsters, because they might shoot you. Oh, sorry, I projected myself into the game. Sorry, but whatever. You old pal, the pile of tires is now a trap for people seeking a settlement. Is anyone thirsty, or is it just me? Being close to a warm fireplace sure makes one thirsty. Sadly, we didn't bring any drinks just to cool off if I just didn't have it away. The thirsty guy. Water is something that everyone needs, but in the wasteland, this necessity becomes 100% harder to satisfy. So helping someone can net us something of great value, right? The Mojave isn't the only desert out there. Not naturally, at least, for some people in the Commonwealth are no pushover in that aspect. So some settlers have it harder than others. But lights up, we sure like to help others, so lending a hand where and how you can is everything that we ask of you. Still much to ask from a game that received a nuke in the face. Okay, so basically, on your journey across the Commonwealth, you may stumble upon a settler kneeling on the side of the road, begging for a drink of water. If you happen to have some in your inventory or have a purifier, steps are obvious. Purify water or get some so you can give it to him. Or why wouldn't you give it to him? You have the means to get more when you want, right? If you do as told, he will drink it like it's the last bottle of water in the world, and for him it is highly probable that it will be. So with a good tone and with so much joy, he will enjoy it a lot, even though he doesn't know when his next drink will be. Maybe it is a bit too much, but they have to start giving better rewards, and here is why. This settler will just thank you and tell you that he will rest for a bit, and then he will carry on his way to who knows where. Still, helping people feels right, and making someone's life a bit easier is always a good deed. It didn't cost you almost anything, so where is the problem? Like I say, everything here wants to kill you. The desert, the enemies, the people, the robots, everything. But even so, there are some people that manage to tell death itself. Not today. Not all of the people may escape death. Sometimes it is inevitable. Vault-Tec van. Vault-Tec is the stamp of the franchise, so any Easter egg that involves it is automatically something that is worth viewing. So what if I told you that we can find an employee besides the one of the beginning? Exploring the large world that is the Commonwealth, you may be able to find an abandoned, rusty old van that has once been used for Vault-Tec. It must have been here a lot of time in those conditions. Although you are thinking that we are talking about a van, well, get ready for the plot twist. Alongside it, there is a skeleton body with what seems to be a uniform and an old note. You discover that this body was from Larry Henderson, an employee for Vault-Tec. You can call him a sellman because he used to sell vaults. Continuing reading the note, you found out that his regional manager was pressuring him to complete a sales limit, something that we have not been doing, apparently, if he ended like this, but at least this is better than being sent to the vaults. Man, even in a fictional world, there are bosses like those, but what doesn't tell us if its boss really did that to him? I believe he did. If he just threatened him just so he can achieve his monthly goal, so maybe he did do it, but what if something attacked him while he was in the van? I won't lie to you, it is a possibility, but at least in my point of view, there isn't any damage at all in the van. So what I believe happened is that the boss sent him with other people and gave him his farewell from the company. If Vault-Tec wasn't psycho enough, even working for them is too much of a risk when your only focus is trying to survive in this harsh new world. If you are not killed by a big corporation, then there are other forms of what they might deal with in this world. Not only they have that fake. In this world, everybody is a victim. There's no good or bad when you are trying to survive, but that doesn't mean you always have to do the bad option. You can make the difference in this cruel world. Scene encounters. A wounded dog. Everyone knows that a man's best friend is a dog. Well, you may be able to find an ugly dog or a pretty dog. That depends on you, but the important part is that he is non-hostile towards you. Something extremely rare in a place so dangerous and savage as is the Commonwealth. Why is it not hostile? Do you ask? Well, that's easy, because it is wounded. He is like that lost puppy that cries in your doorstep all just to get in and get some heat. There's no difference right here. Maybe one worth mentioning. I should say that the differences are more in the looks, because one looks like a shaved skinny dog, and the other one is a much more pettier dog. But over here we don't do racism. We love shaved rats. I mean dogs and normal dogs. Once you treat the wound and put it on a name, officially you will have a new friend. We aren't looking to tame him, but well, you did it, and that's it. Now he will be ride or die for as long as you keep him around in a settlement. I know you're pretty strong, but sometimes when you are are in a fight, that extra help might come to help you and prove pretty useful to keep wrong. I would have loved another dog meat, but we don't make the game, so we would just have to deal with it. So just as you can make new friends, you can also see how some creatures can't even make one as they maul everything across them. Some creatures aren't meant to make friends. Even when two of the same species are besides one another, they just know the language of violence, and I got just the right thing for you. One versus one of the most hated enemies in Fallout, the Deathclaws duel. Fallout has a big, and I really mean it, big roster of characters, monsters, mutants, etc. So it is not strange for some of them to fight. The irony here is that the fight we can see is from the same race. This is like a Wild West duel fight, but better, way better. Just because this enemy is well hated, it is the most satisfying thing to see, but don't get too close because maybe they will team up and then it is turned into a 2 versus 1. I trust that you can handle it, but why would though if they are already doing the work for you? But first, the question begs to differ. How can two of the same kind of enemy start fighting? If in other instances, even in the same game, we can see groups of them working together, or at least living in packs. Well, it is not that it happens every time, but when two Deathclaws spawn together, there is a chance they start to fight. Simple as that. No lore conclusions or new info added. Just pure chance provided directly by Lady Luck herself. I wish there was a wrestling ring just to create some matches for fun, just to see conclusions of some fights. Sticking to what we already have, we can see how these two beasts will not give up until one retreats with its tail between its legs. Yeah, a Deathclaw running from his life. A sight for sore eyes. I hope you bet on the right one, otherwise you just lost some cash, or in case you were too dangerously near, your life too. But here's our shade of gray. This fight has multiple mini-variants that affect the outcome slightly, but not too much. I think that is only by pure randomness, but still nothing in stone. Okay, so once the fight ends, this is where it gets tricky. Instead of retreating, the Deathclaws having some sort of superpower will detect your presence, and then bam, you will suddenly be facing two Deathclaws. Yeah, that ruins all the fun, so good luck. I believe you will need it to defeat the tag team duo of beasts. The other variation is slightly different. If by pure luck you are on the contrary side of where the Deathclaw that loses the fight runs away, then you will net yourself a nice 1v1. Still, this isn't a 100% foolproof, as sometimes it has happened to me that, like by some sort of magnetism, the Deathclaw comes back and start fighting you anyway. What always happens is that the victor of the fight will be attacking you after the opponent runs. This is because the event only spawns if you're near enough to see them, and if you can see them, they can see you. So the circle fully closes. Another variation is the most neutral. The winning Deathclaw will be sticking around the fight zone but never attack you as he, for some reason, didn't detect you earlier. This can be done by hiding or high sneak, but still is the least fun of all of the chances. In the end, whatever that happens, both Deathclaws never fight to the death. A little underwhelming in my opinion, but we got to see a fight from the same species. So I take what I can harvest, all good and all. But don't you find these types of encounters, I don't know, one can say that they aren't a little too easy to access. Maybe it's just too easy because they are already laying down just waiting for your arrival. Treasure hunt random encounters. A dead junkie's note. Ah, junkies, the good old stamp of approval on just how bad of a block you live in. The more they are, the uglier it is. The plot twist here is that you can find something more than just residues of an old life. It is no different from here, but this junkie's death wasn't by getting high. It was another cause, something they didn't have to know or see. Besides his body, you can find a note in which it tells you if you go to that location, you will find something that every junkie wants. Just to be cleared this location, it is not predetermined. You may get a random location from a list of possible locations. Arriving in the location, you will find the Holy Grail, a big treasure that will pleasure those who get themselves high. You find a big stash of chems or drugs if you want to call them that. But if it was me, I would sell them, cash, why cash, and still has more uses. This was something that it's in the note. The junkies write that you can get high, or just sell if, and something better. If you know what I mean, man, these people are the same, no matter what. But oh well, what can we do? No one in this world has it easy. Some just have different forms of evading reality, but I think it is better if you have someone to share your troubles with, and also so you can support one another. Travel random encounters, dogs versus mole rats. Picture this, a pack of dogs chasing a prey, now multiply it for 10 in terms of giant dogs, and the prey becoming a rabid rat instead of a bunny or something. I don't know if they are having a strength test or having a beauty contest because, oh boy, they both are very ugly. As the title indicates, this encounter is very straightforward, but helps to delete that idea of the wasteland versus me or humanity depending on your perspective. If I had to survive in that land, rest assured that those two don't open an appetite for me. I mean, just look at them unless they are the hidden gem of gastronomy. I don't think I can see them with those eyes. It's just impossible. But in certain cases, maybe, just maybe I am willing to try it. But what we think doesn't align with the wasteland. as the inhabitants of that land eat themselves every time they can, as a type of maniac circle that never finishes closing. In this case, we had the first seat view of what it would remind us of a dog. The game insists that it is an ugly dog versus a mole rat, classic enemies up to this day, so I think both of them don't need any more presentation. This is one of those very common encounters in the first hours of the game, so maybe you slip it like a common situation, but the game registers it as a unique encounter. Running alongside the road of the Commonwealth will make you find a lot of these basic enemies, but in some moments, you may find a pack of mongrel dogs chasing a mole rat. Yep, that's it. But the thing here is the subtle way of the game telling you, well, you know, the survival of the fittest and everything around that topic. Just remember that in this food chain, they are fighting over who gets the crown of Miss Universe. They aren't even on the podium, but they don't know it, so who we are to crush their dreams. This event may not happen simultaneously with the rat chase, but I would like to see a scenario where the ugly rats repel the pack of dogs. A cool detail, but at least talking from me, never happened. But if seeing the Mother Earth do his job is not something you find interesting, maybe seeing what others do in order to survive, just to make a living. Cat and Gus. It is already established that the way we meet these encounters is the same way as you find everything that is interesting in the whole saga. Exploring even the ones that are completely random eventually are bound to happen if you're wandering out there and exploring to your heart's content. In your journey, you may end if you continue exploring as normal. Trust me, you will come across a girl named Cat and her robot Gus. Just don't be scared. They are friendly towards you. Appearances can deceive, so I understand that leaving the hostile approach may be hard, but still worth a try. Now, talking about this one, no fight at the first instant is a hard sight to get, so yeah, we can say that without an issue. It's particular on the cool aspect is the difference in terms of NPCs that you can meet. This is not the classic random raider or the toll pass to cross a bridge. Like most encounters, yep, you already know it, but give me the opportunity to explain it again. They will trigger while wandering and exploring the Commonwealth. This is no exception. In a post-apocalyptic world, it is a no-brainer to have allies. You're basically covering your back with people, so it's easy to see how it is so valuable. To have the right allies is increasing our own chances of getting far. Still, just to survive in or out the world isn't enough. With so many dangers and almost no one that can shield you, just see what you can do with the right allies. So that leads us here. Like iRobot, but instead of healing you, well, let's say that he has other forms of protecting someone like shooting some painkillers at the enemies. A weird design for sure, but unique in his own way. Oh boy, I definitely want a bodyguard like that. Why would a young girl want a robot bodyguard, you ask? I think the question responds itself. For those still out of the loop, is simple. She is a merchant. She offers you junk items that are found across the Commonwealth and ammunition. No wonder she makes a good living. If you happen to be running out of ammo and you cross roads with them, they might have just saved your life, or in some other scenarios, you can lure the enemies towards this robot and team up to beat the bad guys. This has been every unique random encounter in Fallout 4 explained. 1. Raider misunderstanding. Could the sole survivor's first encounter with Commonwealth raiders be entirely a misunderstanding brought about by the long-lost grandson of Mama Murphy? Many strange characters exist in the Fallout universe. These characters exhibit abilities that stray completely from the norms of this post-apocalyptic setting and causes players to question the hidden nature of the world of Fallout. Playing through the main story of Fallout 4, soon after leaving Vault 111, the sole survivor will come across a group of survivors besieged by a large group of raiders in the ruins of Concord. After defeating them, the sole survivor will meet Mama Murphy, a chem-addicted clairvoyant who refers to her precognitive powers as the Sight. Throughout the game, after the sole survivor and the others form a settlement in the ruins of the sole survivor's pre-war home and sanctuary, he can get her to use the Sight to aid him in his quest to rescue his son. Doing this can yield the sole survivor key information, such as guiding him to Diamond City at the start of the game and giving the players the factory reset code for a synth courser that they encounter later in the story. But what if I told you that the raiders that had been after the Concord group were actually sent by Mama Murphy's grandson? Just south of Lexington, you can come across the Corvega assembly plant, where raiders have made their fortress. Their leader Jared cannot be reasoned with and will always be hostile to the sole survivor, but they do record a plethora of information in a terminal found in their office. The terminal entry labeled Stumped states that decades prior to the events of Fallout 4, Mama Murphy had taken chems and revealed what would come to them in the future. She would tell the young Jared that raiders would burn down his town, kill his parents, take the kids to be raised among them, and that Jared would become a monster. All of this would go on to happen, leaving Jared mystified and determined to gain such precognitive gifts for himself. He would conduct experiments on himself and many unfortunate wastelanders, never attaining the psychic psychic gifts that he sought. When his experiments bore no fruit, he sought out Mama Murphy, spotting an elderly woman matching her description in Lexington. He wondered if she would recognize him after all these years, and ordered his lieutenant, Gristle, to bring her back to him, which he might have completed had the sole survivor not entered the picture. Discovering this has led many to ponder on the notion that he could be her son, or grandson, who sought Mama Murphy out to reunite with his grandmother and unlock the secrets of her powers so that he could take control of the wasteland of a clairvoyant overlord. For instance, no one would have to fear if their neighbors are synths if it could be revealed to them through visions. This next one involves the measures that wastelanders have been forced to take out of fear that anyone could be a synth. But could this be affected by previous isolationist origins? 2. Covenant origins. In May of 2229, an event that would become known as the Broken Mask Incident rocked Diamond City. A traveler, who claimed to be from out west, had been drinking at the central bar when he suddenly froze. Drawing the attention of others around him as his face began to twitch, he would unholster his firearm and execute the bartender, before turning his firearm on those around him. He would kill 10 of them before Diamond City security was able to put him down, discovering that he was no normal traveler, but a machine. This was when the citizens of Diamond City began to lock their doors as night, trusting no one as anyone could be a synth. A walled village, protected from raiders by a series of advanced sentry guns, would be constructed and go on to be known as Covenant, with its citizens priding themselves on how pristine their town looked. This would attract traders to the settlement that allowed it to grow into a powerhouse. But beneath this town hides a dark secret. Dr. Rosalind Chambers and her scientific team at Covenant were capturing wastelanders that could not pass their safe test and label them as a potential synth. This test mirrors the GOAT exam taken by the Vault 101 dwellers to determine what their future role would be in the vault. Dr. Chambers set up a prison in the nearby sewers, called the Compound, where they ran experiments on their captives in an attempt to uncover the Institute's secrets and locate where they came from. The Covenant's guards at the Compound are adorned in what seems to be painted over Vault Tech security armor, with the Vault Tech logo still visible on the helmet upon closer inspection. One of the scientists found in the Compound is also wearing a Vault Tech lab coat. Could Dr. Chambers and her team be from Vault 101? There is more that points towards this, with posters all over the Compound featuring exact copies of questions asked during the GOAT exam. One of these posters says, "Congratulations, you made one of the Vault 101 baseball teams." This seems to indicate that they may have come from Vault 101, but we are led to believe in Fallout 3 that no one who had ever left the vault survived. Or could answers be found deeper into the game? In the Vault Overseer's terminal, we can discover that sometime before 2241, the Vault 101 Overseer, prior to the one found in Fallout 3, had started to send scouts out into the wasteland to run tests on whether or not life on the surface was viable sometime before February 10th, 2241. Discovering how irradiated the Cephis had become, but discovering cities like Megaton thriving nonetheless, the Overseer himself led an expedition that would vanish entirely and never return, seeing life on the Cephis unfit for long-term survival. The Vault fell back into its isolationist ways, and any mention of this became taboo. Could the citizens of Covenant be the descendants of that missing expedition team? It would explain their understanding of science, and why they aim to style Covenant as the ideal pre-war community. In the Commonwealth, to survive, you have to be aware of the company you keep, but nobody questions the mysterious savior who will appear and take down hostiles with one single shot before vanishing, as silent as he arrived. 3. The Stranger's name. The mysterious stranger is a wasteland guardian that appears through the Fallout series, taking out a target of the protagonist with one critical shot. But who is this mysterious stranger? Nick Valentine has gathered all the information he could find into a case file. In his files, he notes that the mysterious stranger appears suddenly, killing without remorse, disappearing without a word, writing that the stranger has no known accomplices, no clear method for selecting his targets. Nick has never been able to come to a conclusion on the identity of the mysterious stranger, but what if his origins can be found at the very start of the series, with the stranger displaying the power to be just where he is needed to make one precise shot and a lifespan that allowed him to appear as early as 2102 in Fallout 76? This has left players to ask if this could be a power related to FEV. One Redditor, Albert Cole, has even speculated that he could be none other than one of the companions of Richard Gray, who led an attack on Mariposa military base in order to stem the tide of mutants that had been descending from there. According to the theory, the mysterious stranger could be none other than Mark, who would be wounded during the assault and forced to ascend back to the surface, but he would never be seen again. What we know is that every other member of this team is accounted for. Richard Gray became the psychic super mutant master, Harold became the heart of a sentient tree that would spread life throughout the wasteland, and Francine would perish from a gunshot wound dealt to her by the Vault security systems. Coincidentally, this would take place in 2102, the same year as the first sighting as the mysterious stranger. If this theory theory is to be believed, with Harold and Richard mutating into godlike entities and Mark disappearing completely. He could have evolved into an immortal guardian that is able to appear to those in need and save them from whatever threat they face. This one is a little far-fetched, but psychic powers have also been prevalent in every Fallout game, so there is precedent for this theory. This next theory aims to explain why Billy was able to survive 200 years trapped in a fridge without going feral, a perplexing mystery that led outrage among many of the fans. 4. Trapped ghouls. Not feral? How have certain ghouls managed to survive trapped for extended periods without food or water? Ghouls appear throughout the Fallout franchise, many of them having been born from the direct aftermath of the Great War. The severe radiation would cause many to mutate into zombie-like creatures known as ghouls. Their skin would degrade and flack off, causing their hair, nose, and ears to fall off and leaving their muscles exposed. Although many of these ghouls would retain their high thought processes, some would lose all their intellect, grow feral, and attack anything that did not look like a ghoul. Ghouls are still required to eat and drink, though their ability to consume food is greatly increased as they are immune to most diseases and radiation completely, with their bodies capable of regenerating any damage that might come with the consumption of more harmful foods. Though there seems to be some exceptions to ghouls needing to consume food and water. Coffin Willie was buried in a coffin for several months. Woody was entombed and exhibited as a mummy for weeks, while mysteriously unconscious the whole time. Billy Peabody was a child who survived the Great War inside a refrigerator, where he remained trapped 210 years until 2287. The TV series Cooper Howard was mentioned to have survived being repeatedly buried in a chained coffin years at a time. Though many would say that this could be due to their regenerative abilities, it still leaves the question as to why they had not gone feral, while so many other ghouls had. We know that all of these ghouls still retained the need to eat and drink, with Cooper Howard drinking constantly to remain hydrated and even going as far as to consume the flesh of other ghouls to stave off hunger. Many fans were outraged with the notion that Billy Peabody had survived for 210 years in a fridge without food and water, but what if I told you that it makes perfect sense? In the animal world, it's common to find species that enter a state of hibernation to survive the colder winter months, when food and water become scarce, and energy needs to be conserved. Hibernation is characterized by low body temperature, slow breathing and heart rate, and severely reduced metabolic rate. So, could the ghoul's unique biology adapt to situations where food and water cannot be obtained by going into a state of hibernation that renders them completely unconscious like Woody was? This unconscious state could be what prevented them from going feral, since the lack of socialization would have driven them feral otherwise. It would make sense and explain some of the inconsistencies in the lore, so I consider this one high up there on what could be fact. This next one could mean that the Brotherhood of Steel already had a presence at Nuka World long before its raider factions took over the place. 5. Nuka World Brotherhood Outpost. Nuka World makes the sole survivor fight through a gauntlet of powerful enemies that will eventually put them through a fierce battle with a rogue knight of the Brotherhood of Steel, which shouldn't even be around due to the Brotherhood having only just arrived in the Commonwealth. Could there be more? What many people don't know is that this rogue may not have been the only knight of the Brotherhood of Steel to have chosen the Nuka World area to defect to. If you travel southeast of Bradburton in the outskirts of Nuka World, you will come across the Morton residence. The house has long since been abandoned and fallen into disrepair, with rad roaches infesting the area that the sole survivor have to clear. The sole survivor will have to enter through the basement. The remains. Mr. Morton himself can be found there, but if you continue upstairs in the garage, you can find a power armor station that is the only location in the game where a suit of power armor can spawn with pieces every style of Brotherhood painted power armor, including the otherwise unobtainable Brotherhood Initiate paint. Could this be all that's left of a splinter faction of the Brotherhood that defected away from Maxon? In Nukatown backstage, you can find a note on a shelf at the northeast corner of the room. It states that Buzz, a member of the Pack Raider group from Nuka World, had found a Brotherhood outpost full of bodies and ghouls. When he went back to collect a piece of power armor nearby, he and his friend had been attacked by the Brotherhood and his friend lost their finger. A holotape found nearby then states that he went back and acquired the armor, but couldn't steer it properly as he fled from the Brotherhood and fell down a cliff, getting the power armor stuck. This cannot be found in-game, so we're left wondering if the Brotherhood received this power armor. Now, that seems to indicate that there should be a Brotherhood presence in Nuka World, but no outpost can be found anywhere. Nor does Maxon's Brotherhood mention anything about them back in the Commonwealth. So, we're led to believe that they packed their bags and left, leaving only the knight that defected to the raiders behind. It would make sense that the rogue knight would not be known by Maxon, as he would have dealt with the defector to prevent the raiders from acquiring information that could be used against them. This leads me to the conclusion that the Brotherhood of Steel members at Nuka World could have defected, and when they learned of Maxon's arrival in the Commonwealth, they moved further away to prevent prevent being discovered. If they had only just left the area, could that mean that they did not expect the East Coast Brotherhood to have progressed as fast as they had? Could the East Coast Brotherhood have a biological advantage that few other factions have managed to attain? 6. Lack of civilizations. While playing through the Fallout series, you may wonder, why are larger communities few and far between? Communities like Diamond City and Good Neighbor are the outliers, with many failed civilizations dotted all over the Commonwealth. Raiders are far more prevalent, being found just about everywhere in the wasteland. These raiders are cruel, committing vile acts on their victims and with little to no remorse. Could it be that there is one simple answer for this? Everyone could be suffering from prolonged exposure to lead, which is known to increase the likelihood of future criminal activity, especially having individuals to develop a violent nature. Even simply having elevated levels of lead in bone marrow and blood tissue causes aggression, destructive, and delinquent behavior. Lead poisoning will also hinder attention spans and decreased cognitive performance, which would hinder the regrowth of society. As evident by the poor working conditions found in terminal entries throughout the game, environmental conservation and regulations weren't really a thing that people cherished pre-war. The Fallout timeline separates from our own around the end of World War II, in September of 1945, and laws preventing the use of lead pipes hadn't been passed until 1986 with the Safe Drinking Water Act. If Fallout did not have a mirror to such a law, which seems likely given the nuclear waste that's left in dump sites around the wasteland, it would mean that virtually all ground and piped water would be contaminated. This would explain the aggressive nature of the raiders, as well as why society has not been able to recover despite 200 years having passed since the bombs fell. Having access to clean water through Fallout 3's Project Purity could be why Maxon's Brotherhood was able to progress so much in such little time. With cleaner heads and capable attention spans, the Brotherhood could focus and direct their force to advance their society to where they could construct the Prydwen and arrive at the Commonwealth. The theory being true would also explain why the Sole Survivor and Vault Dwellers are so much more capable than the average Wastelander, so they're unaffected by the lead effects of prolonged lead exposure. Not everyone is trying to avoid the toxins found out in the wasteland. There are some, like the Children of Adam, that seek those toxins out. This next theory questions if their toxic goals are being exploited, or do they have a legitimate silent savior that keeps them going. 7. Atomic Scam. During the Far Harbor DLC, the Sole Survivor is given the option of joining the Children of Adam, where they will encounter a mysterious figure that might not be as mysterious as we're led to believe. If you're unaware, the Children of Adam worship a god they call Adam, which they view as the personification of radiation and all things nuclear, such as atomic warheads. Where most people see weapons of mass destruction, the children see holy tools of creation. Generally, they believe the world was created when an atom was split, and that each nuclear detonation represents the birth of countless new universes. Atomites, as they call themselves, have developed a culture around the belief that there is a supernatural nature radiation. To join, the Sole Survivor will have to drink water from Adam's spring, which is heavily irradiated. After which, an otherworldly woman that seems more like a living shadow, cloaked in mist, will appear and guide them on a path through Far Harbor. This is the Mother of the Fog, and following her will eventually lead to one of the cult's holy sites. There, a series of cryptic notes can be found. Acolyte Richter will reveal to the Sole Survivor upon return to the cult's headquarters that most people believe her to be a holy spirit of Adam, but there are few who believe her to be a reclusive hermit. He recognizes that she has helped guide them many times in the past, even going as far as to say that they wouldn't be there without her. Around the shrine she guides the Sole Survivor to. Near Haddock Cove, there is a ruined house that has in its attic 3 notes that are formatted just like the ones found at the shrine the Mother of the Fog lead you to. The notes reveal some of what the Children of Adam had been up to before the Sole Survivor arrived on the island of Far Harbor. Underneath this table are a few stealth boys, which could explain her ghostly appearance in the fog. Could she be scamming the Children of Adam? With the notes tying this to the Mother of the Fog and the stealth boys, it appears as though she is a normal hermit, just as the minority believe. She may have taken on this role to help guide the Children of Adam who were undergoing the effects of radiation-induced neuropsychiatric manifestations due to the severe radiation exposure, which causes delirium, cerebral microbleeding, and long-term cognitive deterioration. Or she could be exploiting the cultists by pocketing whatever ritualistic offerings they would leave her. While this theory doesn't explain why shadowy creatures appear as she guides the Sole Survivor to the shrine, it could be that she injects the Sole Survivor with a stealth boy, without their knowledge for safe passage to the shrine. This would make sense. Shadowy creatures wouldn't be able to see the Sole Survivor, and their cognitive state would distort their sight and make them appear more magical than normal. Rather, you believe her to be a hermit or a deity. She seems to be protecting the Children of Adam by guiding them to safety when they conduct their toxic rituals. So, at the end of the day, is there any harm in what she's doing? Far Harbor was such an interesting DLC and added a lot to the game, but this next theory might be a bit hard to swallow, especially for those that know the pain of having a loved one grow old and lose their memories. 8. Limited memory. Could Nick Valentine go on to forget his part in saving the Commonwealth and his adventures with the Soul Survivor entirely? If the Soul Survivor speaks to the leader of Arcadia, Dima, he will reveal that he was one of 2 prototype synths made by the Institute. The other is everyone's favorite wasteland detective, Nick Valentine, who Dima regards as a brother. Dima will also reveal that since he and Nick are prototypes, they have a limited memory storage capacity and will have to make room for new memories eventually. Dima defeated this shortcoming by upgrading his memory, but that option isn't available for Nick, possibly because it might limit his ability to effectively wear that stylist fedora of his, which would take away from his whole detective aesthetic. This seems to be supported by the start of the DLC, as it reveals that Kenji Nakano, the concerned father who acquires Nick's assistance to find his daughter, had assisted Nick out on an investigation. This was because Nick had needed access to a boat, and Kenji had one, and the skills to back it up. The client who had hired Nick to reacquire a lost heirloom had decided to pay in lead instead of caps, and turned on Nick and Kenji after they returned to him with it. Kenji was shot, so it was a pretty big event. It would make sense for Nick to remember that, but he doesn't. He can barely recall Kenji's name and struggles during their conversation. Nick also doesn't recall Dima whatsoever. So could it be that he will one day forget the events of Fallout 4 and his adventures with the Soul Survivor? Who knows? Let's just hope those memories of Kellogg's are the first to go. If too much of Nick is lost before Kellogg's memories, we might discover a more dramatic shift in Nick's personality in later installments of the series. 9. Reverse engineered. Fallout 4 has revealed so many aspects of the Fallout timeline that were previously left in the dark. This includes technologies that seem out of place and almost too advanced to have been a product of pre-war America. So were they? With characters like the Jack Cabot family, revealing strange details of ancient alien civilizations that remain intact below the surface of the Earth. During the intro cutscene of the game, the optional Soul Survivor Nate reveals that after the end of World War II, there was a sudden focus on nuclear power as energy rather than as a weapon. This was where our timeline split from Fallout's, with the Fallout universe gaining a seemingly endless supply of power that could benefit the livelihoods of everyone. Technology began to advance at an accelerated rate, which leads many fans to believe that alien technology could have been reverse engineered. The ship at the crash site in Fallout 4 looks eerily similar to the pre-war planes that can be found throughout the Commonwealth. Followers of this theory believe that the Roswell UFO incident of 1947 happened in this timeline, and this allowed for the first instance of humans reverse engineering alien technology, which would explain the sudden shift in timelines. In 1894, Lorenzo Cabot, father of Jack Cabot, went on an expedition to the Rub al-Khali Desert in the Middle East, searching for proof that there could be a precursor civilization hiding below the surface. With many believing his theory that this civilization could exist to be insane, he proved right when he discovered a vast subterranean city that held within it the artifacts and remains that could not be of human origin. Only one artifact would be removed from this site, a crown that granted him an extended lifespan and gave him superhuman abilities. Perhaps other sites belonging to this precursor civilization could have been discovered later and used to develop the strangely advanced technologies found throughout the series. With the evidence present in the series, this theory seems consistent with the lore in Fallout 4. But what if we had a closer connection to this precursor civilization than even Lorenzo Cabot could have imagined? This next theory dives into the deepest waters of Fallout lore, exposing why humans are affected in so many different ways by the forced evolutionary virus, and what these mutations could be leading to. 10. Jerskin Ordings, extraterrestrial origins. Could radiation be pushing us towards a pre-engineered evolutionary line that exposure to FEV could be corrupting? Overall, the evidence presented in this theory seems to point at an alien influence in the evolution of humanity that is leading the wasteland towards an endpoint that the Zetans might be monitoring. Followers of this theory believe that ancient humans were experimented on by the Zetans or some other ancient culture, and their DNA could be found within our own, with whatever civilization initiating the climax of the Great War by activating humanity's nuclear systems in order to push humanity's evolution a little further, as we were not meant to reach their level of technology yet. This theory could explain why Lorenzo is affected by the crown, and why he can even wear it in the first place. Through the misfortune of the ghouls and super mutants, what we do know is that humans experience a variety of biological changes when exposed to radiation, and when exposed to FEV as well. Super mutants, as revealed in the terminal of Fallout 3's Vault 87, stating that both genders lose most of their visible indicators and take on an asexual state, and effectively starting with a clean slate as it works. With this comes a complete immunity to radiation, and their skin becomes green. As we know, Zetans have green skin themselves, and asexual, so could this indicate that FEV has caused Zetan DNA in humans to become more dominant dominant and become a warped version of a Zeton. With the Zetons being so advanced and super mutant dim-witted, this could be due to the imperfections of FEV. We are some that, with proper application of refined radiation, super mutants such as Virgil and Fox become far superior to their kindred. Virgil's intelligence is increased to such a degree that he is the only one in the Fallout series capable of reversing the effects of FEV. Some followers of this theory even believe that ancient humans were experimented on by the Zetons or some other ancient culture, and their DNA could be found within our own, with whatever civilization initiating the climax of the Great War by activating humanity's nuclear systems in order to push humanity's evolution a little further, as we were not meant to reach their level of technology yet. What we do know is that humans experience a variety of biological changes when exposed to radiation, with those unfortunate ghouls and supermutants when exposed to FEV as well. Supermutants, as revealed in the terminal of Fallout 3's Vault 87, states that both genders lose most of their visible indicators and take on an asexual state, and effectively starting with a clean slate as it works. With this comes a complete immunity to radiation, and their skin becomes green. As we know, Zetons have green skin themselves and are asexual. So could this indicate that FEV has caused Zetan DNA in humans to become more dominant and become a warped version of a Zetan? With the Zetans being so advanced and super mutant dim-witted, this could be due to the imperfections of FEV. We are some that, with proper application of refined radiation, super mutants such as Virgil and Fox become far superior to their kindred. Virgil's intelligence is increased to such a degree that he is the only one in the Fallout series capable of reversing the effects of FEV. Ghouls could be a result of this alien DNA being more predominant in certain individuals, with their outward appearances rapidly mutating to be more like the Zetans, but without the coloration, which is why they become immune to radiation. The abominations found aboard Mothership Zeta in Fallout 3 could be the result of Zetans experimenting with the activation of this DNA that created another form of imperfect hybrids that displays more of the Zetan side of their DNA, but retaining their human skin colors and facial features. Supporting this theory is that they seem to act a lot like feral ghouls, and pre-war books, cigarettes, money, and even harmonicas can be looted from their bodies. Alien genetic engineering could be why the children of Adam are attracted to radiation in the first place, as they revere ghoulification as a form of enlightenment. This is supported by a faction of the children of Adam located at the Kingsport Lighthouse that revere a glowing one kept in the lighthouse as the blessed in the tower. It could be noted that the cultists at Nucleus view ghouls to be unfit for Adam's grace, as their view might be affected by the ghouls being an imperfect manifestation of this DNA. Lorenzo Cabot's crown could also factor into this, and as it could have been an ancient medical device that stabilized the original genetic experiments that would lead to modern humans in the Fallout timeline. With all this information, this theory is still a tough one to swallow, but if it's true, could it mean that the Zetans are incapable of reproducing themselves, and species such as our own were created throughout the galaxy as a means for them to multiply? We'll have to wait until future installments reveal more. These were Fallout 4's biggest theories, explained. If you want to see every crazy Fallout 4 theory that might actually be true, click the video on the screen.